here is to make sure that we bring professionals to talk to you, to hear you out, to be able to deliver the right information you need to hear. So we're going to let our other community members to join in. But as we are here, we have our panelists. You can all see them or you'll be able to hear them. We have, first of all, our UNAA leaders. We have Madam Speaker. We call her our Speaker of the Council for UNAA, Miss Maureen Asimwe Kalemba. We have our Deputy Speaker of UNAA, who is Mr. Albert Bakasara. We have Mr. Secretary of the Council, Mr. Mike Mukasa. And we have our esteemed lawyers that I don't even want to take the time to introduce them. We will have that slot. So I want to just introduce everyone to our Ugandan community. And those of you who have taken time out of your busy schedule, our panelists, thank you. We appreciate you. This is the information our community needs. And we would have done this 10 years ago. So thank you so much. So let us take a few minutes so that we can be able to get our community members together. So it's open, it's live. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm going to let Madam Speaker to try to engage our panelists at the same time, our community members who are joining in. So Madam Speaker, please take it away. And for the 10 minutes, then we'll be able to start officially. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam VP. My name is Maureen Asimwe Kalemba, as you've heard. I'm the UNAA Council Speaker. And we're here tonight to deliver to the most pertinent thing in our community, which is immigration. Because when everybody comes into the United States, you have to look for that legal status. And that legal status is what we're here to discuss. It's got through various ways, and we look at it in different formats. The formats are several, and you're gonna hear about them. There is coming into the United States via asylum law. So you hear so much about asylum. There is coming to United States via a student visa. You hear so much about the student visa. There is coming into the United States via employment, which is like companies asking for your expertise. You're gonna hear about that. We can come into the United States and get married to a loved one who you really love and wanna stay with, and you don't wanna go back home. That one also will be tackled. Then you will know how the case is deliberated upon in court, which courts you have to look at. You will also learn about the immigration officer, the one you first meet before anything goes to court, if it may go to court. And then we will hear about the Board of Appeals, if we get to that extent. In our panelists, we also have people who have engaged in the communities, who have had the go-to people in different communities, and who have had a chance to interact with our community members and tell them about immigration or how to behave as an immigrant in our communities. With those people, we will hear about education and money. We're gonna hear also about how the social media frames your immigration here in the United States, especially if you have not yet adjusted your status, what they would look at in your social media that would impede your adjustment of status, because it can impede your adjustment of status. We will go into to look at the 90-day program, which Madam VP and Council Teafa are pioneering down in Colorado. So that one will also come into place. We will also go into to look at the refugee program, which is in with Mr. Mugambe Mpima, which is down there in LA, which is also which is also formulated to help out with the community or the immigration members down in LA. So all these are people in our panel and which I would love to introduce. I will definitely introduce them as we wait on people. We are giving you a small synopsis of what we are going to have. And I hope that all of you are geared up. You have your notepads, you have your pens. We're gonna try to go as slowly as possible so that you get it, but we have 2 hours to deliberate on. So you will forgive us if we have to rush through each. We're gonna give each speaker 20 minutes to do something, at least to pour out as much as they can to you so that you can know how immigration is in a nutshell. We can go into depth, but we are your channels, the channels which you always call upon, and we would always direct you to the right people. And some of the people are the ones we brought out today for you to look at, for you to understand, and for you to engage and ask questions and see that at least your questions are answered without giving a consultation fee. So without further ado, I'm gonna ask for each panelist to take a minute at least to introduce themselves to the community members and to the people who are watching us from Uganda and anywhere in other countries, to know who we are dealing with and to know why we are here and what they do and how they serve our communities. So without further ado, I am going to start with the council. And I'm going to go with Council Melanie Shapiro. Thank you so much. Ladies
Hi,
first.
everyone. My name is Melanie Shapiro. I'm an immigration attorney based in the Boston area. My office is in Norwood, Massachusetts. I've been practicing almost 10 years now, and I've had the pleasure of working with many Ugandans. It might be my largest group of people. I represent people from over 60 countries, and I specialize in asylum, humanitarian relief, removal defense, and appeals. I'm really happy to be here with everyone today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Council Melanie. I'm now going to go into Council Laban from Texas.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you. Great honor to be here. I see beautiful people. I see my brothers and sisters from all over the place, and especially those from Uganda. Like I mentioned earlier before we started, I'm working my way to get my little piece of land in the Buganda Kingdom. So I'm hopeful that by the end of today, I would have done good favor to earn that. My name is Laban Opande, originally from Kenya. I live in Houston, Texas. I run a law practice. It's a general practice with a good amount of immigration work. I have a small office in the Dallas area, but I do federal law as well. So I have some cases all over the country. Lots of them have to do with personal injury, wrongful death types of cases. I represent another organization here in the US called the Kenya US Bar Association, whose I'm the president. We are about 100 members, and we probably will be inviting other Ugandan family members to join us as well. I'm excited to be a part of this panel. I look forward to engaging with you all, especially on the sections that I will be presenting about the visas, some parts of employment-based immigration, as well as the appeals process. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back to you.
Thank you so much. Next, we're gonna go with Council Zua. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm excited to share this moment with you. My name is Godfrey Ziwa. I've been an attorney in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for over 10 years now. I'm a graduate from Makerere University. I hold an LLB from Makerere University, an LLM from Makerere University, and an LLM from Boston University. My main areas of practice are divorce, personal injury, and of course, I was dragged into immigration. I mean, you can't avoid it with our community. I'm excited to be here, and I'm glad, to share the intimate knowledge that I've acquired, through practice, and I really want to, help my community. I want to encourage other, young lawyers to, join. I mean, there are numerous opportunities, and I want people, this group, to get larger. We have a lot of people who need our services, and the more, we get engaged, the better. Thank you so much. I yield back to the speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Zua, and for those encouraging words that we all need the community. Everybody is speaking the same language. Councillor Laban is speaking the same language. Councillor Shapiro is speaking the same language. Now I come to our community members. We have Mr. Deputy Speaker. He's here. He's in the DMV area, which is the Washington, D.C. area, Maryland, Virginia. So he is there to give us what is going on around that area. He's been a go-to person, and he really refers people to different areas via immigration. So right now for him, he's gonna teach us, as an immigrant, we do have problems with money, how to handle money, and how to really save and do things that are meaningful to our money, and where we can fall short. So Mr. Albert, can you just give us your credentials in a minute or so? You're still mute.
Tell him to stand up.
We can't hear. I think he's on mute.
We can't hear you.
Muted.
We'll be back to you, Mr. Bakashara. We can't hear you, so we will come back to you. I don't know what's up with your mic, but we can't hear you. Can you hear us? But we can't hear you. Is that the gadgets on your head, maybe?
He could log out and log back in again. He may be able to.
Okay, as we're coming back to that, we're gonna proceed and go to Mr. Deputy, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary is from Texas, and he is somebody who helps us with social media and is able to tell you, hey, take down this post because this post can cause you problems as an immigrant or as a person working in a different type of office. So Mr. Secretary, without further ado, can you give your credentials, introduce yourself to the community so that they know you?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Well, you have said it well, I'm from Texas, but Texas is big. But you have a unique city in Texas called Houston. So I'm from Houston, Texas. Well, I'm the council member of Southwest Region 1, which comprises of Houston, Austin, Louisiana, and the southern states. As you go to Brazil, all those are my constituencies. I'm also a community leader and a community member here in Texas and Houston. This form is because as a community member, migration, and in a weekly basis, I receive a couple of cases, and sometimes I have to advise them. But sometimes the advice I give is not enough, so I refer them to different attorneys. I'm glad today we have Mr. Lambert Opande, who's my Kenyan friend, that every single time I get cases, I refer them to Mr. Laban. Mr. Laban has been very helpful to our community, that even though he's a Kenyan and he's trying to become a Ugandan, he normally charges consultation fee for clients, but he has never charged any fee for the Ugandans that I do take to him. So for that, Mr. Laban, we are very appreciative. My line of work, I am a cyber intelligence analyst. I work with the federal government. I am also a former employee with the Department of Homeland Security. So I know so much about immigration when it comes to ICE and other agencies. But today I'm here to present the impact of social media on visa or immigration applications, because so many people don't understand that social media plays a key role in if their cases are going to be approved or denied. So thank you so much. And I'm so happy to be on this panel. I can't wait to do other submission and also to hear from the panel. So thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Council Secretary. And right now we will do a mic check on Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mic check. Mic check on Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's not happening.
Let me call him. Is Council Ponteafa here? Let me call.
Yeah, I'm proceeding on, but I just wanted to do a mic check. So we proceed on to the community member who has made a refugee program down in LA, Mr. Mike Mugambe. So Mr. Mike Mugambe, we're here to know about you and to know how you've helped the community down in LA and how other communities can get an idea from you so that they can start that elsewhere. So can you go and give us a brief about yourself in 1 minute? Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. My name is Michael Mugambe Mpima, commonly known as Mpima. I'm a resident of 2 states. I haven't lost my LA residency or California residency, though right now I'm living in Seattle, Washington, on the land of Duwamish people who've allowed us immigrants to live on their country land and feed our families and survive. We acknowledge all indigenous people and First Nations people for that. I'm the founder and team leader of Immigrant Guide. It's a nonprofit organization that works in the intersection of technology and social work. I know this would be an area that not familiar with majority of the people who know how social work operates, but we would like to leverage the presence of technology in the generations today to serve our communities who are scattered all over the country, all over the world, in different states and different countries. Immigrant Guide, yes, it's registered or incorporated in Washington State, but its dream or its plan is to operate all over the country. Our first project is we have developed, or we are developing, a mobile phone application and a platform, a web platform, which will help immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers access social services. Think to immigrants here, think of a situation where you arrive at the airport, you don't know when you are an asylum seeker, and the only thing you have to do is to download a phone app and then access all these resources that are not consolidated in any central platform. This doesn't exist in spite of the fact that we need it. So this mobile app will have legal aid or legal help. So folks who are practicing law, this is an opportunity to have this pool of clientele. It will have access to free mental health services, especially to asylum seekers and refugees who've gone through torture and other horrible experiences before arriving to their new homes. It will have accommodation, free accommodation. We are going to have folks who are able to offer free accommodation to asylum seekers and refugees as they arrive. And in addition to that, all these, it's a pile of categories. If you go to our platform, and we are thinking of planning to roll it out to the community probably in October, end of October. It has all the resources needed. How did we come up with this platform?
Mr. Mugambe, that would be discussed as we go along. We're going to give you
thank you very much.
Then you would go into that. We wanted now just to hear that you're from this place and this is what you do. Thank you for mentioning that you're from Seattle and you're doing such good things out there. So now we go into Council Tiafa Paul. He's going to introduce himself. He's from the Rocky Mountain area. He's a part of the council members. He has been very instrumental from the time he took office in immigration. Once we finish everything battling with people out there, people don't know where to settle. Council Teafat made a 90-day program and put it out there. But before we hear the 90-day program, which we'll have a good discussion on, we're going to have an introduction of him so that he can tell us more about himself as Council Teafat. So Council Teafat, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Uganda, good night. I'm glad to be part of the UNAA board members as a Rocky Mountain representative. For the Rocky Mountain, I represent Colorado, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Utah, Arizona, and then I think the last state will be New Mexico. I'm glad to work with our experts, VP, the Vice President of UNAA, and I'm glad that we're talking about immigration. We all immigrants. When we come to this country, we don't know, people promise us they are taking us to America. But when we get to the land of opportunity, this is a different world. There are some pieces we miss. Most is the immigration. Immigration is a big case. And if we see that, we in America and we have our friends that are out there that are suffering with immigration, they don't know who to run to. Yes, we're on a panel with the lawyers, councils. I'm glad that we have information now, but before people would come on a plane, come to America, they never knew who to go to. But we are glad now, people, we are alive. We're gonna get phone numbers, emails. If you have an immigration issue, I'm glad to be working with such people on this panel. And my name is Paul Ntayafa, Rocky Mountain representative.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Councillor Teafa. Whoever has tweet gadgets, we are having a feedback. So thank you so much, Councillor Teafa, and we are very pleased to know all of you in the panel. Those are the people who we found this time round who could adhere to our call at a short notice and be able to come up with something to put out to the community. So I just wanna take a thank you note to each one of you, because really we had a last minute call, but we are people who dress to the call, who dress to saying, here I am, send me. So I wanna thank each one of you, because when we called you, you just said, here I am, send me, and you're here today to deliver. Thank you so much. So without further ado, we'll go into immigration. Everybody understands immigration. It's moving from one country to the other to settle. Some people come via different ways that I mentioned earlier on as I was giving my introduction. So without further ado, we're gonna look at some visas. Some people, you have your passports, and in your passports, they ask you, what visa are you on? And you go like, all I know, I have a visitor's visa. No, what kind of visa do you have? We're gonna have some 3 minutes just, because it's just a brief 3 minutes for Council Laban to tell us what kind of visas are there in the immigration world.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to have a brief discussion on the same. Before I start, please allow me to give a disclaimer. Nothing that I say in here constitutes a client-attorney contract. All right, you should be able to go and seek legal counsel if you have something further, or you can call any one of our attorneys on here on a one-on-one to speak on further details on your case. All right, having said that, so whenever, and I am an immigration attorney licensed in the US, so I only know US immigration law. So I don't know much about other countries' laws. So I'll just confine myself to the process when someone starts their journey from whatever country they are coming to the United States. So whenever you apply for a visa, when you go to the embassy, you basically will be put in 2 buckets. One bucket is going to say, this person intends to come back. This person does not intend to come back. So whenever you go to seek a visa, you better be clear on what exactly are you wanting to do. Are you intending to come back? And intention is actually a key word there. What are your intentions? So if you are intending to come back, then you shall be seeking what is called a non-immigrant visa, meaning you are coming but you're seeking to come to the United States, but you're intending to come back to your country. I'm assuming Uganda. Now, if you do not intend to come back, meaning you are telling the officer at the embassy, I'm going to the United States and my intentions are not to come back, then you will be put in that bucket that says this is an immigrant. This person is intending to go and stay in the United States. Now, a lot of times I do get a few calls from people who say, I've been to the embassy seeking a visa, and every time they have denied me, and I don't know why. So you have to keep in mind the questions they ask you, the answers you give, the forms that you fill, the DS-160 when you fill to go to get your visa. The information you put in there is important for the officer to determine what your intentions are. Sometimes the intention is not about what you say, but it's the totality of your case, what you present, the information you give, your likelihood of coming back, your social ties, to your country and whatnot. Anyway, so that's how you're classified, all right? Now, if you don't have any visa and you find yourself in America, then you are called an entry without inspection, meaning we just don't know how you got here, but you're here physically. So that assumes that you don't have any kind of visa. But that's another whole topic to speak to another day. Now, going back to the kind of visas, now you have gone, you've identified yourself, what you're going to do and whatnot. US has classified visas from letters A, literally from A to Z, all right? Now, I don't have a memory of all the kinds of visas that are available out there, but they're all going to revolve on what are you coming to do? So if you're coming as a diplomat, you're probably going to be getting an A visa. If you're coming as a visitor, whether you're coming to do business, have a meeting, have a conference, or whether if you're coming as a visitor to come and tour, come visit family. So you're classified as a B1 and B2. And sometimes they're specific, it'll be a B1 or a B2, or sometimes they'll just give you a B1 slash B2. And then there's a whole slew all the way to the bottom. There are others who come for religious work, so there'll be an R visa. There's some who come for entertainment. Those are the P and O visa. There's some who come here as students. That would be F visa. There are those who come for, there's a whole, depending on what it is. There are others who come based on treaties. If your country has a treaty with the United States for trade, so you'll be coming on an E visa. So depending on what you're asking to come and do, then you will get that visa that allows you to come for that purpose. And when you come, based on how long you're going to stay, then you'll be allocated a duration of stay depending on what it is that you say you're coming to do. Now, many of them have specific definitive dates, meaning there's a date by then you have to leave, right? Based on how you expressed your at the interview. And there are others which are, you can stay so long as you are doing what you said you came to do. So for example, as an F1, it really does not have an end date on when you have to leave. But so long as you're in school and you're doing what a student should do, then you can be here for 5 years, you can be here for 10 years, for as long as you maintain your student status. Others are more about you came for a specific purpose, the officer at customs listens to you and then gives you an I-94, which allows you to stay for a specific period of time. I think that's just the intro in terms of, so depending on what it is that you intend to do, or your family member who is in Uganda or Africa and wants to come here, just be clear on what is it that they want to do. And some of these visas have allocations in terms of numbers. So you have to kind of, figure out what is the best that you want to do and give it a shot at that. I yield back to you, Madam Speaker. And I'll speak a little bit more about employment-based visas when we get to that. And then also come later to speak about the appeals process. If you've gone through that's when you're here already in the United States, and for some reason you're put in removal proceedings, basically you're being deported, then what options do you have? And you've gone, and the decision has been made either by the immigration court or by the immigration officer. Then you do have an option to appeal, and I'll come back later to speak about that. I yield back to you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, thank you so much, Council Laban. That was a very beautiful introduction on types of visas. And so everybody knows to look out on what kind of visa that you've been given. Just do not just get a visa and be blindfolded and then be asked when you really do not know what you have. It's very pertinent that you know what you have and present it. Now,
Madam Speaker,
Madam
mic
Speaker,
check.
can I make sure we have Deputy Speaker on mic check?
Okay.
I'm checking. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, there you are, sir.
Yes, I had switched
Finally.
computers, and because on my side I was showing you guys as unmuted, but you say I'm muted.
No, now we can hear you.
Introduce
Very
yourself.
good, thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself and
Oh, thank
what
you.
you're giving to the community? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the earlier introduction, and Madam Vice President, and fellow UNAA leaders on the call, distinguished fellow panelists, the UNAA fraternity, and all our guests who've tuned into this immigration session. First, let me echo the others because I've been listening in, although I wasn't unable to get on. But let me echo the thanks that others have offered for you guys to spare your time to share this important information with the community and for the listeners to join in this important conversation. And of course, I want to also thank you for all the other sessions that you have tuned in during this 32nd UNAA online convention. I think I've been introduced already, so I won't take much time. A little about myself. As they said, my name is Albert Bakasara, the proud husband of the beautiful Elena Bakasara and patient dad of Kahaya, Samson, Anna, and Anissa. I'm a federal government employee, and we're required to say that I'm not here representing the federal government. So that is out of the way. But I'm here to share my experiences and how they tie in the immigration experience. I will be talking or sharing about education and the many factors of the immigration experience, from personal experience and from my training, my education. By education, I have a bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of the District of Columbia, a master's degree in library science and information services from the Catholic University of America, and an MBA from Webster University in St. Louis, Missouri. So I will rely on both my education and my experience as an immigrant to talk about the factors that I mentioned, the education factor, and tie them, the education factor and the money factor, and tie those two into how they relate to what these panelists are talking about today and how important those are to the immigration, the whole immigration experience. Because this session is supposed to offer you a holistic experience of at least the US immigration process. I thank you, Madam Speaker and fellow panelists and listeners. So I'll wait for my turn to share what I mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. I hand back the mic to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I get Madam Speaker available, I just wanted to thank everyone who is here and being the operator on the other side. Let me make sure that everyone can see me. I just wanted to make sure that we let everyone know that we're so grateful that you're all here. Thank you for taking your time, especially our panelists. As a vice president, my office allows me to literally do this, which is my job, is for the advancement and the development of our organization, Uganda North America Association. I'm just so grateful that today we took time out to rethink, especially during this COVID time, to make sure that instead of putting our members out there during this pandemic, we are literally doing what we need to do on Zoom. I'm just so grateful that we have a platform as Zoom that can enable us to literally deliver services to our community members. So I want to thank all my leaders who are part of this, the entire leadership, the executive, the board of trustees, the CRC, and all the UNAA membership. Thank you for allowing us to deliver to you, especially during this time. So without further ado, I want to make sure that Madam Speaker is on. Technology is doing a lot of things to us today, but we know we'll be able to go through. I just want to, let us start out with bringing one of the other lawyers on the table. Counsel Lawyer Melanie, what is this one thing you want to let our community, know when they come here? We have this narrative as immigrants that we come to this land and there's no manual, there's no script that we follow. We find ourselves in a reality that we don't know where to go first. If somebody has come here, what is the first step they need to take? Maybe someone is out there and they need this answer, or they have a family member who is about to come. I know we live in a world where it's the precedent that is going on, it's unknown. So can you please deliver to our people what is the first steps they need to take? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here with everyone, and thank you. It's been an honor to serve the Ugandan community. So I guess I could tie it to my mission at my firm is holistic, compassionate lawyering. And I think another panelist mentioned a holistic approach. And I think that's what has to happen here. When someone's coming to the US from Uganda, particularly if you don't know anyone, if you don't have resources, if you're fleeing violence or persecution or difficult situations, it's important to be able to connect. And I've heard a lot of stories from my clients who have come here and not known anybody and were able to find someone online or through the kindness of strangers that they've encountered, be able to find somewhere to sleep or what have you. So I think that, I believe it was Michael, you were talking about this app that you're putting together of the resources, and I'm excited to hear more about that. But I think there's primarily the legal resources are really important. A lot of cities have offices of refugee resettlement. And I know that that's something that a lot of my clients didn't know about, so that you could get some basic assistance with food or referrals to social workers or counselors or doctors and or lawyers. And all of the immigration courts in the United States have lists of pro bono immigration attorneys. So that might be a good place to start. But I think knowing what your status is and what you might be able to do if you might be eligible for something is a great first step. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Lawyer Melanie, for that. Let me bring in Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let us switch this. There's a lot of legalities that we will go through, but when we come to this country, we all know that some of us, I already share my story, it's an open book. I came to this country with not even $1 to my name, and it's been 20 years. What would you share to a recent Ugandan who's just came a month ago, a year ago, 5 years ago? Money is an issue. How do we balance our lives as immigrants in this country? And how do we make sure that we can actually continue to do that throughout our years here? So go ahead, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
So the question is on money. And like I said earlier, I'll share on the money factor in the holistic immigration experience. It's a broad subject. So I think to answer your question, I'll only focus on a couple of items. And one would be taxes, and the other would be credit management. On taxes, and I won't even go that far, but the immigration lawyers on this panel know that that is the thing that trips most of us when we're going for immigration. You find out, yes, you're eligible, you put in the paperwork and everything, but then there's that thing where they ask you, well, where are the taxes? And then you find out somebody has been working but not really paying taxes. So that's the thing that one has to kind of be aware so that you don't complicate your immigration experience. And I'll let the lawyers talk more about that. On my side, I want to concentrate more on the management of credit. And I'll rely on my experience as an immigrant, how I came and how I built my credit and how I failed and where I succeeded. And maybe if we have time, I can give you my personal, the 3 P's that have guided my life, the planning, property, and partnership, as I call them. But for new immigrants, credit is everything. Because credit right now in America is used for employment. It's used for school. It's used for loan. Because when I say credit, a lot of people just jump on, their thoughts go to credit cards. That's an aspect of credit, but credit takes a whole, it's a combination of a whole lot of things. Let me give you the 3 phases of how we go through credit. The first phase is when you're beginning to establish credit in America as a new immigrant. Here, the creditors or the lenders are evaluating your credit worthiness. They want to know if we give this person money, how will they manage that money? So that's the first phase. And the way you get into that, you can get somebody to sponsor you or put you, if you have somebody who established here, they can co-sign you on a small loan, or if you're a spouse, add you on a credit card. And that can help you to get your foot in, at least in getting your first credit. The second phase is how you manage that credit. Managing credit, that's things like credit to debt ratio, paying your credit on time. If you've bought a car, pay your bills on time, that kind of stuff. So that helps you, again, because if you're going to look for a job, it is going to affect you. It's the first thing that employers will look at. If you're going to look for an apartment, it's the first thing that the homeowners or the apartment owners will look at. If you're going to, if you've bought a car and you want to insure it, it is the first thing they will look at. So it's important for a fresh immigrant to safeguard or to guard your credit. And now even the immigration officials will look at it. So it's the first thing that you have to do, at least as in the finance sector, in the money sector, to guard your credit. And then lastly, the last phase is when you've managed all that and you've done so good and even you established yourself and you have good credit, then the advantages are enormous in having good credit in the US. We've talked about jobs and insurances and stuff. As a matter of fact, if you do have good credit, lenders will give you money for free. You've heard of cards that say, oh, if you shop here and we'll give you 5% back or 10% or 1% or something. So you're purchasing fuel for your car or gas for your car, and they're giving you money. And then if you're going to borrow money, some of them will, I can't remember the last time I paid interest rate on any of my cards. You go and they say, oh, you can take that for 18 months, zero interest. You can take that car for zero interest. That is when you have credit. Now I'm not saying that you can always stay up there. We all have things, life happens. You can go through a divorce, you can go through, somebody could get sick or injured, and you find yourself that you've moved from where you were up here and you've gone back to the beginning. So we kind of transition in between those channels. But the important thing for an immigrant who is coming to the US is to know the value of credit and to safeguard it with all that they can. There are free credit monitoring services out there. Google your names once in a while to see what is out there. Go to Credit Karma and open an account and see what does it say. And then if it's not that good, then see what you can do to bring up your credit scores. Again, in the US, credit worthiness is everything. It will impact a new immigrant's it will block a new immigrant's path into a good job, to a good school, into getting, and it takes money out of your pocket. If they're charging you $100 or $150 for an old beat up car to insure that should be insured for $50, you're just losing $100 every month. It could be going to something else, to support your family, to educate you, to pay other bills. So that's the message to answer your question, Madam Vice President, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You always a tank of wisdom. That's how I look at you. So thank you so much. I want to appreciate all our viewers today on Zoom, on Facebook Live. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope you have a paper and a pencil to write questions that we're going to give you time to ask. So right now, I want to dig deep into the narrative. I want to bring our Miss Lawyer, Mr. Godfrey Ziwa. I want to go deep into how can our people be able to make sure they have all the resources, the paperwork, when it comes to legal permanent residence and naturalization process. Mr. Godfrey Ziwa, can you please help us navigate that journey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if you can allow me to share. I mean, I was contacted on very short notice, but I prepared a few slides. I don't know if, you can allow me to share them.
Yes, you have the ability to do that.
Okay.
Do you have that now? I have just enabled all the panelists to share. Okay.
Do you see them?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we'll go through, these slides briefly. The task that I was given was, to explain to this panel how you attain legal permanent residence and eventually, you become a citizen. There are a couple of scenarios. As I said, I mean, the Immigration and Nationality Act grants or allows, grants a privilege to a US citizen or US permanent resident to allow them to petition for their alien, I don't like that word, but that's the technical term here. The alien relative or wife to migrate to immigrate to the United States. The requirements are very basic. Proof of relationship. Whether you are married to that individual, and then whether you have adequate income. There is what we call the poverty guideline. Depending on your family size, it tells you how much. The bare minimum that you must earn in order to be able to petition for your alien spouse. if you don't have enough, I mean, if you don't earn enough income, you can get a co-sponsor. That is also allowed. And the other requirement for a U.S. citizen is to show that, this individual pays, his taxes. Is on top of, as one of the previous, presenters mentioned, I mean, taxes are very, very, important. The process is also, very depends on this sort of circumstances. If your spouse has come to the United States and you've got married here, the process is slightly different from that of a person who went abroad and got married, say in Kenya. I'll go through the variation, but as I need to go back a little bit. As a rule of thumb in my practice, I mean, if a person is here, I file all the initial documents, I mean, simultaneously. That includes, the petition for the alien relative, the adjustment of status, if the person wants to work, I mean, also apply for the work authorization. When you do that, I mean, they schedule the interview for both these processes. Some of the main requirements or some of the lines of inquiry is actually to establish that there is a bona fide marriage. For those of you who are not familiar with the legal lingua, I mean, basically, whether there is, I mean, the authenticity of the marriage, I mean, is there an ongoing marriage between these individuals? And some of the factors that are, looked into, as you all know, I mean, you people who live in the US, I mean, if you're married to someone, and there's definitely, there has to be a mixing or what they call commingling of financial resources. That would be one of the lines of inquiry. Do you share a common residence? You can't say, I'm married to so-and-so, I live in Texas, and, my spouse lives in Massachusetts. And the other thing that is, very, very common, and it's a trip. I mean, once you don't know the basic information about your spouse, when they are conducting these interviews, they deal with one individual at a time. And what I noticed, I mean, these officers are very meticulous, taking notes. You can write, the husband's, answers in red, and maybe write, when it's the time to interview the wife, writes in blue. And if you say, my husband's, favorite color is green, and then he walks in and says, he hates green, basically that trips everything. I mean, that shows that, something is wrong, and normally, you will fail that interview. One of the main challenges, I mean, and I have to point this out right from the outset, affecting most of the immigrant community, and that affects, I mean, not only people in Uganda, but it's a very, very common problem. When people are applying for the interview, I mean, for the visa to come to the United States, one of the things that they want to fulfill, that they have, family ties. Some people who are single, when they go to apply for the visa, they say, they are married. Some of you, there are people, I mean, there are places in Kampala that specializes in applying for visas for people who want to come to the United States. One of the things that you have to know, that by the time you go for your immigration interview, the officer who is interviewing you has all the questions when you are applying for the interview for the visa, and all the answers, even what you filled out in your visa application before him. So once you go for the visa interview and you filled out in your visa application that you are married, that means, I mean, one, if you are not really married and you're coming in to claim this benefit through your US spouse, that means, I mean, that you didn't, the subsequent marriage, I mean, was void. Two, it applies that, you obtained the visa to come to the United States by fraud. So that, I mean, as a rule of thumb, somebody walks in my office, one of the first questions I ask, I mean, do you remember exactly, I mean, what did you indicate, I mean, when you are applying for the visa? I wanted to bring that out because it's a very common problem. And once that happens, I mean, it totally, changes the dynamics of your case. And unless you can apply for what we call the waiver of inadmissibility, which is a totally different process. I mean, and you have to prove that actually, if you are denied your application, your US spouse, or if you have gone ahead and you have a child, is going to suffer extreme hardship. And the practitioners here, I mean, they know the work involved in doing that. I mean, is really, you have to be on top of your game. The second scenario is when your spouse is outside the United States. There are different ways of doing that. One, if you're already married and you want, your spouse to as possible, you go through, filing a non-immigrant visa as a fiancé, so that your spouse gets here and they awaits for the immigrant visa to be available. Once that happens, you just apply for adjustment of status for your spouse and you are on track. The second scenario is that, I mean, you went and got married, but you don't want to go to rush things. There you take a different route. You apply, you petition for your spouse, and once once the petition is approved, you go ahead and apply for an immigrant visa, providing all the necessary requirements, including the adequacy of income and all that. The other scenario is when you've met someone. I mean, you really think, I mean, that is the person you're going to live your life with. I mean, for the rest of your life. There, what you do, you apply for a fiancé visa. There are basic requirements. I mean, but once the person is granted the fiancé visa, you are required to get married within 90 days when she lands into the US. One of the other requirements, I mean, you have to prove that you've been physically in touch with that person. I mean, you met that person physically within the past 2 years, I mean, prior to filing for the fiancé visa. There are some religious exceptions. I mean, there are some cultures that don't allow, that kind of interaction to happen. So there are some exemptions. One of the things that you have to be aware of, problems that I've encountered. I mean, there are people they meet and they decide, they are going to get married, and somebody files for the fiancé visa. Only to get here, he discovers, somebody has communicable diseases and never, like HIV, never disclosed it. The person is not willing to go ahead and they settle down in that kind of arrangement, and it brings all sorts of, complications, but it happens, I mean, in real life. So those are some of the hurdles that you have to avoid. One of the other things that I need to point out, that whenever you file for your spouse, when the marriage is less than 2 years, there's a presumption that you entered into that marriage for purposes of obtaining immigration benefits. And that's why whenever you file before your marriage is 2 years old, they give you a conditional residence. And that conditional residence, I mean, after the expiration of 2 years, you file an application to remove those conditions. So you have to be aware of that when you're starting this process. And one of what you have to prove, I mean, is similar. I mean, you have to prove that the bona fides of the marriage show you are communicating financial resources, show you are living with that individual, and show that, you know, if during that process you have a child, then, you know, you can show that, you know, this is a genuine relationship. There are some special circumstances that I wanted to talk about. One of them, say, you know, your spouse, you know, dies before he files petitions for you. The law allows as a widow to petition for yourself, as long as you do that, I mean, within 2 years and after the death of your spouse. There are other cases, the spouse, you know, dies when you still you still have the conditional residence. There are also, you know, ways you can do that. Then what if, you know, your spouse, I mean, is abusive, and I mean, I've encountered all sorts of, you know, issues, I mean, with the, you know, abusive spouse. If you have adequate, you know, proof that this is happening, you can't just say, you know, oh, you know, he's abusing me, and, you know, there has to be concrete evidence that shows, including, you know, medical records and all that good thing. The Violation Against Women Act, I mean, allows you to, you know, to petition and you those conditions. This, I mean, despite the name, I mean, it acts both ways. Even a man, I mean, I've seen men who have been, you know, severely abused. The man can also invoke that particular act. We move on to naturalization. After 3 years, I mean, after 3 years from the date that you are granted your permanent residence, an alien, you know, spouse is entitled to apply for naturalization. During the process, again, you know, it will be the line of inquiry once you filing as a spouse of a U.S. citizen would, you know, to look into the adequacy or the bona fides of the marriage. They go back and, you know, look into that. Have you been filing taxes together? Are you living together? So your interview for naturalization is going to be slightly different from the other, you know, the other individuals that are applying, because they are based on their 5-year stay. I mean, stay in the U.S. as permanent residents. One of the, and I always, I mean, these are things that I've learned through experience. One of the precautions that I always give to people: if your marriage is shaky, if you don't have adequate, you know, evidence to show that you are genuinely, you know, living as a couple, don't bother to file after 3 years. Some people are always in a hurry. They want to become U.S. citizen, and when they present the info, you know, it doesn't make sense. You know, it doesn't add up. I always tell them, I mean, however much you want, you know, don't bother. You know, if you want, I mean, try your luck after 5 years and see, you know, if you can go through. I wanted to bring that out. I mean, I know it's pertinent to the members of our community. The other issue that I want to point out for the benefit of the members of our community, some time back, I think it was like maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a group of people in, you know, California, around LA area, and I think another group was in Maine. that was busted by the federal agents. And they ratted out, I mean, whoever, you know, they helped out, you know, put their houses together. And if you think that you are one of those individuals, don't just walk in. I mean, you will find your file, I mean, is already loaded with all the derogatory information, and you will be confronted with that information. If you are not lucky, you know, they will cancel your green card. So if you know you are among the people that were affected or were helped, you are better off just continuing, you know, just renewing your green card. It's terrible. I mean, you know, these individuals, they were using office complexes as places of residence. You find, I mean, the taxes were forged, the employer was non-existent, and all sorts of things. And it's terrible. I mean, you don't want to walk into that trap. So I just wanted to point that out. I mean, Maureen wanted me to talk briefly. I mean, and I'll be very brief about that, about, you know, people on student visas. How can they, you know, maybe switch and, you know, become permanent residents? One of
Mr. Zua, is
Yeah.
that okay if we can pause here and then we'll come back to the student visa portion? Or you wanted to just complete your...
I wanted to complete for reasons, I mean, okay. my family is going for vacation and...
I'll let you, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so...
he gave us some good time.
It's actually important. It's important because we have so many students here who want that information. Please go ahead.
Madam Lady, he gave us that time to give us what he has so that he can continue with his family. He's just getting out to step in, to deliver, and then move on. So thank you so much. Could you please do that so that we can continue?
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of inquiry about this. One of the most open avenue, of course, subject to the J1 visa restrictions. If you are J1 visa, you know, has this restriction that you have to go back to your native country and at least stay there for 2 years. That may not apply to you, but one of the main open entry for a student to switch to permanent residence is, you know, identifying, I mean, a potential employer or a good employer, and that employer petitions for you an H-1B visa. This one is very limited. I mean, the option is very limited because of the, you know, the totally depends on the demand. And right now, the demand for those visas is mainly, you know, with the students who are doing STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and math. I've been lucky. I mean, a few, you know, I've been able to, you know, get them, but even if they tell you that, you know, most of the time, I mean, the pool is bigger than, you know, the available visa. They tell you that they do rotary. I've noticed, I mean, the STEM, you know, students, they get luckier most of the time. So I don't know if that is, you know, that totally, you know, depends on the lottery. So a student, I mean, if you are doing STEM, identify a potential employer, make sure you go and intern with them so that they see your potential. I mean, the demand, if you're living around, you know, my state of Massachusetts, I mean, the demand is inexhaustible. I mean, you will be able to find someone who will be willing to file for you. Of course, the other avenues, as the other attorneys, I mean, notice, I mean, the other avenues, if you find someone and you get married, I mean, that is still open for you. Or if you can beat, I mean, the 1 year requirement, still seek for asylum. If you something, I mean, if you can, you know, if you haven't, you know, gone beyond 1 year, which might be a little bit, you know, rare, but those other avenues are still available. But the main open one is the H-1B visa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Councillor Zua, for those. Thank you so much, Councillor Zua, for those remarks. And we are very delighted to have you. Thank you for that time you really fished out when you're supposed to be on holiday and just give us.
Thank you for ruining my vacation.
No,
Really
we thank you for
appreciate you. Thank
being
you.
the soldier you are, and soldier on despite what you are going through right there in your family. So we thank you, and we thank your family for giving you to us for that short time. Without further ado, we're going to go into Council Laban. I just want to leave Council Shapiro so that she handles asylum, and asylum is so broad. So I want to go to Council Shapiro so he can talk about the employment, because we talked about students. Now we can talk about the employment, and it ties into what Council Zua has been talking about, the students, and then that way we will move into asylum. So Council Laban, could you please proceed?
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also just chime in to the previous panelists on what they talked about.
Yes.
The gentleman who talked about the issue of taxes, and I think Councilor Ziwa also talked about it. It applies both when you're applying for your...
Councilor Laban, Lydia here. I'm trying, can you please hold on? I want, Mr. Ziwa, can you remove your slide, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yes, so there you go. Go ahead, please.
Councilor Ziwa was blocking my rented suit. And I only have it for a few hours, and I have to take it back.
I didn't want you to show off your money suit, so.
Yes, I have to. Yeah, so thank you kindly. So let me just piggyback on the other discussions that we've had on the issue of taxes. It's critically important that you're aware about the tax issue, both when you're applying for adjustment of status as well as when you're applying for your citizenship. So the issue on citizenship is we want to know, the government wants to know that you're a good moral citizen. You're carrying your fair share of weight as a citizen, and therefore you do file your taxes. That is the key thing. On the adjustment of status, mainly it's about, are you going to be a public charge? As we speak right now, there's actually an ongoing debate. Actually, there have been suits filed in terms of people who are trying to adjust status, and the government is saying that there's a new policy that came out that talks about how much income you need to show in order to show that you shall not be a public charge. And the element of that is what the officer thinks, right? They're just thinking that from how they perceive you, they don't think that you will be able to take care of yourself, pretty much. And therefore, you may end up having to be a problem to taxpayers. It's an ongoing debate, but as we speak, it is something that you have to be concerned about if you are wanting to adjust your status. The other addition I wanted to make on what Council Ziwa talked about, so a spousal petition is just one qualifying relative, all right, as a spouse. There are other relatives who can petition for you. So the other qualifying relatives are a child. The only thing is a child has to be 21 years plus in order to be eligible to apply for you. And of course, they have to be willing. You can't force them to. It has to be out of their own will. The second one is a parent. So a parent can petition for you. If your parent is a citizen, they can petition for you. And even when they are non-citizen, as a permanent resident, they can petition for you. But then there are other issues of age that comes into play when a parent is petitioning for you. And then lastly, there is a sibling, a brother or a sister. If you have a brother or a sister who is a citizen, they can petition for you. Only problem is all these categories have limited number of visas that are available per year. Once they run out, they can only roll over to the next year, next year, and next year. And so there's a backlog over the years. And what you have to do is just go and check. You can check on the State Department. Every month, there is an update on what we call the National Visa Bulletin. It shows you if you are a brother to a US citizen and you're applying now, how long are you going to wait? You know, and then you can choose your chances and see. Some of them also do require that if you're going to apply for those, you have to be in good status. You cannot have violated your status by the time that you're applying for them. So you have to be careful before you apply to see which one is going to apply for you. So I just wanted to reiterate that what Council Ziwa talked about is limited to the spousal avenue, but you can have other relatives, who can qualify for you as petitioners. All right. So on the employment,
I just want to clarify. I mean, my scope, was limited to marriage. That's what Maureen assigned to me. So that's why I didn't the other areas. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Trust me, we're all learning as we go, from this, and I'm sure we'll hear from you. So on the employment based, as Councilor Ziwa touched on it a little bit, much of it really depends on, do you have a willing employer, all right, who is willing to sponsor you, who is willing to file the I-140, that is the actual form for an employer filing for an alien. Now, there are two processes to that. Now, that particular category is called a dual intent visa. Dual intent meaning the employer can petition for you with just the purpose of working for that one time and you go back to your country, or you can change your mind and apply to be a permanent resident. So remember, when I started at the beginning, we talked about intention of why you're coming to the United States. So if you're one is intention to stay, one of it is intention to go back. So these some of these employment-based visas have dual intention. It's like, I can stay if I want, I can change my mind and go back to my country. Now, the key thing is, the first part is getting the employer, a willing employer who is willing to petition for you. And then the second part of it, there's a vetting mechanism that the employer has to go through in order to qualify, in order for you to qualify to get the adjustment. And that goes outside of the DHS, actually goes to the Department of Labor, meaning there is a process called the labor certification. So based on your skill set, your expertise, your knowledge, your experience, your income level, the employer has to show, right? Has to show that based on the skill set that you have and the money that you're going to get as income, that you actually do qualify for that position. Now, one of the key things that the employer also has to overcome is they have to show that they have done interviewing of citizens or permanent residents, and they have to have a scorecard whereby they're saying, we could not get somebody who fits the same skill set as this job that requires, because the job has to supply the skill set that is required to perform the function. Anyway, the issue here is most of the time, you just have to get an employer who is willing to do so and willing to foot the bill as well in terms of paying for the cost. Some employers may say, we're willing to employ you, but it's going to be at your cost. And if it's something that you're willing to do, then you can seek your own counsel. The counsel will work with your employer, and your employer can petition for you, and then you get your work visa. If you get that visa, there are limited terms. For example, the H1 has 3 years renewable for a second term. After that, you have to leave. You have to actually physically leave the US and then try and come back. Or in between, you can decide to apply for permanent residency and then follow the path to your citizenship as well. I think that's what I wanted to add on to that. I think I covered a little bit of the employment-based and some of the things that we talked about from the other panelists about the tax issue, as well as the income issue. Now, the other thing I wanted to add on to what Brother Ziwa talked about the cohabitation in the marriage, it is critical. So there's the two elements, cohabitation and a shared life. Now, cohabitation, there could be exceptions. They just have to be reasonable. So if you have been deployed, to go to war, and your spouse is in the US, obviously you're not cohabiting together, then you can explain why the circumstance provides so. If you've been given a scholarship to go to Harvard, to go to another school, your spouse cannot find a job there and they're staying in a different city, then that can explain why you don't live together. So the other, issues of a job can send you in a place whereby, it's just inconceivable if you live in the same city as your spouse and you say you live in different households simply because that's the choice you have, that's how you prefer to do it. Now, to a reasonable person, whom we consider the immigration officer to be a reasonable person, would not be able to be convinced that the arrangement is just by preference. It's actually what you're trying to do is commit fraud. So anyway, so those are some of the things. And I think many questions will come through when the audience sends questions. And with that, I yield back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Council Laban and Council Ziwa. Yes, a bona fide marriage is what always they're looking at. You have to have good faith. Everything that you do in a marriage or in an adjustment of status, you're looking at the bona fide area of it. If you have any fraud, that's it. You've lost everything that.
Allow me just to add one more thing, sorry. And this is in regards to the visas when you're applying for your visa back in the country. And it goes with the cultural issues. The cultural issues revolves around you have 3 wives or you have 3 husbands. You have some children, some you don't, because there's a culture, for example, where people don't count children. All right, you just don't count them. It's just a taboo to count your children. There are some cultures where you can have multiple spouses, and that's just quite okay. And in fact, it's legal, to do so. Now, the only thing is you have to know if you're coming to the United States, just ask before you present yourself with those kinds of information at the embassy or at the visa application, because then you may find yourself permanently barred from either trying to come to the United States because you're committing some, we call it polygamy or bigamy or whatever it is, or you are actually a fraud. You cannot say you don't know how many children you have. I mean, any person you ask in America, they'll tell you, I have 2 children or I have 5 children. You cannot tell them, we don't count children. All the children are my children. All the children in the village are my children. And they're also my brother's children. So there's some cultural elements from where we come from, whereby they are totally acceptable whenever you're talking to your peers and your village mates, but they will not fly when you go for your visa interview. I just wanted to add on to that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the fraud is something that has always to be looked at. And your visa petition, the way you apply for your visa right at the embassy, counts into your application process. So I always tell people, remember your story as you come into America. It is very important for you to adjust your status. So thank you, Council Zwan and Council Laban, for pointing that out and really bringing it to the platform. Without further ado, since asylum is so big, I'm going to give the next person so that they talk about asylum and we rush into the communities, because the communities, we have one person who has to be on another forum and I don't want to break it up because we will lose the floor. So could we have Melanie go real quick? Please?
Madam Speaker, before lawyer Melanie comes in, I just want to say that I know to our community, the immigration narrative is so sensitive. I know you cannot all see me because I'm the host right now, but we are a family and we are a community right now. I know there are conversations that are being brought forth, which are real to most of us, to some of us, and that is why we have this immigration forum. Please do not be offended if something is said and it's about you or somebody you know. We need to have these conversations so that we can heal our community. So many people are hurt because of this immigration process. So many people don't know where to go and who to go to and to get the right information. So we are family, we are sharing this. We have responsible and professional people delivering the message. That is what I wanted to bring forth. So please, lawyer Melanie, I'm going to bring you on the screen. I just want to make sure that our people know we are in this together. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Melanie Shapiro. I know that we're on a time crunch right now, so I'm going to try and be very efficient in going through the asylum process. So there's 2 types of asylum. There's affirmative asylum and defensive asylum. Affirmative asylum means that you are filing your case with the asylum office affirmatively on your own, you're not in immigration proceedings already. Defensive means that you're already in immigration court for whatever reason, and you're filing it as a defense to deportation. So I'm going to start with the affirmative process with the asylum office. The way that it works is that you prepare your application, you submit it to the office, and you wait for an interview. Now, in order to be eligible for asylum, there are certain things that you have to show. You have to show that you were persecuted, meaning you were harmed in some way that's pretty grave in your country of origin based on who you are. Now, there are 5 types of bases for why you were harmed because of who you are, and those are race, religion, political opinion, nationality, or membership in a particular social group. And you have to show that the harm you suffered and who you are is tied together. This is called the nexus. So it's the connection between the 2 things. And a lot of times with Ugandan cases, I have done them based on political opinion. Somebody's FDC, People Power Movement opposing the current regime, LGBT cases, and domestic violence cases. Those are the 3 main cases that I have for asylum seekers from Uganda. In addition to showing this connection between the harm you suffered and who you are, you also have to show that you are afraid that you're going to be harmed in the future. So if you've already shown past persecution, then it makes it so that we're assuming that you're afraid of persecution in the future. Or if you haven't shown that you've been persecuted in the past, then you have to show that you're afraid of being persecuted in the future. For example, someone comes to the United States and they're LGBT, but they're not out to their family. And while they're here in the US, they do come out, whether they want to or whether they don't, then people back home know that they're LGBT. So even though they haven't been harmed in the past, they now fear that they're going to be harmed in the future. So that's an example there. And then importantly, you have to show that the government is unwilling or unable to help you. So for example, in Uganda, it is against the law to be LGBT. So you have an example there where the government is going to persecute you, is going to harm you because of who you are. That you might get put in jail, you might get taken to a safe house. You know, there's a number of scenarios there. An example of the government being unwilling to help you is if somebody is coming at you through mob justice and the police aren't going to help you. They're just going to let it happen. So if the police aren't arresting you, but someone else is persecuting you in the community through mob justice and the government won't help you, that's an example of the government being unwilling to help you. So just to break it down, it's that you've suffered harm in the past or you have a fear of harm in the future, that it's because of who you are, race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group, and that the government is unwilling or unable to help you, you can't return to your country. Now, generally, the law says that you have to apply for asylum within 1 year of arriving in the United States. But there are certain exceptions that I've been successful with. For example, if someone has suffered substantial mental injury, for example, like if you're so traumatized from what you've happened that you have a mental health condition such as depression or post-traumatic stress disorder that has caused you to delay in filing your case because you couldn't deal with what has happened to you, then that is a ground to overcome this 1 year filing deadline. Or another one is if you have been in legal status, but you're about to lose your legal status and have to go back, then that being in the legal status and then filing within a reasonable period of time after the 1 year, when it's going to be up, that's another exception. So yeah, generally you have to apply within 1 year, but there can be some exceptions to it. And let's see. So I'll just walk you through what the interview situation is like. So after you file your application, you get assigned an alien registration number, an A number, and then you also get a receipt notice with a receipt number for your case that will follow you throughout your whole process. And you do biometrics, which are fingerprints and photos. You wait, and eventually you get called for an asylum interview. When you go for the asylum interview, you check in, and then the whole process is going to be in an office with an officer who asks you questions about your application, your biographical information, why you're afraid to go back, what evidence do you have, what happened to you, and why do you think it happened to you? So that can be anywhere from, I've had them be 1 hour, I've had them be 6 hours. So it really depends on the officer you get and the specifics of your case. Now, there are a couple of things that could happen after your interview. You won't get a decision that day, but you will receive it either in the mail or you have to show up in person and collect your decision. It depends on the office. And it will either be your case is approved, great. Your case is recommended for approval, but it needs a supervisor to review it, or your case is being referred. And even though they say don't call it a denial, it's basically a denial at the asylum office, and it's being referred to the immigration court. If your case is approved at the asylum office, then you're able to apply for a refugee travel document. You're also able to file, it's a follow to joint benefit petition. So you can send a request to have your family members, your children under 21 and your spouse in Uganda go through processing at the US Embassy and enter as asylees. An asylee is the word that means that someone who has been granted asylum status. So this is different from refugees, who are people who are granted refugee status are outside of the United States, and asylees are inside the United States. So basically, you get granted, you can bring your family over. After 1 year, you can apply for a green card. And then 4 years later, you can apply to become a citizen. So that's if you're approved. If your case is referred to the immigration court, you're going to be sent a letter saying that, and also with something called a notice to appear, which is basically the document that says, you know, we're putting you to immigration court proceedings, and it's for the following bases. And generally it'll be something like, you're not a citizen or national of the United States, you're a citizen and national of Uganda, you entered on whatever date with whatever status, and because of this reason, like you overstayed your visa, or for some other reason, you could get, you are removable from the United States. And the term is removable. It used to be deportable, but the laws have changed a bit. So now when you hear about removal proceedings, it's kind of synonymous with being in the process of being deported. But anyway, so your case gets sent to the immigration court, and the first thing that you're going to have is called a master calendar hearing, which is basically a pretrial. And you can answer on something called pleadings. Those are answers to what they're listing out in the notice to appear, the charges of removability. And you could say, yeah, these things are true, but I'm applying for asylum. And so you get a second opportunity to have your case heard before the immigration judge. And the way that the court proceeding works that's different from the interview is, at the interview, it's the officer asking all of the questions. When you go to court, your attorney is the one who's asking questions. The government attorney will ask some other questions. You can present your witnesses. And so it's a very different format, and it occurs in a courtroom, not in an office. So you have that master calendar hearing, and then you get scheduled for what's called an individual hearing, which is your actual asylum trial. And that's the day that your case will be done in the court and the immigration court, and you either will be approved that day or you will receive a decision in the mail. And I know Attorney Laban is going to talk a little bit about appeal, so he'll talk about what happens next there. But that's basically it for that. I also want to touch on work permits for asylum seekers. President Trump, unfortunately, changed the rules on asylum-based work permits. Previously, we had to wait 180 days after you file your application for asylum, and that's the asylum clock. It's just a term that means that the time starts ticking towards when you can apply for your work permit. Now, 180 days was a really long time, and now he changed it on August 25th that asylum seekers have to wait 365 days, an entire year, to apply for a work permit, which is outrageous. And so that kind of ties back to what other speakers were talking about earlier about resources and how can you get by when you come here from your country and you have nothing with you and no connections. How are you going to survive? So this makes it even more difficult and even more important that we get connected to resources. So that's the basics of asylum. And Council Ziwa talked about VAWA a little bit. So that's another option. So if you are the spouse of a lawful permanent resident or a US citizen, and you have faced abuse, it could be psychological, emotional, verbal, physical abuse. And if you are a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Don't be fooled by the name. Violence Against Women Act, it applies to both. Then you can apply for a special immigrant visa, the VAWA, and also ultimately a green card, either at the same time or later on, depending on if you're married to a citizen or to a permanent resident. So that's a very good option for some people. It does require some documentation. I generally have all of my clients go for psychological evaluations and write affidavits. And that reminds me to jump back to with asylum, when you're preparing your case, there's a lot of documentation that you're going to want to have. The most important is the applicant's affidavit describing all of the events that occurred and why they fear returning to their country. I send everyone for a psychological evaluation to document the trauma and its impact emotionally. If the person has any physical injuries, then I have a medical doctor document that in a report. And it also to demonstrate that you are part of the group that you say that you are. So for example, if you're saying that your asylum is based on political opinion, you want to have evidence of that political opinion, whether it's a membership card to FTC or People Power or wherever. And also, you know, your role in that group. Are you a leader in that group? Why would you specifically be targeted? And then any affidavits of anyone who has knowledge of what has happened to you. I have police reports because as you all know, a lot of Ugandans are arrested for political offenses or for LGBT or some rallies because of who they are. And so I often have the clients get the police report, the bond document, and if they had to obtain any medical treatment in Uganda, then we have, you know, from the hospital and so forth as well, documenting that. One of the things too that I failed to mention is in the immigration process, before the judge, unlike in the affirmative process in the office before the officer, you can also seek protection under the Convention Against Torture and withholding of removal. So those standards are a little bit more difficult than just asylum. And so the Convention Against Torture is you don't have to show a connection between who you are and the harm that you suffered, which is one thing that's different than the asylum, but you do have to show that it is more likely than not. So more than 50% likely that you are going to be subjected to torture by a government official or torture by someone that is condoned by a government official. So that's a much higher standard. The withholding of removal standard, you have to show a clear probability of persecution. And so that's a little bit higher, that's definitely higher than the asylum standard. So all of those three options, the asylum, removal, withholding of removal, and protection under the Convention Against Torture are all on the same application. So, but only the immigration court can make a decision about withholding of removal and Convention Against Torture. So I know that in the clients that I represent from Uganda, we see a lot of torture. And so I think that it's really important that anyone who's applying for asylum from Uganda should also be applying under Convention Against Torture as well. And then the other one that I wanted to mention, that is an option that you probably aren't even thinking about, but there's something called a U visa, and U visa is for victims of violent crime. This is crime that has to occur in the United States. It's a very long process, but it is definitely a good thing to put in if you're eligible. The tricky thing with this is that you have to get a law enforcement officer to sign off on this before you can apply. So sometimes that's the biggest hurdle of the case, is to get that taken care of. But there's a list of qualifying crimes, and just like, for example, the one that I probably do the most is domestic violence, rape, sexual assaults, robbery. I have someone I successfully represented who was, it was an armed robbery at a convenience store. So we were able to get them a U visa based on that. So it's not just domestic violence. There are a lot of other crimes that qualify. So I know that, you know, when people come here, sometimes they're vulnerable and things happen, and it's important to keep that in mind, that if you have been a victim of a crime, to cooperate with the police, because you might be able to get an immigration benefit from that. And there's also the T visas for victims of human trafficking, but that process is somewhat similar, but a little bit different than the U visa. So I know we're short on time, so I want to yield back unless there's any specific questions. I did also notice that someone asked about the adoption process. I can touch on that later if we have time.
All right, thank you so much. Councilor Melanie, that is very good. You really went exhaustive on the topics I gave you, very well. So right now we just jump into, since we finished asylum, we're there, you have been granted asylum or you have been refused asylum. So when you denied asylum, the process that you have to continue with is gonna be touched on by Councilor Laban. So Councilor Laban, there you go. I have been denied my asylum, and so I'm in front of you and I need help.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, again. And let me just kind of pick it back again to what Madam Melanie Shapiro talked about in terms of the process, the initial process, and what the government is looking at in terms of asylum seekers. There is a term they call credible fear, credible fear. In other words, whatever it is that you are saying that you are fearful about, the persecution, is it credible? Is it a credible, can you show that this is credible fear, that you fear from being harmed? All right, that's critical. In fact, the first thing that the immigration officer will do is to do that interview. They call it a credible fear interview. If you land in this country, or the moment you're detained and you're seeking asylum, that's the first thing they do. The other thing I wanted to mention is and maybe Madam Shapiro, you can correct me, but it does not have to be you in particular who is facing the persecution. So if your family, if your husband, your wife, your children, someone related to you has been harmed, you can connect, and I think this is what you were saying, the nexus. You can connect not only to the harm that happened, but also through the person who is related to you. All right.
I can jump in a little bit there. it's very specific. So there's a family-based particular social group. So that might be an option, but the case law isn't very good on that right now. And also if someone is being harmed in a way that it impacts you, for example, cases where a person has suffered female genital mutilation and fears that the same thing will happen to their child, that would be an instance where that would be applicable, but it's very case specific.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So anyway, so whenever you go see a counsel, you have to give all the information, give all the scenario, including all your relatives, all your family members, so that it gives a broader perspective as to where you can fit in if there is a need to help you with that. All right. So now talking about the appeals process, and the appeals process is not necessarily just coming out of denial of asylum petition. It's really any kind of petition that you have filed and the immigration office has denied it, all right? And I'm talking about the ones that you are here, not the one that you've been denied when you're still in Uganda. So you're here in America, you filed for some kind of petition, it has been denied, and then now what do you do? Normally, every denial will come with instructions. They'll say, this office you have not proven, all right? You've not proven that you deserve what you're asking for. Because of that, we're going to deny that. We call it a decision. And then the decision will give instructions on what you need to do. Many times they do it. If they don't, they simply just forgot. Then the instructions are going to say, you can file a motion to reopen and reconsider as an option, or you can file an appeal, okay? Now, when you file a motion to reopen and reconsider, you're really just sending it back. You're sending it back to the decision maker, the immigration officer who decided on your case, to reopen and reconsider, all right? There's no intention of going further than that. On the appeal, you're sending it still back. The process is you'll still need to send it back to the same office. However, the audience really is the BIA, the Board of Immigration Appeals. So what happens is, from the moment you start your petition, whatever it is, whatever application you are seeking, make sure that everything that you're submitting, you have a record of it. And you have to submit it when you're asked, and you have to submit it when it's necessary. Appeals are only premised on two things. One, that there was an error that the officer made, either in law or in fact, okay? Meaning the officer did not get the right interpretation of the law, or the officer may have missed some facts, okay? That's one. So there's an error committed by the officer. Or two, there's new and overwhelming evidence. What that simply means, you could not have had this evidence before, and the evidence is so overwhelming, it's so relevant that if you present it before the BIA, then they'll be able to overturn or give you a favorable outcome. You cannot be that you never provided it, because most of the time in most scenarios, before a decision is made to deny, the immigration officer is going to be asking for what we call a request for additional evidence, RFE. And they give you a time frame to respond to those. And if you don't respond, then that's when they have to make a decision. Or if you respond and they feel that it's not adequate, it does not address the issues that they're asking in their notice of intent, all right? And I may have missed that as well. So whenever the officer is intending to deny, they're going to send you a notice of intent to deny and outline. They usually will give a slew of issues or information that either is inconsistent or is missing or is derogatory on your case. And they ask you to clarify it. And they give you a timeline to respond to that. So if you don't, they give you the intent letter, you call it a NOID, notice of intent to deny. And then the next thing is, once you respond, if you overcome the issues they're raising, then of course they give you a favorable outcome. If you're not able to overcome, then they're going to make a decision. And then that's when you go to the next step of filing an appeal. When it goes to the appeals is usually a bench of judges who look at your case. And what happens is they just look at what is on record. And they are basically going to make three decisions from that record. One, this is now the BIA, the judges. They're going to say they agree with the immigration officer's decision, okay? So in other words, they rule against you. Or two, they can send it back, right? They can send it back to the immigration officer with certain instructions. We call it a remand. They remand it back to the immigration officer and set certain requirements that they may have failed or missed in the process of adjudicating that case. Or three, they can agree with you, with your position, because when you make the appeal, you also have to seek a prayer. You have to say what you want the BIA to do. So if they agree with you, then they give an instruction, all right, to the immigration officer agreeing with what you're saying for further action towards giving you whatever that you're asking for. But the key thing is appeals is purely an evidence on record. That's really what it is. If you never presented it before, it may be too late for you to come. If it's something you should have had it before and you're getting it now you can present it and explain why you could not have had that evidence during the time of the process of your case or when it was asked. So in other words, if it's something that you just never had it, you could never get it, and now you have it and you give a reason as to why, then the court might consider that. But the key thing is give as much evidence as possible during your application process. And when you do that, you're also preserving evidence for your appeal, because the appeal process is going to be based on what is on file, not something that you're going to bring new. In most scenarios, you'll not get a live audience in terms of the BIA. Very rarely they will give a live audience. Most of the time, they simply make a decision based on what you submit or what your lawyer submits to the BIA. The process also that it goes back to the immigration officer to have a look at it. And most of the time what the officer does, if you make an argument that maybe the officer missed or they have become enlightened, they can still change their decision, all right? Because they have the ability to do so. However, if even after you give your side of law and fact in terms of the appeal, and they still are firm in their position, then they will still go ahead and send it to the BIA and just say they still stick to their position and let the BIA make a decision on it. I think that's pretty much, and that's for every case. It doesn't matter whether it's a denial from a family-based petition. It doesn't matter. Any kind of denial that an immigration officer makes or a court, makes, a judge makes, then that's the process that basically you have to go through. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Council Laban. You really went into depth with that appeals process, because it's just a short process, but very, very fundamental in any immigration adjustment of status in the United States. So right now,
Madam Speaker. Yes, I think it would be important for Lawyer Laban to answer this question. It goes a long way with what he's talked about. But this particular asylum, it's a question on the table. It says, I applied for asylum and my case was officially received on February 24th. I was scheduled to appear for biometrics on April 20th and an interview on April 25th, the following week. However, when I got to the biometrics appointment, there was a sign on the door saying the office was closed till further notice and that appointments will be rescheduled. The following week, I received a cancellation notice for my interview, but none has come to date for the biometrics. I recently applied for work authorization after the thought that 150 days had collapsed and was denied. The reason given was that my EAD clock had been stopped by 42 days because of the cancellation biometrics appointments. This is unfair, as I did not cause the closure or intentionally miss the appointment. Can I contest this decision? And have you heard of any similar case? What would you advise me to do?
I think, and Madam Shapiro, you can chime in here. We live in some very different times, all right, in terms of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and not just in immigration court, but really in all spheres of law and judicial systems. That there are so many things that have been pushed forward because of, as we speak right now, for example, our immigration courts here in Houston are closed, completely closed. So if you have an individual hearing where you had to go and make your final submissions, you can't. And unfortunately, when they reset them, you often get a date 2 years from today, simply because of ongoing backlog, over the years. So in this scenario, I'm very sure, unfortunately, this is a person who was caught up with the unfortunate advent of the COVID-19. And there are many scenarios of this kind that are coming up. I haven't had a scenario in particular similar to that, but I'm sure there are many that are going to come out because of either missed deadlines. Now, recently, USCIS, and this is the other thing, I think everybody need to have a regular check on the uscis.gov. They usually share some pertinent information as to what procedures they're changing or what updates they have, and you can be able to know. They may not give you all the inner details, even as we rely on organizations that we belong to for updates, because we're able to reach out to the council on the other side, for the government, on what they're doing in particular cases. And so if you're able to keep up on the website to get that information, then you would know. So recently, I do know USCIS did extend some deadlines for submissions on particular cases. If they are requested for additional evidence, usually the additional evidence it's either 30 days or I think it's 3 months, depending on what the issue is. And they were able to extend and say, because of this, they gave an allowance of additional days. So this scenario, I think it's, they may have to reach out. They can call me separately so I can get further details, or they can seek an immigration lawyer in wherever they are, and dig deeper into it to see exactly what it is. But the other thing about immigration is very mechanical in the sense that it's about timeline. So therefore, if a date has come, that's it. You can't change it because that's just the date. And you try to reason and say, but this happened. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but the clock has ticked, the thing. Now, there may be exceptions to overcome it, but that's just something now a lawyer has to dig deep to find out what they can do. I don't know if, Melanie, you have something you can add on that.
Yeah, I noticed that the person who asked the question said, I suggested that they call USCIS and asked to have the clock restarted, but they said that they did, and they were told that the biometrics would be rescheduled in October, and that's when the clock would pick up at 42 days. I have seen during this pandemic that USCIS, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, has been sending, rejecting applications left and right that it makes absolutely no sense. So we've been getting a lot of rejections. We've been getting requests for evidence for stuff that has already been included in the application. So I think that given the backlog and that a lot of the USCIS employees are working from home and things are being scammed and lost, that is just a really crazy time right now. One of the things that I've been doing when I've been getting rejections that are arbitrary is I've been sending a letter back with the packet and highlighting things. So maybe this person can send a letter back and say, like, this is incorrect, it shouldn't have been stopped. I think it would be worth hiring an attorney probably or seeking counsel of an attorney to draft up the legal argument about that, but it might be worth contesting. But unfortunately, this is the situation for a lot of people right now.
Yeah, and the other thing that I've found out is immigration did hire a number of staff, and many of them they barely just had even started before COVID-19, And now they're the ones, handling these files. And so they're naturally, they're just new in the process. And so some of the mistakes they make, like what you mentioned, Melanie, you wonder because, you already know that this is not right.
Right.
But unfortunately, the process, it just adds on to the headache and the length of time that you have to continue fighting. But my advice is just be diligent with those dates, be diligent with every notice that you get. Share that with your lawyer, and let them help you research on it. But also be your own best lawyer. Keep up with that. I mean, you have to be on top of what's going on, and especially during this time. As we know, immigration has been quite a challenge in the last few years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you so much. We have always to respond in 1 or 2 minutes, but it's okay when it's exhaustive like that. I love it. Right now, we have really exhausted that. We want to come into how the social media impacts immigration. So without further ado, Councillor or Mr. Secretary Mike Mukasa, could you go ahead and give us that spiel?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank all the panelists on this forum. This is very informative and educative session. I want to make a disclaimer again, even though I work for the federal government, I'm not here as a representative of the federal government, but I'm just representing my community and sharing ideas of my experience with immigration. Social media has gone so far away because when you read, for example, I'm gonna read the text here. If you're planning on applying for a green card or citizenship, you may want to check your private settings on social media. I don't know if so many people know that. The US Department of Homeland Security will soon include a question asking for social media username on the number of application and visitor applications, including green card and naturalization forms. Here we go. Now, first step we do, all of us, we go to the embassy and we apply for a visa. They give you the visa, you get excited and you post, oh, I've got a visa. Even some people go an extra mile to post the exact visa number. That's another topic for another day. Then you post, oh, I thank my husband for supporting me, has even bought me a ticket to go to the US. You post right there. Now you fly to America, you post when you're on the plane. You land to America, you go visit Mr. Laban in Houston, you go visit Mr. Bakasara in DC, and then you post about the White House. And then you are posting, oh, how I miss my family, I miss my children, I love my country, this food here is not so nice, I want my food back home. Okay, now after a month, we got what Mr. Laban said. You've changed your mind that, oh, maybe I've enjoyed the stay. One time I went to Mr. Laban's office and he said, it is categorized in such a way that someone invites you to his house. You enjoy his house and then you say, what? Maybe I'm going to stay and sleep for another night. Then you start consulting our local leaders like Council Ponte Yafalat. What can I do to stay in America? Then Council Ponte is going to say, hey, I think you better get someone to marry, or you better apply for asylum. But remember, you have a whole chunk of information you've been posting. From the day you got your visa, thanking your husband, now you've come to America, how beautiful your country, Uganda, is. This country, you don't understand it. Now, on your application, maybe you've got a person you want to marry, and then you're applying. You are forgetting in less than 3 weeks, you are married, and you are telling all of us on social media how your husband is very good to you, has even bought you an air ticket, and you're not changing that. Now, I always tell people, and this has made me to be successful in life. At every interview, at every examination, put yourself on the other side. Let's assume you are the examiner. Now, DHS has your information now. They know all your posts and your pictures and everything. But now you are telling us that, oh, now I am married to this person. And I love him so much. He's promising me heaven and earth. But 2 months on your post, what you posted is totally different. Think about it. Right down there, you are failing yourself. And then you're going to run to Mr. Laban that, hey, they have denied me. What can I do, Mr. Laban? I want your help. So social media is very, very important. It has some benefits. For example, back in the days when you're applying, you didn't know any resources. You just go to Mr. Laban, Miss Melanie, Mr. Zua to give you information. But now you can go to the website, you can go to the Department of Homeland Security website, read all those posts. You can go to Google, put in a question, depending on which case you want. There are so many archive files there of people who have gone through the same things. So it gives us resources, but you shouldn't depend so much on those resources, but the lawyer has more knowledge. And that's why I mentioned that all my people who come to me, I refer them to Mr. Laban because he's a specialist. I can give them the basic knowledge. But then, let's come back. You are married, okay, to Mr. Peter, and you've submitted your application. But your Facebook status says you are married to Salongo and you even have twins. And you even have the pictures of the twins. And you've not changed that. What do you think this person is thinking? I think Mr. Zua mentioned it, that as you walk into the interview, they already know your information. They already know each and everything that you've went through and what you submitted. But there is some of this information that we don't sometimes give time to study. I don't want to mention this, or have Gmail. You don't know how long I used to be a hacker. I don't know how long you think it takes for somebody to hack into your system, to get the email and find out all your correspondences. There are some questions that we're going to ask you. I've been sending money. Do you have foreign accounts? You say no, but you have Cash App, which is an application we use on social media, on these media platforms. It can show all your transactions and you think, oh, we are so safe. No, we're not. Think about all these posts, whatever you're posting. Mr. Zua and Mr. Lama said, Madam Speaker mentioned, bona fide marriage. What you are presenting me as I'm looking at you, I'm looking at your case, you are saying it's a bona fide marriage between two loving individuals. But your Facebook status, your Instagram is saying something different. Then you wonder, how did they deny me? They're not going to tell you that. Now, even let's go back to Uganda. You're applying for the visa. Some people get denied. They don't know why. The information, the person is applying for a visa is saying, I'm going to go visit my family. I miss my sister in the US. Then you're asking you, do you have any relative in the US? You say, no, I don't have any relative in the US. I don't really know anyone in the US. But on your Facebook status, my friend. Now, Ms. Mellon mentioned something also. Now we are applying. She mentioned about in asylum, the social group that we belong to. We are straight. But then you come here and say, oh no, I belong to this social group. Well, okay, we can understand back home, people wouldn't want us to post that I belong to this social group, maybe LGBT. But you don't have any evidence on your social media account. Okay, you're also applying for asylum. You're a people power fan, you believe in people power. But on your post, you are posting about NRM, how the government of Uganda is so good, and then you're asking for asylum. My friend, you are contradicting yourself. That's why Mr. Laban and Melan and all these people are having so many cases. They're having clients because we are giving them the jobs, that we are giving them work to do. But it's simple stuff, but we don't think about it. The internet has gone so viral. Everything now. Another case, another example. You apply for asylum, maybe you apply for the green card, and it's taking so long. Just because you don't have a social media account. Right now, it's in social media where everyone goes to do a background check. Let it be employment, they go to social media. Okay, you're applying for naturalization, or you're applying for the green card. You're telling us how you love this country, America. God bless America. But on your social media, you are fighting, say, this country is so bad. I support ISIS. I like ISIS. Yeah, these Americans are killing people in Iraq. That is very wrong. The information is down there. Trust me, they see these things. And then at the end of the day, you ask yourself, why was I denied? You go to Mr. Laban, he makes an appeal, and he still will get denied because of what you posted. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anthonys and the community leaders, let us sensitize our community members on how to use social media. Let us tell them to be watchful and mindful. Now, someone's going to say, I will close all my accounts. On the website, when you're filling that form, they want you to have a username. They need that username. They need your username. They are not asking for your password. Actually, I can get a username by using your telephone number, your date of birth, but they are asking you to give it to them. So which means they expect you to have an account. So your account of social media have to match with your application. They go hand in hand. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me a chance to speak about this interesting topic. I want to thank all the panelists on this forum. I've been receiving so many messages from my community. They're enjoying, they are learning, and we're all learning from each other. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mike, also Mr. Secretary for the Council. You have pertinent information. Social media has really put people under the bus. I think it throws you under the bus immediately, and you wonder. So really, cybersecurity, intel is something everybody should be. It's not about immigration, but it's about our whole community. We should be recognizant of what we post, how we interact, and what we are supposed to tell others about who we are, what we stand for, and what we hope to achieve. Because if one decides to look into your background check, that has to come out. It will come out, and it will pin you, and it will pin you in a wrong era. So try as much as possible to get yourself in line. Do not delete your whole Facebook post. That is also a red flag. If you come up and then you say, oh, I'm going in for something, and then you just delete your whole Facebook post, we go like, that raises an eyebrow. So you should be watchful. Don't just delete all your Facebook posts, but just do the rightful thing, and don't cause an alarm onto your Facebook. Without further ado, I'm going to go into Mr. Bakashara, the Deputy Speaker, so that he can talk about how we can use our money wisely, because that is very important. And then we go into the 90-day program.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and Secretary Mike Mukasa. I don't know how much to thank you because this is really, really important. And hopefully people don't learn the wrong reasons that we're here trying to coach them on how to beat the whole interview system. Not at all. And one thing that I probably would add to what he said is, this is not just about the discrepancies between what you said and what is on your social media accounts. It's also a question of character. Even if you are the ones, like you said, put yourselves in the shoes of the interviewing officers. Why would you want to let into the United States of America or to grant somebody citizenship of this great country, someone of questionable moral character, who is on Facebook, on media accounts, yelling at people, screaming obscenities, and why would they give you citizenship? So this is not even about lying. You actually could have sold everything that you had said could be true, except they're looking at your post and how vulgar and how vile and how you respond to other people and how you, the abusive language you use. And somebody said, no, I don't want you to come into my country. I guarantee you, even if any of you was having that, had that authority, you would come to the same judgment. So that's probably the only thing I want to add on to what our great secretary has said. So yes, management of your social accounts is very, very important. I learned that in school. Others didn't get that opportunity. You can Google Albert Bakasar. My name is the same on social media, on all my social media accounts, because I am who I am. I learned that at Catholic University, but like I said, others have not gotten that. Management of a social media account is a course in itself that we do in school. So, Madam Speaker, I had already talked about the three money factors, and I think Council Zua came in and talked about the importance of taxes. And again, we are not asking you to figure out good ways of lying. No, we actually, even us as this is our adopted homeland, I would love for you to pick up your fair share and pay your taxes. Just be a good citizen. Why should I pay for your taxes and you live freely? If you're making an income somewhere there, put that into pay your taxes so it can help our community. This is your community now. We have a homeland in Uganda, a motherland in Uganda, but we have an adopted homeland here. It's our community. We have to make it better. Your kids are going to go to school. You're going to drive on this road. So pay something in there. Yes, it will help you in the immigration process because at some point you're going to go for an interview. And they're going to, of course, you're going to answer these questions and you say, oh, 3 years you've been in the US and you have never worked? So the question is, why would somebody give you citizenship if you have come in this country with great opportunities, you have never worked, you have never even tried to better yourself, you have not educated, at least that's what you're claiming. So why would somebody look at your case positively? So again, Madam Speaker, I think I talked about the money factor and how credit taxes that Mr. Zua added on, and then the other part was on the credit worthiness. So they will look again. They will look at your credit. If you to see have you been paying your bills. If they Google your name and use their databases and see that you failed for 3 bankruptcies and you are on a green card, why would somebody grant you citizenship? So those are some of the things that will impact our immigration experience. But I want to touch on the education factor because that's the only thing that I did not touch on. So the education factor is important. Again, it goes into what you have been doing if you're especially in this process where you are trying to, going through the application process. Register for some courses. I know a lot of us come here and we have this mentality from Uganda, and we want to join the best university so we can tell our friends that we are this university and that university. But really the great experience for a newcomer, somebody who has just landed here, is a trade school. I'm here, I have a bachelor's degree and 2 graduate degrees, but my undergraduate degrees, I paid for it out of my pocket, driving a taxi in the streets of Washington, DC. It's an experience. If you have to drive an Uber, if you have to go drive a nursing home, go get a certificate in nursing, go get a certificate in mechanics, and then register at some community college and do a trade. So if you were called in there 2-3 years down the road, you at least have an answer for the immigration officer to say, this is what I've been doing with my time. Okay, I've registered for some trade school. I've earned a couple of certificates. So they see if you're granted some status You're like one of the lawyers said, you're not going to be a public charge. The United States of America taxpayer is not going to be the one paying for your rent and food. But if you come and just present a scenario where for 2 years, we don't know what you've been doing because you have not filed taxes, you have not educated yourself, you have not bettered yourself in any way, you're likely not to succeed in your case. So yes, so do register for a trade school. For the immigrant parents who are here, because this is the holistic immigration experience, there are a lot of available opportunities, scholarships for our kids, community colleges. The pressure of keeping up with the Joneses and trying to put your kid in the expensive four-year college, if you have not planned for it, don't do it, especially as immigrants. We have a lot, our families in Uganda depend on us. We have a lot of burden, a burden. We have a lot on our shoulders. So do not put that pressure on yourself, and do not load your kids with student loans that they will still pay. I'm still paying for my graduate school student loan, but at least I was lucky, and I'm fortunate enough to have a job that allows me to pay it. But you don't want your kid stuck with $1,000 a month student loan. You really don't. So there are community colleges where the kid can start, and then they move on to four-year college. Those arrangements are almost in every state, at least I know. So I guess education is very important. It helps your case, your immigration case. It also helps you to better your life and the life of your family. I don't know if anything else that you want me to add on, Madam Speaker, but again,
Speaker, may I chime in with what my brother just said, if it's okay?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
just
go ahead for 1 minute.
Yeah, so just resist the pressure of doing these things. And lastly, maybe I should mention that now that you have decided to go the college routes, this is for those who are immigrants here or the ones who have kids going into college. Since you've decided that, this is not the time to say, well, I want to be a lawyer like my dad. I want to look at what are the next, the opportunities that are coming online. Like I said, I work for the Department of Labor, or maybe I didn't. The Bureau of Labor Statistics put out these projections. Go on their website and see what future jobs are going to be available for your kids or for yourself as an immigrant. If you're starting a course today, think 4 years from now. Right now, they're projecting courses in health, in the health sector. Diagnostics and medical informatics. Mr. Secretary talked about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity jobs are projected to grow. And then there's medical informatics, and talked about that. And then data analytics. So those are some of the things you can do to better your immigration experience, and as a start, and when you're already here. I hand back to you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, 1 minute, Councillor Laban, so that we can go to Councillor Laban, so that we can go to Councillor Teafa.
Thank you very much for the time. Just three things. I wanted to respond to what Brother Mr. Mukasa was talking about in reference to the social media aspect, as well as when you start your case. It's so important. If you have an issue with immigration, seek legal professional counsel. We have in our communities street lawyers, right? They'll tell you, me, this is what I did, and this is how I got it. And trust me, your case is not the same as the next one. And it's not the same person who is going to adjudicate it. When you started right from the beginning, you have a higher chance of success than if you dive into it without really getting proper professional guidance. And now you're trying to go back to fix the problems that were done previously. It's like 10 times the headache. And trust me, it's going to be 10 times the cost when you're going to hire a lawyer to help you to undo what has been done. The second thing I wanted to mention in terms of the social media, Ms. Albert mentioned about the moral character. You cannot. Now, some of the forms that we fill in immigration, they have some questions which we don't think much about. They ask you, for example, have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been detained? Are you a drunkard? Are you, all those kind of questions. And you're just saying no, 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 no. But on your social media, Facebook, every day you have Glenn Fiddich here, then you have Glenn Levitt, you have all the Glenn families on every day of the week, and how drunk you were yesterday and how you're gonna be drinking tomorrow. And then next week there's another party coming up and you're hosting it and you have pictures of you laying down. And the question now you are asked, are you a drunkard? Because that's all that you're portraying yourself to be. That's the character of who you are. Now, we can control your life, just know that that's what people look at, not only in government, but even private sector. Most employers now look at social media. I look at social media, quite frankly, I'll confess to you. If you came to look for a job in my office, the first place among the first things I'm going to check is Facebook and LinkedIn. And I'm gonna see who you're associated with, what you do and what you're connected and what's your past. That's the first point. It just comes naturally. So if what you have on Facebook is all this, negative stuff about yourself, just know that it's going to affect you. Now, there was a question someone posted about the DV lottery. They went to the embassy and they were denied because they were told that they had applied for the DV lottery. Remember when I spoke earlier, I said, when you go to the embassy and you have shown intent, you're put in two buckets. Either you're an intending immigrant or a non-intending immigrant, a non-immigrant. The DV lottery is essentially an intent to permanently immigrate and come and live in the United States. So you have shown intent that when you apply for the DV lottery, you've shown intent to permanently immigrate. When you go for the interview, let's say you're going to seek a temporary visa, then you have to overcome social ties. You have to be able to convince the officer that there is enough for you to go and come back. And the social ties is just varied, right? It's about what do you do in Uganda? How much do you earn? Are you married? Do you have children? Are you a member of some organization that you lead? All those things then go to show that surely you cannot be leaving all these behind just to go and live in another country. So that's the essence of why they were asking that. So anytime that you've met an intent, you've shown an intent to permanently move, that's always going to be there. Now the button is for you to say, even though I had that intent, I'm not intending anymore. I just want to go visit and then come back. I yield back to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much for using that 1 minute. Very, very interesting. And we want to go into Madam VP. She wants to be the one to introduce Council Tiafa. So Council Tiafa, you have the honor to be introduced by Madam VP.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you so much, our community, our leaders of UNAA. What an honor. Really, this is the kind of information our people need because many have fallen victim of so much misinformation. So thank you so much, and we honor your time. So I just want to say something interesting, that it's one thing that you have a dream to do something, but when you see it in reality, coming into UNAA, on my manifesto, one of the major things I talked about is to make sure we help our people with the journey with immigration, but also knowing that our people are behind bars and the only crime they've committed is to come to this country, just like all of us. So it's been a journey a couple months ago, and I had a story of some of our own behind bars immigration detention. And I started thinking of how to help them. I'm so grateful that there's a community of us leaders and a community of nonprofit organizations and lawyers who have stood alongside this journey. And as we speak, we have 4 of our own Ugandans during this COVID time that have been able to be released with asylum. I thank God for that. But I haven't not done this job alone. I reached out to some council members, and one of them was Councillor Paul Ntiafa, who literally opened up his home, because as we all know it, when our people come out of there, there's no way to go. The hopelessness in their journey, in their story. But I know that we know that God is always on our side. So Councillor Po opened up his home, and so far he has 2 of them in his house. We will not be able to share their faces today, but you hear their story. We started a 90-day program with Councillor Ponteafa, and that is to be able to provide free housing, free resources, free food, to make sure that at least they can get on their feet again. And as we speak, one of them is already working. Another one is in the process. I won't tell what he's done. He's in Colorado. He's been working day in and day out. 2 weeks ago, I was able to travel to Colorado and I was able to meet 2 of our own. And one of them is joining them next week. He was given an asylum on Thursday, and I thank God for that. So I want to take this honor to introduce Councillor Ponteafa for the amazing job you're doing. And I want to call on to all the Ugandans in the community. We are going to be calling on to you to do the same thing Councillor Ponteafa is doing. So I take the honor to introduce one of our major movers in this journey, Councillor Ponteafa. Please take it away. And we have 5 minutes, Councillor Ponteafa. Sorry about this.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. As you all know, I go by the names of Ponteafa. I'm a UNAA representative for the Rocky Mountain again. Yes, we have the 90-day program. The 90-day program, as we said, when I came to UNAA, I said that we would deliver. We're not working for the money. We're here to help people. The 90-day program is going to be part of UNAA. It will be the North Uganda North American Association Resettlement Program. In the 90-day, our 90-day program will include free housing, free food. We'll help you get a job. During the 90 days, we'll help you to get a job. So if you come to America, you want to know exactly what you want in America. And during the 90 days, you come to Denver, Colorado. We'll give you free. We can help you with transportation. That's picking you from the airport. We'll get you where you're going to sleep that night. Food for 90 days. We'll help you get open a bank account. So you need to open up a bank account so you get established credibility in America. When we talk about jobs in Colorado, we have entrepreneurs in Colorado. We are willing to hire for those who are willing to work. I'll repeat this. If you're willing to work, come to Colorado in the 90-day program. We will hire you. During those 90 days, you establish yourself a financial stability in America. We have people who have entrepreneurs who have car dealerships. We have people who have landscaping companies. We have people who do housing, real estate. So during the 90 program, they will hire you. You create what we call work ethics in America. And during the 90-day program, we're going to help you build credit. How do we build your credit in America? During that 90-day program, we'll help you get a car on credit. Every time you make a payment during that time, we report on your credit. I'm here at a good thing in Colorado. I own a car dealership that's called DIA of Auto Sales. So when you buy a car through our company, we'll give you credit. So another thing, what we have we have affidavit of support. So we understand when you come to America, you don't have an address. We are willing to give you an address where you receive your mails during the 90 days. If you hire a lawyer during the 90 days, you are able to send your mails for immigration on this address. And also on this program, on the 90-day program, if you've been like, I'll give example for those girls who are in different states, you think in a marriage, you don't want to be in that kind of marriage, please leave any unwanted marriage. Come to our 90-day program. We'll give you a refuge. So during the 90-day program, you find where to go. And we also would like to ask the government of Uganda to establish what they call consulates in every state where Ugandans can run in case they need help. This is just the beginning of the 90-day program, but I can't do it by myself. As the VP said, so far we have 4 boys that are out of jail. They got asylum granted. 3 of them are living with me right now. One is coming out next week. The 2 of them, they have jobs as I speak to you now. They have jobs, they have cars, they have bank accounts, and they have been able to get financial stability right now as I speak. And after the 90-day program, they'll be getting their own apartments. They can apply for their own apartment because they have credit on them during the 90-day program. So I encourage other Ugandans to open up their doors, their homes, just take one person, you know, so that we can help all other Ugandans that are out there. They don't know where to go. And I encourage all those Ugandans, if you applying for a visa, coming to Uganda, we're going to in Uganda, we'll create a base for Ugandans. Before you come to America, you have to go to this base, ask, are you going to America? What are you going to do? So we want to get to now this con man, you know, people wanting people 20 million Ugandan shillings. So you don't get conned. You're going to call us. You ask about you give us the information of where you're going, what state. We will do a research for you, because we don't want this conning to be going on and on. We need to stop the conning of Ugandan people their money. So in the 90-day program, we will do a search for you before you come. And if you're in America, you've been stranded, you don't know where to go, come to our 90-day program. You will enjoy all these fruits. If you have any questions, reach out to the VP of UNAA, or you can go to the website of UNAA. You can get my contact, my email, or my phone number. Call me if you have any questions about the 90-day program. But we are here to help you. We don't work for money. We are here to help.
What an honor. That is powerful. Thank you so much, Councillor Ponteafa. What an honor to know you and to know that you're serving our people. So yes, as he said, we want all Ugandans, those who are able and willing, to really open up their homes. We have so many of our own who are actually in spaces where they're not comfortable, they're being abused. I think we need to talk about this. They're being abused. So let us be open. And if anyone is out there and you know you need help, you need housing, please reach out to us. We'll be able to support. So we are left with a few minutes. I want to introduce and also call one of our own who is actually working on the front line, bringing resources to our community. Mr. Mpima, please, can you share what you are doing? And definitely your program is going to be a partnership with UNAA and through the VP office. Thank you so much. One thing Councillor Ponteafa was not able to say, our two own Ugandans right now as we speak have a social security number as we speak.
Yes.
They're able to get it within a week staying in his home. So this is the work he's doing every day. So I also wanted to share that he's on the front line fighting for our people every day. So thank you so much, Councillor. Mr. Pima, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Lydia. And I thank you for being available to partner with Immigrant Guide. We have reached out to you several times, and I appreciate that you have decided to take us on, or you've decided to be proactive because you believe in this cause, you believe in the app, you believe in our concept that is not only going to help Ugandan immigrants, but all immigrants in the United States. I appreciate what you are doing, but I always have a question. How many have access to that information? And this is the basis or the ground of what we are doing. We are having great people who are doing wonderful stuff, who are offering services. We are having great resources in every city of this country, in every state. Resources are available, but access to the information is the problem. We happen to live in enclaves as immigrant communities, whereby Ugandans live in Ugandan pockets, in Ugandan community pockets, Cameroonians, Nigerians, Hispanics, or the Latina or Latinx communities. So we get to know resources within or amongst us. We don't have an opportunity to share them. Immigrant Guide, the application, will create an opportunity for immigrants to share those resources through the app. It's going to be community-centered, whereby it's built by the community and for the community. You share your resources. We investigate whether these resources are legit, and then we share them with everyone in this country. That if you travel from maybe New York with your phone application and arrive in Los Angeles, the same application will give you those resources in your radius, or in whichever radius you're in, or you are in your zip code. So that's the most interesting part of it. The most interesting part is the discussion board or the forum. There is a lot of information we don't have access to. The forum is going to give an opportunity to share information that is not official or information that is not formal, but formal amongst us as immigrants. You wouldn't like the USC, or even sometimes the lawyers, to know some of the information. I'll be honest about this. But these questions, as they are asked within the groups, folks who've experienced the same can share their experiences, especially when it comes to sharing, rather accessing resources. And we get to achieve a community that has access to whatever they need when they arrive here. I would like to talk about the most important necessities: accommodation, education, and immigration. Immigrants, when they arrive here, we tend to think that it's very simple, which is really not the case. Sometimes, even when you are hosted by someone, you're given all access, like in the 90-day program, there are lots of things that we leave out or we don't know about. We are coming to a country with a system that doesn't favor Black people. Trust me, take it or don't. The system is against Black people, whereby only 57% of Black people have access to the kind of education that can qualify them to go into college, and whereby only 45% of those who've joined college can graduate. I'm talking about the Black people. So you are coming here to be part of that entire mess. It prepares a Black person for jail, a Black man for jail, and a Black woman for failure and single motherhood. All these can be avoided as immigrants or kind of mitigated if at all we have access to proper resources. We happen to come from a community, from a society that is pro-community, pro-family, that is supportive. We tend to have support systems whatsoever. If we bring that culture aspect in the access to resources, you will be surprised how the immigrant community is going to be strong and stand in the United States, even in other countries like the United Kingdom, Sweden, etc. There are lots of scholarships, and briefly I'll talk about scholarships. Our project is going to center so much on providing resources that help immigrants enroll in schools. There are lots of scholarships whereby you don't even need to have a green card or even status. But do we get to know them? We don't, but they exist. We would like to provide those. In a nutshell, you told me 5 minutes, and I will be cooperative. 5 minutes. If at all organizations, communities, you the lawyers, this is going to be an opportunity for you to have a pool of clients, to offer your services, to offer pro bono and lo bono services to immigrants. Let's support this application. Let's support this concept. If at all we all come together, we are going to have a unified immigrant community, not just a Ugandan immigrant community or Kenyan immigrant community or a Tanzanian, but a general immigrant community. We need to think out of our boxes or out of our community pockets or community enclaves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my dear friend Pima. What an honor. I'm so grateful that everything is coming into play now. And definitely, we are in partnership for life, because our story is a story that is here forever. And as we know, we still have people who are pretty much planning to come. So get ready. And I wanted to make sure that all our panelists can leave their information in the chat, please. Let us leave it for our people. We have pretty much 5 minutes to close because other panelists are coming in. But before we do that, I want to introduce another amazing, amazing sister of mine I met here. I live in Irvine, California, in Orange County. And we've been working together. She has an organization called the Bridge Alliance. She's an advocate for Black immigrants. And she lobbies at Capitol Hill almost every other week. Miss Abakasara, this is a great person to connect whenever she's there. I travel with her. We've been working on a lot of work. I don't want to say her story. Miss Golene, I'm giving you, it's so sad, but 3.5 minutes. Please come in. She's been helping us with our own. She has bought tickets. She has gotten lawyers for our own to get out of the immigration detention with asylum given to them. I cannot say enough about you, Miss Golene. Please, can you, I want all our community to see you and the work you've done for us and still do.
Thank you so much, VP Lydia. Again, forgive me, the heat is absolutely killing me right now. And we are in the middle of getting the brother out of immigration detention. My name is Berlin Joseph. I am from Haiti, was born in Haiti, but I am currently in Orange County, California, working with Lydia. And we lead the organization that is focusing on Black immigrants at the border between Mexico and the US. We also have the Black Immigrants Bail Fund. As we all know, when our people get caught up in the system, they end up in immigration prison, and sometimes they are given very high bonds in order for them to get released. And we also understand that families might not have the means to pay for those. So we come together to be able to pay bonds for all Black immigrants, no matter where they are from the Caribbean, from Africa. So we work very closely with Lydia, of course, and we have a lot of our brothers and sisters from Uganda who are currently at the border in Mexico trying to ask for asylum. As she mentioned, the past month we had been able to get 4 brothers from Uganda out who are now in Colorado, as you heard. But how we help is that from Mexico we go twice a month. We bring humanitarian assistance for them. We connect them with attorneys, with doctors, so that we make sure they are taken care of. And when we serve as the first responders for all Black immigrants entering into the United States asking for asylum. And when they end up in immigration prison, we then connect them with attorneys to plead their cases and pray that they actually get released. So right now we are working on getting a brother released whom we were able, actually they were part of a group who reached out to Lydia about 3 months ago while they were still in Mexico. And then when they arrived in detention, they reached out again. We were able to connect them with a pro bono attorney who then worked on their cases, help them with win asylum, and get them released. I know we only have 3.5 minutes, and there's so much happening, but I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to share a little bit about what we are doing. My organization is the Haitian Bridge Alliance. However, our focus is with all of our brothers from the Caribbean and Africa to make sure as they enter into the system here, they have a soft landing and they have a community to receive them. So understanding, as I believe it was Michael who mentioned before, once we get in this country, it doesn't matter where we are from. I was born in Haiti, Lydia was born in Uganda. But once we got here, we are one and the same. And we have to understand that, as our brother mentioned earlier as well, the system has been built against Black people, whether it is those of us who are descendants of slaves in America or newly arriving Black people in this country. The system has been stacked against us. So we have to be very careful, and we have to come together as a community if we are to survive everything that's happening. So my call is always a call of solidarity, of unity, as we say in Haiti, "Ampil Meshai Palu," which means with many hands, the load is lighter. Together we are stronger. So as I fight for our people at the border and in Congress and with the Senate and trying to bring policy and working on laws that will bring relief to our people, I ask that we come together to answer those needs. We currently have a pastor, Pastor Stephen from Uganda, who has been in immigration prison for the past 20 months. We have been fighting on his behalf to get released. Unfortunately, we have not been successful so far. We have been able to get 4 newly arrived released. However, Pastor Stephen has been in detention. He suffered kidney failure. He is diabetic. My call to the Ugandan community is to come around us to plead for Pastor Stephen's freedom so that we can save his life. So he is on the bridge of being deported, but we are here fighting on his behalf. The fight is ours, saving his life, saving our brothers and sisters at the border and in this country so that we can bring relief. So thank you so much for having me again. Lydia, you can share with them the link for the Black Immigrants Bail Fund that is specifically for Black people from the Caribbean and Africa when they are in need of financial assistance. And also Haitian Bridge Alliance, we provide all services and we are leading advocacy efforts on behalf of Black immigrants. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ghislaine, for your amazing efforts and heart to humanity. We appreciate you. And just like she said, many of you have seen my flyer about Pastor Stephen. There is a petition I'm going to be sending out to the Ugandan community. Let us stand together with our brother. To the lawyers here, we need you. We have so many of our people, and the only thing they need is a lawyer to be there for them. So we're about to close, but before we do that, there's another forum coming up, and they need this space. I think, Miss Melanie to answer about the adoption question within 1 minute. I don't know that you can do that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Adoption is super complicated. Uganda is not a member to the Hague Convention, so the process is a little bit different. So the first step in the process is doing a form to establish that the family is suitable. The adoption process has to take place in Uganda, and then it goes through the national visa, the embassy and the National Visa Center. And I think if you want more information on that, you can email me or send a message on here on Facebook. And I can provide you more information on it, but basically the process is different because Uganda is not party to the Hague Convention. So it's a bit drawn out, and it's not something I can answer in a minute.
Thank you so much. That's okay. Whoever has that question, please, the emails are in the chat room. Reach out to the lawyers, reach out to the speakers. I want Mpima, Mr. Mpima, 20 seconds, please. I'm looking for you. He has something to share with us.
Because of time, thank you, Lydia. I would have shared the poster, but there is this awesome series of events that we are going to organize as Immigrant Guide, inviting everyone who will see that poster. These events are called Unpacking Our Differences Amidst the Black Lives Matter movement. It so happens that African immigrants, we try to not engage in the social justice movement going on. We have decided to keep quiet. We have decided to shun these efforts, and yet we are all Blacks. What affects a Black American or an African American or Afro-American affects a Ugandan, affects an African immigrant. We would like to unpack these differences and find a common ground. There are lots of stereotypes, lots of prejudicial statements that we come across when we enter this country that separate us, that drive us away from our brothers and sisters. We would like to engage in a meaningful conversation so that we understand each other. Join our virtual events. They are starting in October. Every month for the next 3 months, we are going to have them, and we are running a fundraiser right now to make sure that these events are well organized. I'm looking forward to your donation. We are a 501c3, and all your donations are tax deductible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mpima. And again, I think it will be a disservice to our existence here in America. Before we close, I just want to encourage everyone who is here and who is watching, elections are coming. For many who know me, I am a politician, I think, by birth. I want to encourage everyone to go and vote. We are in this dilemma, our own people are in this dilemma because of the political decisions. We need to be able to elect leaders who are going to be for the people, not for their own selves or for the money. November is here. I've been lobbying Capitol Hill. I worked on our Governor Newsom's campaign here in Orange County with my sister Groline. We've been working with our council, making sure we put people in place, our senators who are for the people. I've worked with the vice president, the first Black woman coming as a vice president, Senator Kamala Harris. I've worked with her. Please, I want to encourage every Ugandan. You have an opportunity to make a difference, and your vote matters. Do not stay at home. Your voice matters, and your voice is your vote. Go out and vote. Do not stay at home. We need leaders who are going to do the real job. Thank you so much. Unless anyone else has, Madam Speaker, do you have something out to close out? But I want to give you the last word to close out. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, all the panelists, the community members who have logged in and who have stayed with us all throughout. Thank you for your questions. We couldn't go into depth with questions. We wanted to bring in the information first, and then next time we will come up again with this forum and just entertain questions. We would tell you, we refer you to our first portion of it, which is right now. And then we will tell you that watch that and then come with your questions, and then we will entertain them. I thank Councillor Laban. I thank Councillor Shapiro. I thank Councillor Ziwa. We had Councillor Kaziba. She couldn't make it because she had a family emergency, but I thank her time too. I thank all the panelists in your categories, in your respected categories. I thank the leadership, which is the executive and the communications department and the development department and the finance who have helped. I thank the sponsors, and I thank each and everybody who has logged in or is trying to log in to get the pertinent information they so desperately deserve. Reach out to us. We are just a phone call away. I have my immigration desk is always open here in Massachusetts, and I've always referred people to all corners of life and made sure that people adjust accordingly at a no fee. I don't do it anywhere like asking people for any donations or money. I just refer you where you need to go. I point in the right direction, and I hope that you get the success. This is what Madam VP is doing. This is what Councillor Tiafa is doing. This is what Deputy Speaker is doing. This is what Mr. Secretary is doing. All the council members in the UNAA leadership are doing the same in their respective communities. So do not say that you're not hearing from UNAA, because UNAA is on ground working for you and making sure that you are where you are and adjusted appropriately. Thank you so much. Thank you for all coming, and thank you for the council leaders and council members being present right now. I appreciate that. And the community, I love you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you, everyone. Please stay safe out there. COVID is real. I work as a hospital administrator at a hospital here in Irvine, so stay safe. And for everyone we've lost in the community, may God hold your family together, and may He receive you in heavenly gifts. So we've lost so many, so we want to just make sure that you know we're here for you. So stay safe, be safe out there. May God bless you all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming to you live in our various places where we are. We are sorry we can't be with you physically this year, but we still can bring the services to you as UNAA, as we have done for the past 2 days. This is Henrietta Wamala, your UNAA president, and with me I've got a mixed panel. I usually call it a cocktail because everyone's going to bring something different, and it will have to do with their lives. It will have to do with, it will be something from either their professional lives, either what they've been through. For example, the students will be sharing with us. We have a sophomore with us. We have a graduate with us. We have a young man with us who's 14 years old. And then we have the parents who are also ready to share with us. So this is a cocktail. It's a conversation which is made of a cocktail of discussions. What I really love about this discussion is that we have a lot of educative information for parents and for the kids, starting from pre-K all the way to university. So if you're a parent and you want to save some money, this is the forum where you should at least be this evening before you break off to go and have some entertainment. If you are a student and you want to learn a thing or two on how to manage your life in school, this is the forum where you should be, because we have a sophomore here, as I said, we have a graduate, and we also have a middle schooler who's going to be talking to you. So without further ado, I'm going to be introducing our panel. Our first panelist is Mr. Justus Mirembe. Mr. Justus Mirembe serves on the UNAA Council. He's the UNAA Council representative for the Pacific region of British Columbia in Canada. He resides in Vancouver and has been there for about 20 years. Mr. Mirembe is the past president of the African Canadian Soccer, as well as the past director of the British Columbia Soccer. And also, the British Columbia Soccer is an entity that is governed under the provincial body of FIFA. He's a staunch advocate for youth empowerment through sports and education, and he will offer his insight on what the Canadian system has for the youth, together with his counterpart, fellow UNAA Regional Representative, Ms. Solomon Navule. So they'll be working together. Ms. Solomon Navule is married to Mr. Sembeguya Godfrey with 2 children. She resides in Canada. She's the UNAA Council representative of the Central Region, and she's a social worker. Ms. Solomon Navule has been in Canada for about 11 years, and she's worked with teens that have been abused and also young mothers. Ms. Navule owns an entity, which in short is PTMOF. And she also has helped a lot of new immigrants, especially youth and women, in the shelter system in Canada, in St. Vincent de Paul, Toronto, Canada. And she has 7 years of community service and leadership experience in the Ugandan community. Solome has a passion to help women, is an advocacy for child protection, loves listening to music and watching movies. Ms. Solome, you're welcome. The next panelist I'll be introducing to you this evening is a young man by the name of Issa Sengendo. Issa is 14 years old. He has an expansive knowledge of finance at 14 years old. He's an avid reader. Issa is a stock trader. Can you imagine, at 14 years old? And also teaches kindergarten in Uganda during summer. Issa attended St. Jean d'Arc Middle School and is heading to high school this September. He has been awarded the Graduate Mentorship Award at his school. Some of his middle school classes have been algebra, French, English, literature. His extracurricular activities include Lego robotics, piano, swimming, Boy Scouts in the USA and Uganda. He loves playing lawn tennis and basketball. Issa has his eyes set on attending Innovation Academy Charter School in high school. And some of the subjects he's going to do are advanced math, Python 1, JavaScript, design 3D. Because he's an avid reader, he has read books such as Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 0 to 1, The Richest Man, The Watsons Go to Birmingham. I think, Issa, you're reaching for the sky. We really are looking forward to hearing from you. And then we have Miss Karen Nkutu Kironda. Miss Karen Nkutu Kironda is a daughter to Andrew and Georgina Kironda. Now, Miss Georgina Kironda is one of our regional representatives. She's a rising sophomore at Yale University. She's pursuing a degree in pre-med, majoring in neuroscience and a minor in data science with artificial intelligence. And she aspires to become a neurosurgeon. Karen attended high school at Marist School. She graduated with a 3.9 GPA and received the National Honors Society Award at the State of Georgia Women in Technology Award in Computer Science. Karen is an athlete on the Yale track and field team Yale Bulldogs. Yay! And this year, she completed in Ivy League indoor national track and field championships in the triple jump field. She's a mentor, a leader for You Can Go To program in Yale, and she encourages students of Black and Latino descent to get into Yale or their dream colleges. Now, she has a lot of achievements in her high school when it comes to sports, and she's still doing sports at Yale, and we really look forward to hearing from Karen. And then next, we have Madame Georgina Nyakairu Kironda. Madame Georgina has a master's degree from Johns Hopkins College in biostatistics and epidemiology, and also from the Northern Western University with a master's in medical informatics. She's a data scientist expert with over 15 years of experience and expertise in biostatistics, predictive modeling, data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So, Madame Georgina, we are looking forward to your presentation in the Information Technology Forum tomorrow because you are loaded. She has provided data science and big data analytics expertise to healthcare, public health, and pharmaceutical and financial and transportation and logistics and telecommunications and in e-commerce and all those sectors. She has served and is still serving UNAA at large in her community and is currently the Southeast UNAA Council member representative. She's also a 4-year past president for the UNAA Atalanta chapter. So we are grateful to have you serving UNAA, Madame Georgina, and we really look forward to still see you serve. Now, one thing that I also have to add on what Madame Georgina is doing is that she is championing for UNAA to have life insurance. And we are trying to have life insurance brought back into the organization. It was here before, but I guess it was phased out. She has taken that on, and she has services that she's been talking to communities about. One has to do with a group life insurance, and the other one is a repatriation program, a service that we really need in the community. So, Madame Georgina, I'm grateful that you offer those services to the community. Thank you so much. And then we have a little young lady with us who has just graduated from Virginia Tech University, and that is Miss Sandra Nantamu. Now, Sandra has been in UNAA, I think, since she was in her diapers, because her parents have been UNAA members since then. Sandra went to Virginia Tech and graduated in 2015. December, she majored in international studies with a minor in French. She also studied abroad in France, and She currently works as an immigration paralegal. Sandra Nantamo is the daughter to the former BOT of UNA, Board of Trustees of UNA, Mr. Nantamo Jesuri. So we are glad to have you with us, Sandra. We hope we can see you volunteering more in UNA. And then we have a lady that I am so glad to have crossed paths with and even partnered to help our UNA membership be able to enter one of the prestigious universities. This lady is Miss Olivia Kaguliro Mulera. Miss Olivia is the Assistant Director, International Partnerships of Thunderbird School of Global Management. Olivia is a graduate of Thunderbird School of Global Management and currently works to support the school's mission in Africa. Now, prior to Thunderbird, she was a senior state attorney and head of department of the Ministry of Justice in Rwanda. And in that role, she managed key partnerships with United Nations institutions, diplomatic corps, international non-government organizations, etc. During this time, she was the primary author of the Rwanda's first national human rights policy and second universal periodic review report and several other country reports in compliance with the 9 core UN human rights conventions. Olivia also represented Rwanda at various multinational meetings, such as the UN Human Rights Council, the Committee on Civil and Political Rights, and the African Human Rights Commission. In 2016, Olivia was a Mandela Washington Fellow at the University of Virginia and the College of William and Mary, where she spent several weeks reflecting on the responsibility and promise of civic leadership, along with other young people across Africa. In 2013, she was a German Academic Exchange Service Scholar at the University of Western Cape in Cape Town, South Africa, and at Humboldt University in Berlin, Germany, where she was one of the 12 attorneys from Africa and Europe in the program. She earned a master's law in transitional justice and human rights law. Olivia, your career speaks for itself, and we look forward to hearing from you this evening. You're welcome. And then we have a gentleman who has just joined us by the names of Mr. Damiano Chigoye. Mr. Damiano Chigoye is the former president of the Ugandans in the Ugandan Community Organization in California. He is a parent, and he's here to share with us how balancing academic expectations between parents and students can be, and especially when they go away from home to college. Mr. Chigoye, we are delighted to have you this evening. Last but not least, we have someone whom I call the star of this show, and that's Dr. Sandy Joseph Otengo. Dr. Otengo is not new to UNA. Maybe to some of you who haven't seen him in a while, you may not know who he is, but Dr. Otengo has been here for years with UNA. We are very excited and honored to have you, sir, with us. Dr. Sandy Joseph Otengo has got 2 PhDs, is a former associate superintendent of schools, an author, Pan-Africanist, speaker, theologian, historian, and an educator. He's a native of both Kenya and Uganda and moved in the US in 1981. He's a founder and CEO of the Association of the Advancement of Africa, Inc., which was created in 2000, and founder of Hope Urban Ministries, Inc. Dr. Otengo holds an AA, BA, MA, MDiv. The list is too long. In education, globalization, communication, divinity, business, everywhere. So we have a cocktail of presenters tonight. Just stay tuned. Tell your friends and families to come and join us. This is information that comes once in a lifetime. Dr. Otengo is an ardent advocate of the Pan-Africanist principles and endeavors to unify African continents by agitating for the opening up of colonial borders to allow free mobility amongst people of Africa, taking away visa requirements, creating one Afro currency and one economic system, connecting all African capitals through free trade amongst African countries and construction of interconnected transport systems. We hope and pray that can one day happen to Africa. So we are honored to have Dr. Otengo here. He has a wealth of knowledge that's going to help us, especially parents. I can't wait to hear from him. I can't wait to see his presentation. Just stay tuned. But without further ado, we want to start the program. And first but not least, Miss Salome, I hope you're ready. You can start loading up your presentation. But before you go, I'm going to ask Mr. Justus Mirembe to actually introduce Salome because they've been working together.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. No, what an honor and privilege to be among a great team of people. Like, all your bios are scary, you know, very, very excellent and really good. Thank you for the work that you do. Issa, man, I want to be like you when I grow up. I'm scared, you know, but the sky is the limit. So that's awesome. But before I could go on, there's something that when you did the introduction, you introduced Karen, and one of the things that I've been advocating for, kind of, you know, correlate. My youth empowerment advocacy has always been between advocating through education and sports, because those two correlate. And I was very happy to hear that Karen, who is doing really well, she's also excelled in sports. So that's really fantastic to know. There's a little bit of, while I was doing research, there's a lot of data that is written out there regarding the correlation between sports and education. But this is what caught my, my attention. And this is actually from Australia. But it says, sports increase the likelihood of children staying active, allowing them to sleep better, and keep them mentally sharp. Recent studies have found that increased physical activity levels directly relate to school performance, particularly in the areas of math, reading, and retention of information. I think that's just, it speaks volumes. So I'm not surprised at Karen's success. When you stay in sports and you stay active, you know, your retention of information and all that is going to be top notch. So yeah, so that has been my advocacy. And I think my partner Salome is going to make a presentation, just getting ready to make a presentation on immigration, for those that, you know, have kids that need to come here, or for those students that are already here that need to change their status into becoming residents, or that kind of, that's her expertise. But mine has always been through those that are already here. While you're working on your immigration, or while you're working on your essay, while you're working on that assignment, you know, you need to stay active. And, you know, because those two are going to help you get better in your education career. So again, through sports, kids stay out of trouble. I've started a program here in Vancouver, British Columbia, in Canada, called Africa United. So if you Google it, Africa United Vancouver, it's a sports program for the youth. And through that sports program, we've managed to keep kids out of trouble. We've taught kids how to, you know, they've learned skills like teamwork, organization skills, stress management. When you lose a game, how do you cope with stress? Of course, humility. When you win a game, how do you celebrate but stay humble, so that you know, you don't, you know, shove it in people's faces. I told you, stuff like that. Structural issues. You learn punctuality, showing up on time for practices and games, and all these things that we do in sports, they are transferred into their lifestyle. So these are things you can transfer in your careers. These are things you can transfer in your relationships, whether it's with your parents or whether it's with your friends, comrades. It doesn't matter. All these skills that we learn in sports, you can actually transfer them into your livelihoods, including, like your marriages, your boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, and wives. All these skills correlate. So I think we teach those at a very young age while they are growing up to make sure that, yes, you can learn all these other skills here while having fun, kicking the ball around. But once the time is done, you go back home or you grow, you get into your careers, you're going to find that it's actually the same thing, So pretty much, again, the other important aspect of that is also a healthy lifestyle. You stay active. That means, again, your brain functions better. Everything works fantastic. Your health is your wealth. So it's important to keep active and living a healthy lifestyle. So in a nutshell, that's really what I wanted to highlight that, and I was very happy. There's a few success stories that we've had here in Vancouver through my program. We brought some kids. There's a couple of youths that came in from Uganda that were really talented kids. They came in here to Vancouver. I invited them to come to Vancouver through sports. They tried out for professional soccer. Things didn't work out professionally in the soccer realm, but guess what? Their immigration status changed and their lifestyles have changed forever, right? Because they got their status changed and now they can live here and start their life in a new country. So there are other opportunities that are out there, and I'm gonna let my counterpart Salome expand on this, because again, that's the expertise that she's well versed on. But the two again correlate. And because we only have 10 minutes each, I'm not gonna take too much. So I'm gonna kind of borrow my time to Salome. So because she has a presentation, and I think she might need a little more time than I do. So yeah, thank you everybody for listening in. That's my take. If there's any questions, I'm on standby. And again, Issa, I've got my eyes on you. I'm proud of you. You know what? You go get them. At 14, I'm very, very, very proud of you. I've got 3 boys myself. My eldest is third year, University of Toronto, but it was through sports that he's in university. He's on a university scholarship right now. My other 2 young boys are also coming up, playing soccer. And you know what? You balance it. Through soccer, you can get that education, and the sky is the limit. So go get them, Issa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Madame Salome, I think you're going to be presenting next, as Mr. Justus Mirembe has given your introduction.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I audible enough? And
yes,
everybody hears. Okay. It's good evening in Canada, Toronto. Much as Justus is my partner, but he's in the village in the north. So I'm so humbled to be here. Once again, Madam President, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm so humbled to be on a panel of great people. Oh my God, listening to their bios I'm just overwhelmed. Again, my inspiration one is Issa. Oh my God, Issa, my firstborn is 16 years and doesn't have all those champions. Like, you want to make me feel like, oh my God. What am I doing with my son? But thank you so much, everyone. And my name is once again Salome Namvule. I am the founder of the Purity Teenage Mothers Foundation. I am a council member in Canada, as Madam President said, and I'm going to present to you today about the Canadian education system based on my experience in Canada. I've been in Canada for over 16 years, a point of correction, Madam President, not 11. And I'm an immigrant myself, but as of now, I'm a Canadian citizen, but I came to Canada as an immigrant. And the system, the education system that I'm going to talk about, I experienced it myself because I came to Canada as a teenager, as a youth, and I went through this system. In fact, this is one of the things I made a lot of mistakes because all the time when you migrate to a new country, it depends on who you meet, where you are, and what you do. So I got the passion, like how Madam President said, of helping, especially new immigrants in the education system, just to help them not to make the mistakes that I did, just to give the information, just to give the awareness. So myself, I went through everything that I'm going to be explaining. And as far as the education is concerned in Canada, I am at the university level. I am a graduate of a Bachelor of Social Work in Ryerson University. So based on my experience and the work I do in the community, I have a little to share. And just as we'll add on if I forget anything. I'm not sure if right now you can see my screen.
Not yet. Share.
Okay. Share.
We cannot yet see the screen.
So can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about the Canada education options that we have in Canada. And today, by the end of this discussion, we are going to know who is a youth in Canada. As all we know, different countries define youth in different ways. What is Canada got to offer for all the youth, including the Canadians, the sponsored youth, the new immigrants, and the international students? So based on the Canadian system, a youth is considered to be between the ages of 13 to 28, while others, this is research, they are considered to be from the ages of 16 to 28. But where we come from in Uganda, the youth are considered to be from the age of 12 to 30 years. So if you're 30 years, you can consider yourself as a youth. I have good news for you. So when we go to the Canadian education system, we have 4 levels of education. We have the pre-elementary system, which is like the kindergarten back home. And this is from the ages between 4 to 5 years. These children are supposed to be in school. It is mandatory for them to be in school. As a parent, you cannot keep any child between the ages of 4 to 5 years. They are supposed to be in school, and their school is free. Our second level, we have the elementary level, which is the primary level when we considering it to Uganda. And these are children who are between the ages of 6 to 12 years. These children are also they are also mandatory supposed to be in school. In fact, it is a violation of their rights if they find them home and they are not in school. So their education is also free. Then we have the intermediate and secondary school. This is divided into 2 levels. We have the junior high school, which is grade 7 and grade 8, and this takes children between the ages of 13 to 14 years. Then we have the second level, which is the high school, and this one takes children between the ages of 14 to 18 years. At this stage, we have kids that are in grade 9, grade 10, and grade 11. All this education system that I've been talking about, from the ages of 4 until 18 years, children go to school in Canada for free. They are not supposed to be paying school fees. It doesn't matter whether you're an immigrant, whether you're a citizen, whether you're sponsored, or whether your parents are working here, because we have parents that live in Canada on a work permit. For example, people who are working at the embassy. So their children, as long as they are under the age of 18, they go to school for free. And all these schools are allocated within our communities. So in each neighborhood, there will be either a public school or a school that is based on the region, which is mostly we have Catholic schools. We also have French immersion schools that only deal with French speaking. Then we have the post-secondary school, which is the colleges and universities. At this age, these are children between the ages, it depends on your birthday date. For example, for my son, he's gonna be enrolling in university as of September, but he's still 17, simply because he has a late birth. Because school in Canada goes by age or by your date of birth, the month and the year. So my son is born like December. So that's why he's gonna be enrolling into university at an early age, before the age of 18, but basically he's 17 because school starts in September. So to be in school in Canada mostly depends on your age. So the options that are available for students or youth in school after the elementary or the intermediate is college and university, but the colleges and universities, parents have to pay. The parents have to pay the money. There are different programs where parents can save tuition for the students. And there are also some parents, for example, who are new immigrants in Canada or who are still sponsored, that may not have enough time to save money for the university. They have the option of going on the government funding, which is like student loans or student grants. So again, to get the government loan or to get the government grant, it also depends on your status in Canada. So for example, in a refugee claimant, this might be a family that has just come to Canada claiming refugee, but with children. If their child is ready to go to university or college, he or she may not qualify to go on the government sponsorship. However, this child may qualify to go on social assistance programs that are offered to refugee claimant families. However, a family of a child that is a Canadian citizen has an option, even if their parents didn't save school fees for them, has an option of taking a government loan that he or she may pay at the end of the school, or a grant, depending on where they are. Now, we have the youth, as I categorized them. We have the youth that are born here. These are children that are born in Canada. We have the youth that are being sponsored by their parents. These are parents who came like maybe skilled migrants in Canada, and they sponsor their family, or they came like an immigrant like myself, and they sponsor their kids that they left in Uganda or any other country. So these are the sponsored youth that I'm talking about. So within the Canada education system, for the sponsored youth, what they have, if they're before the age that they can join the university or colleges, they can still go to school for free, depending on the time their parents have sponsored them in Canada. However, they enroll in those classes depending on their date of birth. So pay attention to this. As we know, some parents may sponsor their children. It may take a long time to sponsor your kids to come to Canada. So by the time they come to Canada, they will be put in a class based on their age. Now, this has an advantage and a disadvantage. Some kids may be promoted to higher classes, whereas some kids may be demoted to lower classes. There's also a challenge of language. It depends on which country they're coming from. If a child is being sponsored from the country that doesn't speak English or French, which are the two official languages for Canada, they will have challenges because the schools we have in Canada are either English schools or French schools. So this is what the Canadian education system has to offer for a sponsored child. Of course, they get challenges with making friends. They get challenges to fit in within the education system in Canada. For example, the education system in Canada gives more power to the child than the teacher. So based on the culture and this discipline, a sponsored child can get a culture shock in class where maybe kids are on their phones, kids don't really pay attention, kids are really talking. So to blend in and to fit in, that could be a challenge. And as for the parents, once you sponsor your child, they give you all the materials, they will give you all the schools that are within your community. Most of the schools are based on your postal code, where you live and in the community where you're living. These sponsored kids going to school, again, they don't have to pay school fees. They will only buy uniforms for schools which wear uniform. Others, some schools like public schools, there is no uniform. Schools, kids are not obligated to take books like how we do it in Uganda. You'll find the books there, you'll find everything there, the pencils. It's your choice. Some parents choose to put that feeling with a book and a pen. Of course, a school bag, maybe a lunch bag and food bag. You're not obligated to, apart from the lunch bag for your kid. So it's not like where we come from in Uganda that, oh, they will send you back home because you don't have books, you don't have textbooks, and all that kind of thing. And now I'm going on to the international students. So there is a very big difference between the students who are being sponsored by their parents. These students have the status in Canada. They are permanent residents because they are sponsored. They have a very big difference with international students. So now I'm talking about international students. International students, these are students that come to Canada for purposes of studying. That's why they are in Canada. And their parents, wherever they are, whether they are in Canada, Uganda, or wherever country they're coming from, they're in a position to pay for them school fees. So these kind of students, the international students, still pay tuition fees in the lower classes, like in elementary school or in high school. They have to pay because they don't have any status in Canada. Your status could either be a refugee claimant, could either be a permanent resident or a Canadian citizen. So international students can only study in Canada once they have a letters of admission in school, a valid student visa, and a proof of funds that they will be able to pay for their school fees and accommodation in Canada. Now, when it comes to international students, it is so easy on the side of students who have families or friends in Canada because it's so expensive to study in Canada. However, if you have family, you can save on accommodation, you can save on transportation, you can save on groceries and things like that. So I encourage parents who are watching right now from different countries that have always wished their children to study in Canada, please try to network, try to find somebody who do you know in Canada. Such people will help your child to settle in, like to find hostels, like to find their means with the subway system, to find around where to get the food that they can relate to, just to have a home where they can come and feel at home, where they can speak their language, because a lot of international students get a lot of these challenges being in a country with nobody that they know. So those are the international students. For the international students, before I leave, in terms of funding, Canada is so generous. There are some bursaries that are usually in colleges and universities for international students. But these bursaries are based on your grades, especially if you're a 75 plus student. So you will qualify for these bursaries, this kind of funding. And then I'm talking now about the youth who are refugee claimants. I'm sorry, sometimes I'm using strong words like refugee just to categorize. I'm not labeling anybody, but just to categorize. So a youth who is a refugee claimant, usually it's not very common to find youth claiming refugee status. They usually come in with their parents, but if it happens, if the parents come here and they claim refugee status and they have kids that are aged between the ages of 4 to 17 years, just as I told you in my introduction, all kids under the age of 18 are supposed to be in school by law. So they will have an opportunity to go in school based on where they are. Even if the parents are still in a shelter system, because a lot of the refugee claimant families, we have family shelters. So family shelters accommodate these children and they have schools where these children go. But again, do not worry, do not get mixed feelings that these children will be labeled or they are going in a very special school. No, they go to the same schools that a Canadian citizen kid goes to, that a permanent residence citizen child goes to. So literally, you won't even know that this child is a refugee claimant. The information about their immigration status is kept with the school administration, but the kids won't know. But these kids still have a chance to go to school for free until their parents have received a hearing or a determination of a status, whether they are going to be deported back to the country they are claiming refugee from, or whether they've been given a status in Canada. Now, this is a little bit of a challenge where we find bullying, trauma in the education system on parents that are on deportation, that their claim didn't go well. Sometimes kids are pulled out of class to be taken to the airport, which is so embarrassing. But in most cases, these kids do so well. They also struggle with language if the country they're coming from is not English or French speaking. Then when we come to the refugee claimant youth that are maybe above 17 to, let's say, 25 years. So before, if you're a refugee claimant, for example, you're 20 years and you're a refugee claimant in Canada, you can only do certain programs on social assistance, because at this time you're going to be under the responsibility of the government of Canada. So you're going to be on the government funding, which is called social assistance, or OW. So they will only give you basic knowledge. They will give you classes like English, math, biology. They will be preparing you in a system that will help you to enroll in college or university when you get a status like maybe from a refugee claimant to a conversion refugee or a permanent resident. So during this period, as you're claiming refugee, you'll be studying things like English, math. Others choose to go for practical courses like security work or personal support work. These are people who help in the elderly, nursing homes, in hospitals, or food handling. So there are programs that still will keep this youth in school, because by law they are supposed to be in school based on what they want to be. For example, a refugee claimant youth that will want to be a lawyer, a nurse, a doctor, they'll be enrolled in classes that will enable them enroll in that career once their refugee claim has been approved. So there's always something for them as refugee claimant youth. So again, to enroll in high school as a refugee claimant or an international student or a sponsored child, there are some things they need, especially English. So they need English as a major and mathematics to enroll in high school and university. Once again, and then for the international students, I already emphasized they need a student permit to come and study in Canada, and the funding. So when it comes to enrolling into university, again, anybody can enroll in university. The Canadian citizen youth can enroll in university based on your grades. Some people choose to go to colleges, other people choose to go to universities. The difference between the colleges and the universities is in colleges, the students are more practical on practical courses, and in universities, the students are basically put more on academic studies. Again, when it comes to the university requirements, for the Canadian citizen youth, permanent residence youth, they qualify for the government loans, government funding, whereas the refugee claimants and international students do not. The international students have an option of bursaries based on their grades, and then the refugee claimants, they only have an option of doing sponsored programs in a college, mostly in a college, not university, that are being allocated with their social workers. So the challenges, I just wanted to talk about challenges that are faced with parents in supporting their youth within the education system in Canada. Is a lot of parents in my community, especially the Ugandan community, is a lot of us parents, we are immigrants. So we tend to work so much because we have responsibility in Canada as well as back home. So there is a challenge of having shortage of time as parents. So I urge you parents, you can find a parent with 3 or 4 jobs and they don't really have enough time for their children. So that's why the rates of suicide in our community, especially the African Canadian communities, are very high because parents don't really have the time for their youth, and the youth are going through a lot of bullying and challenges at school. So that's why the suicide is so high. So I urge you all parents to please create time. Then we also don't have the experience of the Canadian system. I am blessed, I'm lucky that I went through the education system because I came here at an early age and I had to go through the adult high education. Then I had to enroll in the university. So somehow, somewhere, I know how things are done. But parents who just come here, get into work, they really don't know what is happening in schools. So you may find that the teachers are labeling your child, the teachers are making these decisions on your child, and this could be very, very challenging, especially as Africans, as Ugandans. We all know that a child is supposed to go to university. So your child will come to you and say, Mommy, I'm going to the college. Oh my God, you go bananas. You're like, why are you going to the college? You have to go to university, because we know that university is the higher level, it's what you're supposed to do. But the teachers made the decisions, maybe because your child was struggling, or maybe because your child is more hands-on than academic. So you freak out because you don't know the system. So please, parents, do a very good follow-up. Then the financial challenges may be when parents don't save for their children for colleges. The children will end up getting the government loans because at university and college, again, the tuition is so high. So this is a disadvantage because you didn't save funds for your child, and this child is taking on a loan. So by the time they complete the school, they're going to be having a loan looking like faced with them at the age. Imagine my son is 17 going to university. By 23, he will be done school with a big loan. So parents, please try to save the loan, the financial funds for university. Yes, so because of time, I'll move on to another slide with the challenges with parents. So it's, as parents, please get to know the education system, get to know the teachers. Please go to the parents teachers meetings, create the time. I know we work so hard. Please check in with your kids when they come back, where they are at. There are always homework clubs. Please enroll your kids or find tutoring for your kids if you want them to go to universities, especially African. We African parents, we think that university is the top of the world, which is not true. Even kids in colleges actually succeed very, very well. Then the challenges that are faced with the youth, of course, I've been speaking. Each youth has their own challenges. When it comes to the education system in Canada, the challenges will come with your status. If you're Canadian born in Canada, you've been in this system throughout, it will be so smooth and easy for you to be in the system. If you're just a sponsored child, to integrate your culture, what you've been studying from a country where you're coming from and Canada, that will be a challenge. If you're an international student, you'll be faced with also different challenges. So some of the challenges I came up with are like self-esteem, family background, peer pressure. Peer pressure is mostly affecting sponsored by their parents. When children come to Canada, the youth have a lot of rights. So because they have a lot of rights, there's always a struggle between the parents and the youth. So these rights balancing with the parents disciplining don't really go well. So some kids end up in dropping out of schools, enrolling in drugs and things like that. Then of course we have the language barrier. Then we also have bullying. Bullying is very, very, very intense in schools, especially for our African Canadian children in Canada. You may find that kids cannot, are being bullied even for things as so simple. Just their accent, because they are not born here. So a kid can just say the way they pronounce water versus water. So that can be a problem. So bullying, so please parents check in. Then there's a lot of bullying with the body shape. Like where I come from in Uganda, a Muchiga baby is a little bit having on more meat than versus another child from the central. So these are things that are also raising flags of suicide. It's bullying. Yeah, and then cyberbullying, of course. Oh my God, how can I miss this? Phones. A lot of us parents here in Canada or in the diaspora, we are raising our children on the phone, and it's needed simply because we work so much. So you buy a phone for your child, you're monitoring them on the phone. But on these phones, they are doing also a lot of things. They're on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and there's a lot of bullying. A kid can just post a picture, a family picture, and then it can escalate. So please watch out with the phones and try to monitor. And yeah, so those are the challenges with the youth. And as parents, I've been talking here and there how you can help your youth to stay in school. Please communicate. Communication. Anytime you have, even when you're dropping them to school, please communicate. Talk to your kids. Talk. Ask questions. And do not ask questions, how was school? Like, it's a very common question, but my son will always say good. I'll always add on, what do you mean by good? What is good? So please, open-ended questions, maybe they are called. And then, as Justa said, enroll your children in things that keep them busy, like sports. Please keep your children busy. The after-school programs are very, very Good. Then help the children with tutoring, help your children with the culture. We have a very beautiful culture, especially when it comes to discipline. So please teach your children discipline. And yeah, I'm almost at the end of my presentation. So today I just want to ponder on these few things that I highlighted throughout my education. That please, education is one of the most powerful things that you can give to your child. So please, 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 education is free in Canada. Enroll your kids in schools. Don't keep them at home. Education is the passport to the future for our children. In Canada, I just discovered this year, I'm talking as a parent, my son was telling me that a lot of children are choosing to take a dead year after high school. There is that opportunity in Canada whereby a child can finish high school and she lays like for 1 year without enrolling back in school. Please, parents, this could be very tricky and very dangerous. Once that kid hits in making money, it may be so complicated for them to go back to school. So please watch out for the system. And then give your children self-esteem. We've been talking about Black Lives Matter. Oh my God, it's everywhere. It's on TV. Make your children love their skin. Make your children be proud of who they are. Give them the self-esteem. This will help us increase on the suicide level that we are having in our communities, on the bullying level. They can defend that Black is beautiful. They are so proud, and make them to be proud Ugandans, Ugandan kids, to raise the flag. Talk to your children and engage your children in the community. Please, parents, engage your children in community. Like if there is a community thing that is happening, bring your children. So our children need to get to know each other. We work so hard and then we forget that we are raising these children in Canada. We work so hard to build the houses. Oh, when I go back to Uganda and everything, you are going back to Uganda. But the child you're having in Canada, this is their home. This is where they're going to stay. So please take them in the community, engage them in the community, let them know people. One day, my daughter, when she's on that bed in the hospital, she needs to know an auntie who come out when she starts giving birth. Maybe I'll be gone. Maybe I won't be here. So involve your children in church, in community sports, in organization. Let your children volunteer in all these things. I'm so glad we have a lot of youth that are going to share with us their experience participating in their communities. So I'll urge you parents to do that. And I think that's it for the day. I thank you so much for this opportunity. And God bless you for me.
Thank you so much, Mama Pitimoff. That was really detailed. For our Canadian membership, I'm sure they are grateful that you had all this information compiled. We are going to put this information on the website so that they can be able to actually benefit from it. We really are grateful to both of you, Solomon and Justus. Thank you so much. Our next presenter will be, I'm going to switch it around because she has to go tend to the little one. Our next presenter will be Miss Olivia Kaguliro Mulerwa from International Partnerships at Thunderbird School of Management in Arizona State University. Miss Olivia, the meeting is yours to take on.
Thank you.
Solomon, you can go on and stop and share your screen, or I can get you out from here.
Okay, well, while you do that, let me first say thank you so much to Madam President and the UNAA community for inviting me to participate in this. It's so wonderful to see all of your faces, right? Even just the sense of community that provides for all of us. I don't take it for granted. Sometimes it can feel very isolating when you're out here in the middle of Arizona in the desert. it can feel very isolating sometimes when you walk on the streets and you don't see people who look like you, when you're surrounded by people who don't understand your accent and all these things. I say that just to emphasize the fact that, community is so important, and it's such a privilege and an honor for me to be part of this one. And I want to say thank you so much to Salome for your very detailed discussion of, the opportunities and the challenges for young people trying to go to college. I think a lot of the things that you said in reference to Canada are also probably transferable to the US. I have to confess that of probably everybody here, I'm probably the newest in America. I've only lived here about a little over 3 years. But at the same time, I think it places me in sort of a unique position to be able to make comparison. Sometimes when you live here for a very long time, you can forget the opportunities that you have that others might not, the position of privilege that you are in simply because you are here. Because Black people in general in the US or in the West are not particularly seen to be in a position of privilege. But as an immigrant from Uganda, living in Canada or in the US, I want to say that all of us are in a position of privilege to some degree. And so my challenge is, how then do you take that and use it as a way to be empowered, to empower yourself, to stand on that privilege and to really take advantage of everything that this society has to offer you. And with that said, I wanted to speak, specifically, one in general about why everybody should go to college, right? And so just put that on the table. I think that in 2020, in the years to come, really everyone should go to university. I know that there's probably discussions that might be had about whether or not that's true, and I'm happy to debate it. But I think for all of our young people, I want you, if you're coming out of high school, if you're, starting high school as Issa is, I'm sure, of course, you're a very ambitious young man. So I imagine that for you, it's a given. But I want to speak to the wider community of young people out there who might be listening, who might watch this later. First, remove from your mind this idea that college might not be a possibility. Take it out of your mind completely. You must go to college, you must pursue higher education, because when we talk about the future, right, there's a lot of talk about the fourth industrial revolution, the future of work, what is that going to look like? And as we get more into that space of, technology and mechanization and so on, it becomes so much more necessary for us to be even more skilled, right? So I regardless of what your dream is, regardless of what you want to do with your life, I just want to, lay that on the table. And then I want to speak to you about specifically opportunities at Arizona State University and the Thunderbird School of Global Management, where I have the privilege of working. I like to think of Thunderbird as a very well-kept secret. I'm sure I would be very surprised if anyone listening to me has even ever heard of it. I'm sure you haven't, because I hadn't either until I moved here, until I moved to Phoenix. But Thunderbird is actually a very old global management school, and I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Right, so Thunderbird was actually the first global management school in the world or in the US, all the way back in I believe it was 1946. And so we were thinking of ourselves as global and teaching global management before it was a thing, before anybody thought of it. And it was really started on the back of the Second World War, with the idea of, retraining returning war veterans in the US to work in global markets. And one of the founding presidents had this slogan of borders frequented by trade, seldom have soldiers. So all of our programs at Thunderbird are grounded in this idea of global business, international management, and so on and so forth. I have this picture here very deliberately to speak to you about the diversity of our student body. We pride ourselves at Thunderbird on at least 50% of the students being international students specifically, and diversity is important. I say this because I think even as learners, it is important for us to be in a community where we see ourselves, where we see ourselves in the people that teach us, where we see ourselves in the students sitting next to us. I think that motivates us to go forward and be successful. And I also wanted to tell you, by the way, this is our dean at the moment. This gentleman here is a guy called Dr. Sanjeev Kalgram, and he's also a Ugandan, although he has an interesting story. His family was Indian Ugandan and were chased out of the country during the Amin time, and he moved to the US as a refugee when he was 6 years old. But if you talk to him, really, he bleeds Uganda and he thinks of himself as Ugandan. So it's been such a wonderful privilege working for him. And because of his leadership, there's such a unique opportunity for young people from Africa, but even Ugandans specifically, to access the resources at Thunderbird, but also the wider ASU community as well. So our school is part of Arizona State University. Just to mention here that ASU is actually the largest public university in the US. We have over 100,000 students in our programs in any given year. What that tells you is that whatever you're interested in, whatever you want to study, there is a place for you here. I also want to say that according to, for the last 6 years running, ASU has been ranked the #1 university for innovation, yes, ahead of Yale, Stanford, MIT, and all of those other big university names that you may think of. And why is that? That is because of the culture of innovation that is really permeating the entire university community. We have a professor among us with a double PhD, so he probably knows the technicalities behind the scenes of university administration and all of those things. And the reason why ASU is such a wonderful place to be, both as a student, but potentially as leadership, as faculty or staff, is that really everything is possible here. Whatever you want to do, you can dream things, you can make them happen. Right now, in the midst of COVID-19, we've already developed, our own unique testing. Right now, our testing systems are more efficient even than what the state government is doing. We have, we're really quick when it comes to finding solutions and doing innovative things. And so Thunderbird, sitting in the middle of that, gives you the opportunity to access all of the programming at ASU, but also to be part of the global community that Thunderbird is. The Masters of Global Management program at Thunderbird, which is really our core program, is #1 in the US, but also #1 in universities for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This is just, really me trying to sort of, tell you a little bit about who we are, because I imagine you haven't heard of us. And this here really, this idea of a future ready, what does a future ready person look like, right? And so this is the foundation upon which we build all of our curriculums at Thunderbird. And this image is taken from, I think, the most recent International Labour Organization report in, I think it was from 2016, talking about the future of work and what skill sets we will need in the future to be ready to be, to participate in the workforce. So this one, so this is kind of the key skills we see that workers will need in the future, and our programming is very much geared towards that. And so while we are at the core a management school, we're all about how do we prepare the next generation of leaders to lead in the era of the 4th industrial revolution. So that means that even if you're not a techie, because all of us can't be, you must understand the language of technology to some degree, enough to be able to make management and leadership decisions, enough to be able to speak to technical people and be able to make a meaningful contribution in that way. And so these are the various programs we have at the university, taking you really from the undergraduate to professional degrees up to the leadership and executive level. So this might be, I see that there is something for everyone, really, even just looking at the different people that we have in this conversation. The undergraduate degrees we have a Bachelor of Global Management and a Bachelor of Science in International Trade. And the beauty with these programs is that all of them have both a residential program and an online program. So depending on where you are, I go back to what I believe Solomon said about, how can you save costs and things like that, maybe staying home. Sometimes an online education could be the right fit for you depending on where you are on your journey. In the graduate school section, we have a number of degrees. Like I said, our core program is the Master of Global Management. We also have an online applied Masters of Leadership and Management. We have several executive master's degrees, certificate programs, and so on and so forth. We also have, so our core program is the Master of Global Management, which has 16 concentrations. So this idea is, you know, while you can have the core foundations you need to lead and manage, it allows you to sort of go deeper in the areas that you think you might be particularly interested in. I wanted to make 2 points here. One is that two actually of our concentrations in this degree are STEM designated. So for those of you who are international students or F1 students, you know what it means when you do a STEM degree. It means that you get 3 years of OPT instead of 1. So that is an important point to make for this community. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that. And this is just, I will share this slide deck with the community so that you can look at the details of the program as well. I don't want to bore you with details about all of these different programs. But I wanted to, you know, finish my discussion, and perhaps I'm not sure how this is structured, but I hope there is an opportunity for people to ask questions or comment. I would really love to engage more in that way. But I wanted to end by saying that my mission at Thunderbird really is to support young people from Africa to access our programming, right? And so that means that I am committed to working with you wherever you are. If you're a high school senior and you're wondering about what you want to do for college, you know, let's have a conversation about it. I'd love to talk to you about your goals, your dreams, where you see yourself. If you're in a community college and you're thinking about the next level, let's talk, right? If you're thinking about grad school and you're wondering what might work for you, I would love to share with you the limited wisdom I have from the little time I've spent here, and how we might work together to help you achieve your goals. And so with those few words, I'd like to hand it over to you, Madam President, and perhaps invite some questions and a little bit of a discussion.
Thank you so much, Madam Olivia. That was so well presented and so well articulated. I don't have any questions yet in the chat. I was looking at Facebook to see if, because we are streaming all over the place. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we are everywhere. So I'm trying to see if anyone has any questions. I think they must really be more into the learning mode. They learned a lot from Solomon, now they're learning a lot from you. And I think they're still wondering, okay, when are we going to even get questions started?
No worries. All right then. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you. And you know, I'll stay on and follow the discussion and see if there's anything more that I can contribute.
Okay. When any questions come up, I'll definitely I'll shoot them up to whoever they are directed to. But we really want to thank you for coming and sharing that with you. And Thunderbird actually has an opportunity to UNAA to help students in our membership, but I don't think any of you reached out to Madame Olivia when I sent the message to you. So we are bringing the services to you. It's up to you to make use of those services. We cannot force you to make use of them. We bring them to you, and it's up to you to actually make sure that you make use of those services. Okay. We have a lot of thanks to you, Olivia. Olivia has shared her email in the chat. I see Zena is saying, thank you so much for sharing this information. And I know Zaina is actually doing the program in, not with Thunderbird, but with another university, but I know she's enrolled in the same program. Maria Nachtende asks, are there any scholarships for Ugandan students? And we have Angela also chatting and saying, I can also assist those youth looking for employment right after college. Nice. Those are the volunteers I love. So Someone's asking if there are any scholarships for Ugandan students in Thunderbird.
Yes, there are. In fact, let me tell you. So depending on whether you're an undergrad or someone seeking a graduate degree, I think that situation is different. But I want to tell you about specifically our core scholarship program, which is called the Share Fellowship. The Share Fellowship was created by alumni of Thunderbird who wanted to give opportunities to students from emerging market countries who might not otherwise afford that tuition. And so with a Share Scholarship, you can actually come to Thunderbird and have a complete 100% scholarship, tuition, living expenses, in that way. So that's the key one that we have. But because of our commitment to increasing the number of students that can access our programming from Africa and from Uganda specifically, part of my role is to work with communities like UNAA, for example, to talk about how we might collaborate and say, for example, have a matching scholarship with UNAA, or have a specific tuition rate for UNAA members, or things like that. So that's definitely all possible. I also would love to work with individual students to even help you know where to find resources that can help you fund your education, not necessarily from us, but others even in the community, because I think there's so much information out there that sometimes, as a student or a learner, you get overwhelmed and you don't even know where to look. And so sometimes just even having a conversation with someone and helping them find where those resources are. So never, my encouragement is never shy away from pursuing school because you think you can't afford it, especially right now as a minority, as a young person, as an African person. There are so many opportunities out there. So if you are thinking about a degree, but you're thinking, I can't do it because I don't have the money, I'm saying, no, that is not the reason. You can find it. So let us work together and we can help you find a solution. I believe that there's a solution for everyone.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We are going to go to our next speaker, and that's going to be Miss Karen Kironda.
Hello, good evening. Let me share my screen.
Oops, what happened? There you go, Miss Karen.
Thank you. Okay. I can't see. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. My name is
Karen.
Thank you for all the listeners and speakers today in the US, Canada, and around the world. I want to thank Madam President and the UNAA leadership team for providing me with the opportunity to speak about my high school and college experiences and being able to inspire the young listeners. So I want to thank my parents and family for helping me get to where I am. My parents are Mr. Andrew and Ms. Georgina Kurunda. I have two siblings, Natasha and Kevin, and they're both in high school. So I graduated from Marist in 2019 with National Honor Society, and I was also involved in the cheerleader program at my school. So I took pre-med courses at Stanford and Harvard, which were both really great experiences. And I worked for Change Healthcare as a data engineer last summer, where they had me work on projects in Java. So athletically, I was a hurdler and jumper for my high school track team. I hold the school record in triple jump and 100-meter hurdle relay, as well as a 3-time Metro Atlanta champion, state qualifier, and New Balance Nationals qualifier. So my advice for high school students would be to stay focused and find things that interest you because those help you later in life and in college. So it's great to try new things and get involved. Time management and making schedules, staying organized, and learning to balance are all great skills to have. Personally, I had to learn this myself, and it taught me that nothing in life is easy, and in the end, it is worth it. So currently, I am a sophomore at Yale University. I plan on majoring in neuroscience and minoring in data science. I'm aspiring to be a neurosurgeon and attend medical school. And this year, I'm taking courses in biology, organic chemistry, cognitive science, and medical statistics. So I'm also a member of the UCAN2 leadership team, which is a mentorship program for Black and Latinx students across the US. So this program enables students to receive mentorship from college students to get advice on how to excel in school and learn how to adapt to your surroundings as a student of color. So as you can see in the picture, I am also a college track and field athlete. Unfortunately, our spring outdoor season was cut short due to COVID, but I did have the opportunity to triple jump at the Ivy League Indoor Championships, which was also another amazing experience. So my advice for college would be to make connections, which is a great way to jumpstart your career. And lastly, but most importantly, is to thank God for everything, because without him, nothing would be possible. So just general advice would be stay motivated and driven, to find your interests early, make connections, learn to balance, and trust in God. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Miss Karen. I have a question for you.
Yes.
How do you deal with the problem of being at college and maybe you have friends who are asking you to go party and have a good life, whereas you also have to balance that with your schoolwork and make sure that you're on time in class and you're meeting your goals, your educational goals?
Yes, definitely that's something you learn as you go through college, but my advice would be to find a good balance between everything, because one of too much can be dangerous. If you're not focusing and making sure that, you're coming to school to study and make sure you're focused on your academics and make sure your priorities are straight, they'll just help you stay on track.
Perfect. Let me see if anyone has any questions for you. Or even the fellow panelists, like parents. Do you have any questions for Miss Karen here?
Yes, I have a question for Miss Karen.
Okay.
How are you?
Tenga, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, what did you have to give up in terms of anything to achieve what you have achieved as a young person?
I think in high school, I really had to just stay focused on I think really my academics and athletics. I didn't have much free time, because athletics takes a lot of your time, more than you would imagine. For track, I was every weekend in a different state for hours at a time, writing reports, doing homework, doing school, doing track, and just back and forth. So I think that extra free time that you would have if you didn't have sports, that was kind of what I had to give up. But in the end, it kind of really benefited me, and I'm very grateful that I had this opportunity. Yeah.
You thank your parent for allowing you to do those things and that you thought you were missing, but now you find that it was beneficial, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Issa, do you have any questions for Karen?
Yes, I do. I was wondering, what requirements do you think would help someone get into an Ivy League school such as Yale? Do you think any specific skills would help?
Yeah, so academically, I think just taking rigorous courses, you've probably heard that before. I took about 5 APs throughout my whole high school career. Also, trying to do something unique, something that you find interesting, but you think would be, unique enough for the admissions people to look at your essay and say, this is really this is someone who has a lot going for him. On top of that, I think if there's any other requirements, I think really just pursuing what you want to do, and they'll see that, and they'll see that you'll be a great addition to their school. So there's not a strict, only one person can get in or this type of person can get in. I think anyone can get in. It's just what you have to offer.
Thank you so much.
Karen, we have a question that asks, what GPA is needed to get into Yale? That's from the chat.
That also, I personally do not have that information, but I do know you need it is a competitive school. You do need a high GPA to get in. There's not a certain number or certain where they draw the line, because I know students here, there's a range of GPAs, but a lot of people here are top of the class, if that helps.
Yeah, most of the Ivy schools accept a 3.5, but because of the high competition, if you have it above 3.5, and with your SAT score of about 1400, you stand a good chance.
Okay, any more questions for Karen, or should we take it to the
May I
next
ask
presenter?
one more question?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, Karen, thank you so much for sharing. You're such an impressive young lady, and I look forward to watching your career progress. Could you tell us just a couple of specific things that your parents did that you feel were very helpful in setting you along the path for success?
Yes. So actually, my mom, she's actually on this call. She definitely was a big part of setting us, both my mom and my dad. They used to put us when we were younger in this program called Anopi, which was basically like outside of school tutoring, which I think definitely benefited me. It was kind of like reinforcing stuff that I would learn in school. So as one of the speakers mentioned before, that the like after school tutoring, that was really beneficial for my success today. Additionally, I think them enrolling all of my siblings in sports. My siblings also play soccer, and they're very active, and they practice, and it helps them stay organized. And I think all of us being in sports is also really beneficial.
Wow, Karen, you just nailed it. Like, I should wrap it up and go home. Sports and education, as I say, those two correlate. I'm not surprised, you know. It's really it's again, it reinforces the importance of balancing sports and education. So your testimony just got me, my hair in the back kind of, stood up a little bit. So that's awesome. I'm really, really glad. Your success is a testimony to all of us. I'll be sharing that with my son as well. He went through the same thing, Ivy League and all that. And but again, I find that, and he says it himself, that sports, the skills that he learned through sports and being, organized and all these things helped him in his education career. So that's awesome.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Miss Karen, for being with us. I know your mom told me that you have a meeting. So whenever you want, you can drop off. If there are any questions, we can always send them to you and bring them back to the membership. But I really appreciate you being here with us today and sharing your story. Thank you.
I had just something to say, Madam President.
Oh, here comes Mommy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that about the balancing the education and the sports. That's very important. I can give you just a quick example. In addition, when we're going for hard track competitions around the country, we're always on the road. One particular one, we were in Alabama, and when you go for a track meet, it's a whole day affair and the whole weekend. So she carries her work with her, and in between jumps, she's doing her chemistry report, she's doing certain things, and the whole family is there to support her. So that balance between education and sports is unbelievable, but it really gives the kids a lot of discipline. So Councillor Justice, I agree with you. I've lived it, and my kids are living it. So thank you so much, Madam President. And thank you, Karen.
Thank you so much. That's very, very insightful. Thank you for sharing, Madam Georgina. We are going to move along to our next presenter, and it's going to be Miss Sandra Nantamo. Miss Sandra, I'm going to just have you spotlighted. Okay, why is it giving me Miss Solomon? There you go. Welcome, Miss Sandra. I would like you to share your story with us. As a graduate, I'm going to label you big sister to the younger ones that are here. And I would like you to tell us your story, share with us how you were able to go through school, balance the needs, the educational goals, lifestyle, I know you partied at one time or so. And also at the same time, be able to actually meet your goals and graduate and make your parents proud and the community at large. Can you please share with us your story?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone who's listening. I'm Sandra. I attended Virginia Tech. For anyone who does not know where that is, it is in Southwest Virginia. So not many people exactly know where it is. I guess before I get to Virginia Tech, I have to tell you how I got there. In high school, I was involved in one of my classes was called the College Partnership Program. And essentially what it did was prepare you for college. And so through that, not only taking classes, not only preparing your resume, preparing your college applications, but it also took you around to college visits. So you were able to see a lot of colleges and university in the Virginia area, and essentially make up your mind about which schools you wanted to go to. And also you got to meet all these college students, so you could meet with them face to face. They could tell you, hey, how do I get to this college? And they told you what courses to concentrate on and how to essentially, like make up your mind before you got to your senior year, so that you're not pushing everything into the last minute. So Virginia Tech was not my first choice. My first choice was Penn State, but at the end of my sophomore year of high school, they raised the tuition to $50,000 a semester. And my dad was like, no. It's literally 3 hours away from home. And really thinking about it, it did not really seem like I really should go. I should go there for that $50,000 a semester, because that is ridiculously expensive, and college is already expensive enough. So going into my junior year, I didn't really know what other college I wanted to go to, because for me, it was Penn State or nothing else. Don't do that, please. Before, have always, what I always recommend to my younger sisters and my younger cousins, have at least 5 choices. So that in case your first choice falls out or something comes along, you have backup choices and a backup choice to your backup choice. So my junior year, my college partnership program class helped me visit University of Virginia, William and Mary, James Madison University. And so getting to actually visit all these colleges and know which college I either didn't want to go to or one I wanted to go to helped me when I went back to high school, where I would talk to my classmates and say, hey, what colleges are you thinking about attending, or what colleges do you want to attend? So when I actually visited Virginia Tech, it was raining and it did not look beautiful at all. And I told myself, I don't want to go here. However, through my college partnership program, I applied, and admissions office made a mistake. And instead of processing my application as a regular decision application, they processed it as an early admission application. And for those of you who don't know, early admission pretty much you're telling a school, this is the only school I want to go to. So the deadline is usually October 1st. So if you apply by October 1st and you apply for early admission, you're telling that college, I don't want to go to any other college. I want to go here. And so Virginia Tech accepted me. So I was pretty much in a binding decision to go to college I didn't really want to go to. But I mean, I was kind of happy, because being in your senior year of high school and it's October, and you essentially have about 6-8 months to go, but you already know what college you're going to, it makes your high school life so less stressful. And so it makes you actually enjoy everything, because then all your classmates are actually really stressed out because they're going for that January 1st deadline to apply for all these Ivy League schools and all the other schools. And I know some other schools have that April deadline. And so that's even pushing it further back. And so you're more stressed out. By the grace of God, I didn't have to deal with that. So fast forward, I go to Virginia Tech, I move in, and I loved it. Surprisingly, it's a beautiful campus. It is absolutely gorgeous when it's not raining. It is in the mountains, and the weather app we do not follow because you will get every season in one single day. So you'll walk into class and it is nice and sunshine, and then you come out and it is raining or it's snowing and it is May, and you're like, what is going on? So we do not follow the weather down there. And actually Virginia Tech has been voted multiple times as the #1 for student overall happiness, and they have the best food, and it has gotten better since I graduated, so that's still saying a lot. So overall, it was a good experience. But getting into the classes, as you were told, I was an international studies major with a French minor. Being that ever since I was young, I was always traveling between the US and Uganda, I always knew I wanted to do something in international relations or political science. So for me, that was an easy major. And it was definitely an interesting one, especially when you think about what's going on right now, not just in the US, but what's going on internationally. And this is the best time to learn about international relations, because it's like turning on the news and you're getting a live classroom right there. So definitely choose your major based on what you see, based on your interest, but also not saying, oh, like I like to dance, so that's going to be my major. You also have to be kind of realistic, because you actually want to make money off your college degree. College is expensive. You don't want to spend $100,000 and then end up not actually using your degree, because then it's just a piece of paper that you paid for, a very expensive piece of paper. But for my classes, my professors, they were amazing. Definitely one thing I recommend from day one, use your professors, use your academic advisors, because for those 4 years or however many years you're in college, they are going to be your best friends. Because if you want to participate, not even if you want to participate, you have to participate in internships and any summer programs. And college professors write those letters of recommendations for you for those internships and those programs, and also for jobs when you graduate. So when you go to class, don't be the person who sits at the back of the classroom and doesn't say anything. No, you have to talk in class, talk to your professors, go to their office hours, because when your professors get to know you, they let you know about all these extra programs that you can get involved in, or all these internships that they can recommend you for. And that's actually the best way to get a job after you graduate. So please take advantage of your college professors, your academic advisors, because even if you want to go to grad school, your college professors will write you those letters of recommendations for grad school. So get to know your professors, befriend your professors. I know most people are like, I don't want to bug my professors. No, that's what they're there for you. And actually professors like it when students go to their office hours and they actually ask questions, because those are resources for you to use to not only, get your letters of recommendations, but when exams are coming up, they guide you through study halls, when you have a major project coming up and you don't know how to handle that, they guide you through that. Balancing between classroom and parties. Remember, you don't have your parents there to check on you every single day. So it is up to you. Like I said, college is expensive. It is not a walk in the park. You have to put in the time. You have to put in the effort. You have to study. And because of that, you have to remember that those 4 years of college are going to determine what you do after you graduate. Because if you get bad grades, guess what? You're probably going to take a long time to find a job after you graduate from college. So balance, balance, balance is absolutely essential. So if, like, for example, like if you went to a college bar on reading day, which is when, you know, all the students are pretty much given a day off from classes to study for their upcoming finals, you would find all of those bars packed. And every single person in that bar has exams that they have to go to either the next day or so do not be those people. Learn to balance, just because it is supposed to be the best 4 years of your life, but also it's supposed to be what determines the rest of your life. And definitely that's something I had to learn because I was taking 18 credits. The maximum that you can take is 21, but even then, usually it's maybe if you only need 3 more credits to graduate. So literally, most academic advisors would tell you not to take more than 18. So for every semester I was at Virginia Tech, I was taking 18 credits and also working 20 to 25 hours a week per time. And definitely that was, at first that was a learning curve because it was, you know, like going to class from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. and then getting out of class and then going to work from 7 p.m. until midnight. And so as an international studies major where you are writing what it feels like a paper every week, or like reading a book and then writing a paper, a 5-page or 10-page paper every week, like that doesn't really leave enough time for you to actually write that paper and also do your other homework. But you have to make it work because you cannot tell your teacher, I had to work, because work is not the priority in college. College is your main priority. Partying is not the priority in college. College is your main priority. Classes are your main priority. And of course, for most people, for any people who are right now trying to get their student visas, you have to submit your transcripts when you're applying for visa or for any job. You want to get good grades because those are grades that are going to go with you the rest of your life, wherever you apply for college. So that's definitely something that you definitely want to think about from the very beginning instead of thinking about it your junior year, whereby your junior year you should be applying for jobs. You should be looking into jobs. My cousin who just actually graduated this year from Virginia Tech, I'm proud to say that, the Hokies, she got a job last September. So by the time she graduated, like a whole year before she graduated, she already had a job lined up. That is very essential. That is definitely something you need to look into, because I think people have this mindset of, oh, when I graduate, I apply for a job and then I start working. No, there is this long period of time where if you don't do things right, you're going to be unemployed for a long time. It's because it is very competitive in every field, especially in my international relations field. It is very competitive. Thank God I live in the Northern Virginia, DC area, so there are a lot of jobs. And right now I'm actually working on my second immigration law firm, so that's great. but it's definitely something that you want to think about. And that's where internships come into play. You want to look into internships because most of those companies, if you do an internship with them, then and you go back another summer, then you are more high likely to get hired by them. Other than that, I don't really have anything else for you to say. If you have any questions, please feel free. I know a lot of things are going on right now, and so definitely diversity is one of the main things that people want to learn about or know about before they apply to a college. When I went to Virginia Tech, it was not very diverse, but it has definitely gotten better now, but it's still not like most HBCU colleges. I know a lot of my classmates from high school went to HBCU colleges and universities, and they enjoyed that experience. And that's something I wish that Virginia Tech had had. But at the same time, because if you ever hear anyone talking about Virginia Tech who has actually attended Virginia Tech, it's with so much pride because it's a good school, but not just a good, it's like a community. And whenever I wear anything Virginia Tech in Northern Virginia, people actually stop me and they talk to me like, oh, I went to Virginia Tech, but about 20 years ago. It is an absolute good school. The diversity, they're working on it, and I hope that it actually does get better. And so anyone who has any questions about attending Virginia Tech, please reach out to me, let me know. I hope I can answer any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Of course.
You nailed it and really gave people like Karen the information they need to make sure that they move on and make it to graduation. We really appreciate it. Does any of our panelists have any questions? Because right now, I don't have any questions in the chat. Miss Karen, you can be excused. You have a meeting.
For the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us, Karen. Thank you. Does anyone on the panel have any questions? Let me also check and see if we have anything on the Facebook link, but on Zoom, we don't have any questions. Yes, please.
Madam Sandra. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for everything and all the speakers so far. Thank you for your time and your advice and recommendations. For Ms. Sandra, my question was, you said since there wasn't diversity in Virginia Tech, how did you handle it? Like, how did you handle some of those challenges? Because I know they can be a challenge. Like, how did you manage to handle those challenges and then stay focused and still graduate well? Because some of those can be hindrances to your performance. Thank you so much.
Okay, definitely. So when you start a new year, either some colleges will give you like a free planner, or you have to buy one yourself. A planner is definitely something I recommend. Actually, my younger sister just started college about a few weeks ago. She's going to VCU. And I told her the very first thing you do when they give you your syllabus is you sit down and you write down every time you have an assignment due in your planner, because if you write down everything, it is so much easier to keep track of what you have going on at exactly what time. Just so because of all that planning, it avoids a lot of stress. It helps you get that time management. So for me, I usually had about 2 hours in between work and class, or in like about an hour in between classes. So most people will either go back to their rooms and sleep. So I took that time to study or do any homework that I had to do because if you leave things last minute, that's what stresses you out. And also sleep. I know that sounds like super simple, But and I know most people are like, when you go to college, you're like, it's supposed to be like you just stay up all night, just not sleeping. You need to sleep, because if you don't sleep, that is already messing with your mind, your mental activity, and you need that to be able to do your classes successfully, to be able to handle your class load, your workload. And that's definitely something that I definitely learned as I went along. And so now, working in immigration, that's something that has helped me, because in immigration, we are absolutely bombarded right now. We are absolutely busy. And I thrive in that environment because college helped me prepare for that. So whenever most people are like, how are you going to handle this? It's because I had college to get me through that. And also, your college advisors, they are there for you to talk with, because if you go to your college advisor and say, hi, I am really stressed out right now. My course load is stressing me out. I am exhausted. I don't know what to do. And you sit down with your college advisor. They help give you resources or point you towards resources that can help you manage all the stress, all the workload, everything that you're dealing with. So that's why I recommend your college advisor. Most colleges, you have the same advisor from the time you start until you graduate. So use them, become they should be your best friends, because they point you towards which classes to take and, like how to manage. And so if you take 18 credits one semester, and then you go to your college advisor and say, hi, I'm like really stressed out right now. And then the next semester you want to take 18, your college advisor is going to say, remember the last semester it didn't work out so well. So let's try 15 or 16 and see how that goes. And so befriending your college advisors, they'll talk you through everything. They'll give you the resources. That's befriend them.
Sandra, someone's asking, what's your profession? What do you do?
I'm an immigration paralegal, so I do H-1B cases, green cards, so work-based green cards, all those things you hear about the news that Trump is trying to stop. That's my job.
Okay. All right, I think Dr. Tengo has a question.
Yeah, actually, I really don't have a question, but a comment. I just want to thank you so much for sharing, especially putting emphasis on time management. And I think people think when you talk about budgeting, people only think you're talking about budgeting money. Budgeting time is very important, knowing that you have 24 hours in a day. You sleep for 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours. The other 16, make sure that you account for every minute. If you do that, it becomes very easy to see how much time you have in a week or in a day. And you have, and putting down, as you talked about, having a calendar, but just writing a list called things to do today.
Yep.
Focuses your mind and focuses your life. And you'll be amazed how much time you have to have a little talk with your friend when you can budget your time, just as you try to budget your money. Thank you for emphasizing that, because many young people, even as adults, many of us don't even know how to do a budget for our finances, but budgeting for time. We lose so much time every day in things that really don't matter. So thank you for emphasizing that point.
Thank you so much, Karen. We really enjoyed it. I also liked, to add to what Dr. Tengo is saying, I liked the fact that you emphasized being proactive as students and making sure that you also go and meet with your professors, because like someone mentioned on one of the forums we had, when we grow up in Uganda, there's this timidness that we have around us, whereby people fear to even approach those that are elderly, or what will this person say to me? So with your generation, it's a totally different story. You are more inquisitive, you want to learn, you're out there, but something that's not with especially the older generation. Going to that, I see someone has written on the chat that the biggest problem with us old people is we find it very difficult to join school, mainly because we don't know where to start. It is so true, especially when we migrate here. I'm going to ask, it will either be Madame Georgina, Mr. Damiano, or Mr. Tengo that will answer that. But for now, Karen, thank you so much for your detailed presentation. If there's anyone who has any question, I'll definitely let you know. I know someone was telling me, can you please have her share her details? If you feel comfortable doing that, you let me know. And other than that, we'll move to the next speaker. And I'm going to bring our Mr. Issa Sengendo to come and share with us. Issa, I want you to come and talk to your fellow juniors on how to succeed in middle school, a student's perspective. We want to hear from you as a student. We know that right now, most schools are doing e-learning. They are learning from home. Madame Solomon hinted on it that most of us as immigrant parents will work a lot. We are not home to make sure that we are hovering over you to make sure you're doing your homework right. Sometimes we don't even know what you're learning because the school system in America and Canada is different from what we did back home in Africa, in Uganda. So it is a challenge to us as well as your parents. And I'm honored that you're going to be sharing with us because we have a lot of kids in the communities that are watching and they'll learn a lot from you, Issa. Thank you for coming and being here with us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really, really a blessing. It's an honor. I'm so excited to be having this opportunity. My name is Issa Sengendo. I'm 14 years old. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. This summer, I graduated from St. Jean d'Arc Middle School, and I will be attending Innovation Academy Charter School. It's in Tingsboro, Massachusetts for my 9th grade year. I'd like to start off by thanking UNA so much for this opportunity. It's such a great feeling to be talking to a community that I love so much. I'd like to thank my parents for just making me who I am, for shaping me into the right person. I'd like to thank my brother for making me laugh when it's most needed, my aunties, my uncles, my cousins for just supporting me through and through. It's really an honor, and I can't express how grateful I am to be here. So as we got into the topic of my middle school, it was a really, really interesting experience. Just to the fact that I was exposed to a lot of different stuff that you would see in the modern world, or skills that you would need. Skills being stress management, skills being time management, or exposure to stuff such as racism, or exposure to stuff such as bullying, which I found have really, really shaped me into who I am. In terms of time and stress management, it's really, really important to make sure you have that down, because that's not just a skill you would need in middle school or high school. It's a skill that you will need for life. In terms of racism and bullying, I just wake up to myself and say, I love my melanin, which, if you didn't know, is the pigmentation, the color of our skin. That my melanin is beautiful. Empower yourself every morning. So my advice to the youth on that would be just empower yourself. Just know that you have the capability. You have the capability to do anything. You know, there's this saying, don't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Everyone's skill sets are different. Just know that you have it in you. Me personally, I love math, and I'm an avid reader. So I love math because it's a challenge, and I love to take challenges head on. And with math, you just never stop learning. You never stop. It's a non-stop learning curve. You know, you learn something this way, there's always another way you could do it, which is why I love a good challenge. And I love reading because, unlike a show, it's you to determine how it's visualized. So it's like this: the book is the script, and you're the director. It's your job to make it come to life in your head, make it happen, which is why I find it such a magical thing. And I've read so many different kinds of books. Like, I've read drama books, and those are the books where I bring the stories to life, but also informative books like business books, finance books, personal finance books, self-improvement books. Those are all really important. Some of the self-improvement books that I've read, I know Miss President has already said them, but Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which I would recommend to anyone of any age, because that will definitely set you up on the right path. There's 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, who, if you didn't know, was the co-founder of PayPal, and The Richest Man in Babylon, which was made 113 years ago. But the relevance that it has to today's society is truly shocking. There's also, for me, I like drama books, books that keep me suspense, something to really, really make me excited. So there's The Watsons Go to Birmingham. It's about a family going to Birmingham, Alabama in 1963, when the whole segregation thing is still going on, which I think has significant relevance to today. There's The Hate You Give by Angie Thomas, which I love that book. There's a lot of drama anticipation in that one. And then there's If the Wind is Slide by Caroline B. Cooney. But these are just some of my preferences, but I really, really encourage you to go after it. What I mean by this is reading is not just a way to calm down. It's enriching the brain. You're learning new words. You're learning about people's different stories. You're learning about how to do things. Anything a book can give you, it's really, truly amazing. So when I graduated this summer, along with my diploma, I received a mentorship award for my work in Uganda, and just because of the fact that I just love to give advice. I love to help people. I love to help people get to the right path. If someone asks me a question, I love to hear their opinion, what they think. So my advice would be always listen, always be open-minded, because different people have different opinions, have different things to say, and you should really, really be ready to absorb all of that. So as in extracurricular activities, I have to thank my parents for this, because they exposed me to everything when I was younger. They made sure that I tried baseball, soccer, swimming, basketball. But I love basketball the most, which is why I still play today. So my advice on that would be to just try everything. Try it, because you never know what you're gonna like until you try it. In my case, it was basketball. I never knew I was gonna like it until I tried it, which brings me to another story. I remember at one point I wanted to give up. Maybe it was a bad game, maybe because I missed a couple of shots. I don't remember. That was a while ago. But when I told my parents about this, they told me this, that in our family, giving up was never an option and that it never will be. By this, I took it, and it hasn't crossed my mind to think about giving up. If I'm in a situation, I will try. But, just don't give up. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. There's always an end to the tunnel, which I think is a very, very important thing to have in your mindset as you go through daily life. I think sports is awesome. I love to play sports. I love to play basketball with my brother. We'll always go outside. We'll play basketball. Even if you don't go outside and play basketball, you can always race. In my case, we have bicycles. But in basketball, what I'm trying to make is that you will never get the ball if you don't ask for it, which is why I think it's important that sports give those social skills. Because if you just stand there idle, you'll never get the ball, and henceforth you'll never get to play. So, you have to be like, pass the ball, I'm open. And then there's the thing of knowing everyone's strengths and weaknesses. You can't pass the ball to someone who's all the way down court when you know he's better close up to the hoop. Or you can't pass the ball to someone who's heavily guarded when you know that their skill is not dribbling the ball, but really pushing them into and we call it the paint, but that's the area close to the hoop. So it's also great to interact with everyone, know their strengths and weaknesses, know when they're open, always be ready. So I think it gives me a very good sense of alertness, very good sense of friendship, and it's overall just a great thing to have. So another great experience I've had is being a Boy Scout. Very, very, very happily, I've been a Boy Scout in the United States and in Uganda, and just comparing the two and being in both of them was truly, truly amazing. So in the United States, I was in Pac 7, Lowell, Massachusetts, and in the Uganda, I was a scout in the Machinde division. So when I compare the two, I see that the one we have here is much, much more curriculum based, meaning you have a book, there's instructions to scouting inside of the book. You open the book, you sit down, you talk about it, which is really, really great. But what I like about Uganda is that it's really, really hands on. When you're camping, the whistle blows at 5 a.m., 5 a.m., and you're out of your tent, you're exercising, you're parading down the street. It's really, really fun. You're happy, you're seeing something new, because this is not something I see every day, because it's just an amazing experience. Oh, I'm sorry. So my advice on that would be to just always see things as an experience, because you never know when they're gonna come in handy. I don't know when that's gonna come in handy, but it will. It will. God put it in my play. Got to put it in my path for a reason. When I'm in Uganda, I also teach. So I happen to teach kindergarten through third grade math and English, but I also teach in any other subjects where I'm needed. It's a really interesting experience because I'm a student here and I'm a teacher there. So I get to be both, and I find that so cool. I get to be a part of both. And what I've learned that it's a lot of work. It really is a lot of work to be a teacher because you have to know what you're gonna teach. You got if they have classwork or homework, you got to make sure they have it. You got to make it. You have to make sure that all 40 or 25 of them have it. Even memorizing names, you never know how hard it is memorizing names until you have to memorize like 25. But it's an overall great experience because I get to see these kids learn. I get to know that I was a part of making learning fun for these children, and I see myself in these children so much. Like, yes, it's fun to learn. It's fun to gain knowledge. It's fun to get experiences. So my advice on that would be to not think of learning as something that's like I have to do it, just to get it done with. Always be in a constant state of learning, even after I leave college or even after like way into life. It's always important to never stop learning, no matter how old you are. You always have to be ready to absorb different kinds of knowledge because you'll never ever retain all the knowledge that there is in the world. You never will. That's why it's really important to never stop because there's always something you don't know that would benefit you. There always is. And I learned these stuff and I'm like, wow, how did I not know that? So it's always good to keep on learning. So in high school, in terms of high school, I plan on taking advanced mathematics classes, Python coding classes, and 3D design graphic computer classes. I'm taking advanced mathematics classes because of the fact that I love a challenging math class. I love to rise up to the occasion and challenge it, and I'm ready to absorb all the knowledge that the teacher has to have. But I'm taking Python and graphics because not just because of the field I'm going into. If it wasn't for the field I was going into, I'd also take them because, again, as someone said, I feel like it's very important to have an understanding of technology and the way things work because our society, our world in general, is just a very technology focused world. I mean, if you don't even try to get an understanding of it, you're really going to get left behind. So I feel like that's very, very, very important. So how I'm preparing for high school is I do IXL. It's this thing I've been using since I was in elementary school. My mother introduced it to me. It's like an online site where you can learn different kinds of topics. You can do math, reading, there's pre-calculus, or you can go down to preschool. They recently added Spanish and history. So it's stuff like that, just making sure that I don't lose it all during the summer. And there's also other courses, course sites like EDX. There's Khan Academy. I used Khan Academy when I was doing math for school this lockdown. But EDX, I came upon it because as I was doing Khan Academy and ad popped up for EDX. And I ended up this summer taking an investment banking course from the New York Institute of Finance, which I found was really cool because here I am, a 14-year-old sitting behind a computer taking a legitimate course from a legitimate college, which I found was a great experience. I get to, to sneak peek of what's to wait for me in the lecture rooms and in college. So my advice on that would be to just explore the options you have because there is never ending options. You're never too young to do this. Like I thought, like when I saw it, I'm like, oh no, I'm probably too young. Like you have to be like 18 or older, but I qualify, 14 years old and I'm taking a college course. So I'll always explore the options that you have. In terms of time management, I find this very, very important. You never say you don't have time for something. Always check what you prioritize. If you say that you're spending too much time on something, but then there's this really, really helpful thing that you would like to do, switch it around because in the end, that thing's not going to help you. There's this cool quote from Mark Twain. Oh no, that's for later. I'm sorry. For example, you get a text message. That's just an example. You get a text message, and then that text message turns into a scroll, whether it be WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. That scroll turns into a Netflix marathon. That's not good. That's not good. You need to be able to say, okay, I'm putting my phone, my iPad, my laptop, my PS4 aside just for a little bit, so I can get this task done. Just so I can focus on this and only this. It's important because you prioritize. If you can come home and watch TV every day and say, I don't have time for this, well, yes, you do. You just got to replace that with the time you spend watching TV. It's just about priorities. So my advice on that would be to check what you prioritize because in the end, you'll always have time for something if you prioritize it enough. I also feel that it's important to have a great work-life balance. When you work, you get tired. It's part of human nature. You can't work 24 hours. It's part of human nature. You get tired and you get discouraged. But that's where the incentive comes in. For me, let's take me for example. I'm working on a huge task. As Madam President recently stated, I'm a stock trader. So I've been sitting here and things are not looking too good, and I need an incentive to keep going. I'll say, okay, how about this? After you learn something or after something gets done, you get to ride your bike. For me, riding my bike is a relaxing way. It's exercising at the same time, but an incentive can be anything. So what I'm trying to say is always have a reason to continue to work. It doesn't have to be riding your bike. It can be, okay, I want to sit down for 5 minutes, maybe relax, or in the parents' case, after I finish this, I want to read my children a story. I wanna take my children to the movies or something that will get you to complete your task effectively, swiftly. It's all good. So my advice on that would be to always have an incentive, always have a motivation. In terms of study management, I do the things that will take up the most time first. Now this sounds like insane, but it trust me, it really, really works. Now here's where the Mark Twain quote comes in, and I found this really, really funny. If the first thing you do in the morning is eat a live frog, you can go the rest of the day knowing that the worst is behind you. So what that basically is if you do your huge and daunting tasks first, you can enjoy the rest of your day because it's behind you, it's done, you finished it, and you know that if you finished it effectively, you have no worries. But saying, all right, let me relax first, then do it later. It's not really good because you're relaxing, but you're worrying, I have to do this. So get it done right, get it done effectively, and you'll be much, much more calm. So now let's move on to what I plan to do after high school. After high school, if by the grace of God, I plan on going to Harvard University. It's a lifelong dream of mine. It's really, really huge. I'm working really, really hard to fulfill. It's a huge goal. I'm pressing forward, and my advice would be to just have your goal set in stone and work forward until you have it. After after college, I'm planning on working in the quantitative analysis field. So what it is it revolves around building financial models based on collected data, using those financial models to code an algorithm. That algorithm executes profitable trades in whether it be the stock market, whether it be the options market, the foreign exchange market, which is currencies. And it's a lot of math, it's a lot of coding, it's a lot of finance. But in short, it's a form of financial analysis. And I find it really, really cool because it's a challenge. There's a lot of coding involved, a lot of finance. I love a lot of finance. I'm a stock trader, so it's really, really related to what I'm doing now. And it's a passion of mine. I'm not saying you have to go to college for something like that complex. It's just a passion of mine. See what you like to do and see if there's any fields that you could go into that you would be happy and that you would be able to earn a sustainable living in. So I also started my own business. Um, it's a children's supply store in Uganda. It was supposed to open this July, but due to the current pandemic, we had to push the opening to 2021 of July, to July of 2021. I'm sorry. But starting my own business has given me what I love to call abstract thinking. You're always thinking different. You're always thinking unique just because of the fact that you have to see, okay, what makes me different than every other supply store that there is? What makes the customers want to come back? And abstract thinking is not just good for business, but for life in general, because when you get out of college, you're going to see that, okay, if everyone has the same college degree from Harvard, Yale, or Stanford, then I mean, there's nothing unique about anyone else. You need to have your degree, but also have something unique. For me, I could say I've been stock trading since I was 14 and I love to do it. It's something I've seen, it's something I've experienced. So always keep that abstract mind that, okay, I need to be unique. And whatever I do, I have to be different than everyone else. No following the crowd, no nothing. Just be unique. So what is my main message here? Okay, my main message is I work every day to work towards my goal. I wake up and I say I have goals. I have them pinned on top of my bed. I read them aloud before I start my day. I know what I need to do. I'm sorry. And I try so hard to get them done. But I feel like it's very, very important, even if you have a job, even if you are working full-time, parent, student, to not think of life as a 9 to 5. Think of it as from when I open my eyes to when I close my eyes. because 9 to 5 is 8 hours, and as one of the panelists said, there's 16 waking hours in a day. You have these other 8 hours to work towards your goal, to try so hard to achieve them, which I feel is very, very important, but that can only stem from a desire. You know, you have to really, really want this. Like I see that we have a doctor who has 2 PhDs. You have to really, really want that to be able to handle all of that work. And that's that burning desire inside of you that's saying, okay, I have this goal set in stone. I want to achieve it. I'm going to achieve it. That's that burning desire that we all need. So desire hard, manage your time. Again, like I know us teens, we have Snapchat, we have Instagram, we have let's see what else. We have TikTok. We have so many distractions, but it's important to manage your time, but at the same time, be a teenager. You can't try to like delete it away because you need to have a social life, you know? But the thing is, it's disciplining yourself. If you put it all away, it's not really teaching you anything. But if you discipline yourself, that's really, really helping you. Instead of just deleting it off your phone, set a time limit to yourself. Okay, I can only do this at this and this time. Following that routine every day is self-discipline, which is really, really important. But again, desire hard, pray hard, work hard, and I can guarantee you, your goals will come through to you. I wish you nothing but success and prosperity. All my youth out there, we got this. We're never too young to do anything. Once again, I want to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk to my fellow youth. That's it. Thank you so much for your time. God bless everyone. If there's any questions, I'll be open to take them.
Well done.
Thank you.
Issa.
Thank you so
Yeah, that's Issa.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so
You
much.
are a trailblazer.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Looking at every panelist here, they're all wondering what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, he was saying he's speaking to the youth, but really, I think he was speaking to me also because I really learned a lot.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you
learned
so
a lot.
much.
At 14 years old, Issa?
Thank you. Thank you.
Might as well pack it up and go, Issa. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank
You know, while he's talking, I'm thinking yesterday we had a financial planning educative session for us adults to learn how to trade. And here is a 14-year-old that's been trading. And I'm wondering, okay, what has he not done?
Yeah.
Well, I feel for Dr. Otengo and the rest. I don't know how.
I know. I'm wondering if you should have been there.
Well, actually, my heart beams with joy because
I know.
we have a second generation to carry the torch that
We
we
are
began
so
long time
proud
ago
of
forward.
him.
Thank you.
So
so
your
much.
work you're putting on, not only is Uganda looking for you, but Africa, as it talks about becoming one government with AU and the integration of Africa.
Thank you.
Your mind is a fertile ground for many things to happen.
Thank
and
you.
I just want to thank you for being so open and sincere.
I know.
And also
Thank you
actually
so much.
thank your parents. And I think one of the things I'm going to be talking about is that for us parents, to train our children and make them ready for learning, so that I better ask the teacher to dare teach you what they don't know, what you don't know.
Yes.
That makes your teacher come to class with your A game every day, every time. So I just want to thank you. And as an economist, you touched on a lot of things because the decision-making grid is very, very important. That you think at the margin of all things. And as you think at the margin, you are able to make decisions that are fruitful and helpful in the future. And remembering for every decision you make, there's what? There's a cost, which we call opportunity cost by and large. So keep it up, son. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of your parents and the sacrifices they have made to make you who you are. And you are
so much.
Everything that we are desiring for in this community. And Madam President, Thank you for finding him for our community.
Madam Georgina found him for us, and my husband has been screaming, the future is great, the future is great.
I know.
Madam,
found him and
Madam Georgina, Madam Georgina,
we just kept going on, and we're like, yeah, the future is great.
yeah. Madam Georgina is an agitator. And agitating for change.
She brings the brain.
Brings her game every day. Yes.
Yeah. But thank you so much for sharing. It's all I see is people are so impressed with your presentation. Everyone is saying good job. We are proud to have a young man like you in our community. Someone asked a question that what have you reached out and gone beyond your immediate family to help like the other kids in the community where you live?
Okay, so I always say, this is just when I'm with my friends. I always say, if you have anything, if you have any questions, ask me. Because even if I don't know the answer, I can help you. I want what's best for everyone. Everyone in this world. I want them to prosper and succeed. So they have a question. And as you know, adolescence is not an easy thing. Adolescence is a career in itself. So people have questions like, man, I'm in this situation. What should I do? I'm like, you know what? Based off of what I know, I think this is what you should do. And then they'll be like, man, but I think this and this. And I'm like, you know what? Well, that's great, but I really truly think you should do this. And it's just that. And when it ends up right, most of the time it ends up right. And I'm so happy for them because I played a part in that right decision making. I played a part in helping them, get out of a tough situation. So that's how I am reaching out to my fellow youth in my immediate community.
Someone is asking, during your SGA experience, did you find things hard?
During my what experience, please?
I don't know what's SGA.
Oh, SJA experience.
SJA,
okay.
Yeah.
So Saint Jean d'Arc is a private school. And Saint Jean d'Arc is a private school. Saint Jean d'Arc is a private school, so it's really, really challenging. It's really, it challenges the brain. So it's very, very different than other schools. But what I found is they always put the work on you, and it's your responsibility to figure out how you're gonna do the work. Where it comes back to the time management. It's your responsibility to figure out, okay, what work am I gonna do first? So at our school, it's a school, you have math, English, French, music, all of that. It's your decision. Okay, which work is the biggest? Which work is due tomorrow? Which work is due the closest? It's your decision to make all of that. And also for the fact that you really, really, really need to be attentive because all of the stuff they give in class, they only do it once. I mean, they're always willing to help, but if it's clear that you weren't paying attention, they're gonna say, you know what, you should have paid attention. So that's another challenge. And honestly, it's boosted me. It's made me such an advanced person, if I can call myself that. And every day I have it right here. I look at this diploma and say, you know what? It wasn't a piece of cake. It wasn't something I went in there and did in like 5 minutes. This is 5+ years of hard work. And I'm very, very happy to be achieving this. My mom is giving me the thumbs up. So it's very, very, I'm very, very happy to be achieving that. So back to your question, the challenges it brings is it prepares you. It really, really prepares you because this is what you're going to see in the workforce. They're not going to give you a guideline of when they're going to do it. They're just going to drop the work on you and say, it's yours. Figure out how to do it, but I need it today or tomorrow. So that was the whole topic of responsibility is the major, major thing you get from being at SJ.
That is great. I'm going to bring you once again to talk to other kids because we will have follow-up forums within the year and even next year. Someone has a question for you.
Okay.
It says, how do you cope with adolescents' attraction to girls, smoking, drug and things?
Wow, that's an adolescent topic. I can tell you that. So smoking, it's for me, just smoking and drinking. That's a religious thing in my religion. We don't do that. We don't smoke, we don't drink. And it just scientifically, it's not good for you. It's not good for your lungs. And in the alcohol case, it's not good for your brain, especially as a youth. You're really, really open to different effects as a youth than if you're older. I'm not saying you should do it when you're older. I'm saying it's more harmful when you're youth. I did a study on marijuana during, I think we had a special, a health education class in SJA. Marijuana, your brain doesn't develop until you're 28. Okay, so here you are with your not yet developed brain doing marijuana. It's not good. It's not good at all. So I just think that, it's not gonna help me at all. Even if I wasn't the religion I am, I still wouldn't do it, because in the run, it's not helping you. It's like killing yourself before. You're shortening your life before you have a chance to live it out. In terms of girlfriends and all that, what I say is that, we're all going through the stage of adolescence. It's okay. Don't think that because you're feeling attracted to so and so, you're abstract, you're an alien. It's okay. We're all teenagers. We all feel it, even if some don't want to admit it. I'll openly admit it. I'm transparent. We all feel this way. But just know that everything has a consequence. Everything has a consequence. So just know that this won't help me now. I always think about it like this, I can do this when I'm in like college. I can explore. I can have a girlfriend when I'm in college or after college, but it won't help me now because getting into Harvard is no fee. I always remind myself that I have to push myself and, avoid distraction in all ways. And right now I'm currently investing in the stock market. So even dates, they're not free. So I gotta make sure that my money in my investment account keeps piling up. Let's be real here. So that's how I cope with adolescence. I'm really, really open to any advice. My mom, I talk to my mom a lot. I'm really, really transparent with my mother. If I have a question, I'll go to her. Even my dad, I'm really transparent with my dad. I have a question, I'll go to him. And they're always willing to answer because, as I said, I'm like a priority to them. And I cherish that. I really, really do. I don't take it for granted. I love my parents very much. And I appreciate them taking time out of their day because as adults are, they're busy. So I appreciate them taking time out of their day to answer my question, to help me with this and this, because I'm not a total genius. I need answers, and what better source than your parents? So that's just how I cope with adolescence.
Thank you so much. Issa, is your mom home today?
Yes, she is.
Can we say hi to her?
Come on.
We need to say hello to her.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for giving us Issa today. We are so proud.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for giving him the chance to be part of the panel. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. You all left us in joy. We are in tears of joy.
Thank you for giving him this opportunity. He's the youngest on the panel. I really appreciate. Thank you. And Ms. Georgina, we really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
And Madam President, thank you so much.
No
and the
problem.
UNAA organization, everybody.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Issa. Really, all I see is job well done, young man. Thank you for presenting to us.
Thank you.
Issa, I may ask Madam Georgina for your contacts because I've been trying to get into stocks and I've lost so much money. So I think you and I will talk.
Yeah, you need to talk. Yeah,
you and I will
amazing.
talk. But thank you so much. We appreciate you being here with us today. If there is any questions, I know there are some parents who are tuned on now because they are coming from work and they were listening. They are going to be listening to the recording, and I know they'll be asking questions. So we will make sure that we send those questions to you. But thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Madam President, before maybe you let Issa go, Issa, like your story is such an inspiration. And can I just ask you one thing? I'm very emotional right now, but I don't want to cry. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. Can you create a social media presence of yours where you can share a little? You have too much by 14, but a
Yeah.
little bit of your experience, because as I'm watching here on Zoom, I'm also watching on Facebook, and Madam President, I know she's juggling between Facebook and YouTube and everything. Everybody on Facebook is saying, can this young boy speak to my son? Can this young boy speak to my daughter? So can you please, this is just a request, create a platform where you can reach out to so many youth that can really benefit, and parents, like as Madam President is saying, because social media is here today to reach out. We didn't know that we can have a convention on Zoom. We did not know that, and it's happening. So trust me, you're gonna change so many lives, even if you decide to do this one session, maybe on IG or on Facebook or on Zoom. Trust me, you're gonna get the following. Trust me, people are gonna watch you because you're so brilliant. But please, I beg you, create an audience where you can reach out to so many, even if it's half an hour of your time in a week. This is what I'm just asking. Thank you.
Actually, what we are going to do with ISA is through Madame Georgina to see, we are going to try to have a mentorship program, and he's one of the people I'm looking at, especially for the younger kids who are in from pre-K to high school. We are looking at you, Isa, as someone who will be able to help us when you have time. We don't want you to fall off your priorities, but we'll be reaching out to you. And what Madame Solomon is asking will actually also fall into that, because we feel that we need that peer-to-peer mentorshipness in UNA for the kids. So we'll be reaching out to you for that too.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Actually, Madam President,
Yes,
all that
sir.
is wonderful. Since he's a minor, the mother and the father will help us make that decision.
Yeah, that is true.
And also, Isa, don't forget, I can also be your accountant.
I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So moving along, we are going to be inviting Madame Georgina to come and talk to us about being successful in school from pre-K onwards. And also, as a parent, this is from a parent's perspective. So Madame Georgina, I'm going to spotlight you so that you can yep, there you are.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, and after Isa's presentation, this one, as they say in Luganda, yavigere, because Isa has some serious. I have to, and let me just say something small about Isa when I talked to him on the phone. I was so excited. I was just crying. Like, it was too much for me. I mean, he was so articulate. He's a blessing to all our children because, and he was so willing to talk. And I said, you know what? I have to talk to Madam President. We're bringing in the youth forum without
Thank you.
And that's how Isa is here today. So we
thank you.
We thank everyone. We thank Madam President and the UNA leadership for bringing Isa to us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Georgina, for bringing Isa to us too.
Thank you.
So without further ado, thank you, Madam President, UNA leadership, all protocols observed. The past speakers and panelists, I thank you all for all your presentations. Isa, Karen, Madam Salome, Councillor Justice, I believe Sandra, Madam Sandra, and I think I haven't left out anyone. Thank you so much for all your insights and recommendations. We truly appreciate those. So my presentation, once again, this is Georgina Nyakairo Kirunda, married with 3 children, Karen, who's at Yale, Natasha and Kevin that are at high school. I'm a senior data scientist expert, a graduate of Johns Hopkins and Northwestern universities, just to recap, and I'm currently enrolling members in the UNA repatriation and group insurance program. And the reason I say this quickly is kindly requesting parents to sign up for this important program that we have in UNA. is to empower everyone. And the youth, please encourage your parents to sign you up as well. And if you need any more details, contact me, as this is a very important program. I'm here to help empower the youth, being successful in school, pre-K to college. And this is from a parent's perspective, having gone through high school with Karen and high school with my children right now. This is a perspective of a parent and some of the things that we've gone through. So motivation is what gets you started. Habit is what keeps you going. So as a student, you need motivation and habit to be successful. I'm going to go through preschool up to college, really highlights, and I have a whole stack of resources on there. They're not all inclusive, but I've done the best I can for all the resources I've used for my children. I've put in this PowerPoint. So parents, once you're done, we'll have these slides ready and you can utilize all the resources on there to help with some of your needs. So I'll start with early education. As a parent, prepare early, starting from preschool. It's not too early to start. At the preschool, kindergarten level, know your alphabets and numbers, writing your name and knowing your address. Your children should know their names and their addresses at that time. Learning to read early is important. Repetition and routine is key at this early stage to foster learning. Balance play with schoolwork. At this age, the kids need to play a lot. They need to sleep on time. I had my kids sleeping on time at like 8, they were in bed, so they had a lot of rest, and get enough rest always. Some of the resources for the books, I use the Bob books. You can go get them at Barnes & Noble or on Amazon. They are really small books, but they help with reading, and your children can learn how to read quickly. There's Khan Academy, the link is there, and you check out the Khan Kids and some of those other links that I have. Super teacher worksheets are good for mental math. Have your children do those every day. It's very important to have mental math. You can't do calculus if you can't add, divide, subtract, or multiply. So those are the basics for mathematics. Next is elementary school. The mental math, practice addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in 1 to 2 minutes every day. Once your children get used to that, using the super worksheets, they should be in good shape. Read 30 minutes to 1 hour every day. All types of books is a good foundation. Visit the library to get reading books to expand your knowledge in all subjects. And introduce music if your children are interested, playing the piano, flute, violin, and other instruments. I did this with all my children. They played the piano, the flute, and the violin. And it's also good for the brain in terms of your children excelling in school. Next is also another thing is have your children in elementary school learn 2 new vocabulary words a day. Create a word bank, learn how to spell these words. There are resources, as you can see. I won't go through each one of them. Quizlet and flashcards are good for studying. Explore different places by traveling whenever you get a chance. Engage in sports activities, soccer, baseball, basketball, cheerleading, anything that your child is interested in at this stage so that they can pick up the interest. Some of the good resources are ixl.com. They're all listed. Wordlywise for vocabulary. Khan Academy has all the subjects that you can imagine all the way to high school. And then your super worksheets are for your math drills. Give me 1 second. Okay, elementary. Okay, and then for middle school, balancing studying with social life. It's important. When children get to middle school, the social life kind of takes over. So you need to balance that. And you need to talk to your children daily. Like Madame Solomon talked about that. Talk to your children. I know we're all busy, but create that time, even if it's 5 minutes, to talk to them. This is really crucial because sometimes they're going through things at school. Maybe they're being bullied or someone told them something Some of your children that are high achievers, they want to go to their dream schools, and then one of the children is saying, oh no, you can't do this, and then that dampens their day. Be in connection with them every single day. Have this motto that it can't wait. Even if it's 5 minutes, talk to them and find out how their day was. They tell you what they've gone through and they can freely talk. I've had that with my children and it's very, very powerful. Prioritization of work is important. Studying early for quizzes and tests. Limit screen time. They can have some playtime and some screen time, watch TV and things like that, but limit that, don't overdo it. And they should be reading over 1 hour a day. Practice mental math, as I had already said. Introduce tutoring if needed to solidify material, and then also have community service. Your children should be doing community service because it's really important when they apply to colleges to see what they've done, but also get them engaged into the community so that they can be helpful to know that when they graduate to get their degree, it's not just about them, it's also helping and being community leaders and helping their fellow Ugandans and other humanities. Again, the resources are there, and there's one that I need to highlight quickly, which is vocabulary Power Plus, which is very important. It's a good resource for vocabulary. And then there's also a codeconnects.org for computer science. And I'm going to bring this up quickly about computer science. Karen did not mention, but she did AP computer science. She also designed a diagnostic app for Uganda, and she did Python, Java, C++, and at Yale she'll be doing a minor in data science. The reason I say this is for all those parents out there, make sure your children do some kind of computer science, because we are living in the technology era. I'm living it, I'm a data scientist, and it would be nice to have your children to start coding somehow. It doesn't, they don't have to be the technology is needed. Whatever line of career they're going to take, the technology is needed. Trust me, they will need some kind of coding. So let them explore the coding route. It's really crucial. And I'm saying this from experience because Karen was able to get an internship as a data engineer at Change Healthcare, a Fortune 500 company after her high school because of her coding skills. So this would be good for our children to engage into coding, to get into these companies when they're still out of high school. Okay, the next, I think you can see my screen. Okay, the next program I want to present is the Duke Tip identification program, Duke Tip. Some of you parents may have your children scoring in the 95th percentile in a major subject on a standardized testing, and that starts from 2nd to 3rd grade. That's the qualification. And you don't know that there is a program called Duke Tip. All 3 of my kids, Karen, Natasha, and Kevin, actually were awarded the Duke Tip talent identification program. So if your children are scoring in the 95th percentile and you don't know, this is a program you should enroll in. And if you need more information, contact me. It also extends to 7th graders for qualified students. So the link is there. It's called Duke Tip. There are other talent programs that have included Johns Hopkins University Talent Program. The link is there. Northwestern University Talent Program. Those I know because I've attended those schools, but there must be other talent programs. And I believe Stanford also has one. I didn't mention it. I'll update the spreadsheet, or rather the slides. But these are the ones I know. So please enroll your children. If they're scoring high, they'll be challenged more. Next, let me see, where am I? Quickly. Now to high school. And Madam President, I hope I'm not over the 10 minutes. I'll be quick. For high school, for all students in high school, and I in high school and going to high school, keep your GPA high. Some students, when they get to high school, say, oh, it's a party. I'm in high school. Let me relax. Don't relax. You need to start in 9th grade. Keep that GPA up until the 12th grade. Because you think you may pull it up later, you won't. So start strong and keep going. It's important. Stay focused and focusing on courses that will help you into college, into your college major. if you know it. You're recommended to stay focused. Know what you want early to avoid wasting time in college and deciding, I don't know what to do, maybe this and that. And another thing, when you apply to college, these admission officers can see if you're just all over the place. If you're all over the place and you're not focused, that is kind of also a red flag from my experience. You need to be focused, at least know what you want so that you can show that you have a direction. AP classes, I can talk for Karen, she did at least 5 AP classes. The more, if you've started early, but don't have this notion that you have to take so many AP classes to get into your dream school. That's not true. Take the useful AP classes and stay focused. And then take them when you're ready. There's no point of taking them in 9th grade when you're not ready, and then you don't do well and they drop your GPA. So make sure that you're taking the APs that are relevant and you're focusing on them and doing them well. And you also have to prepare for the SAT and ACT early. Khan Academy is there. There's a SAT app. There's SAT tutoring, and there are SAT flashcards that you can get from Barnes and Noble and other book stores. And the rule of thumb is that you need to score high on your SAT. At least 1400 and above gets you into a great school. But just know some of the requirements for different schools for the SAT, but you need to score highly on your SAT. My next one is, okay, now in high school, when you're 9th grade, you should also start and register for the Common App. That's application to colleges as early as 9th grade, and that's the website. So start adding your information as you go along in the Common App early enough. And this is from a perspective of a parent. Document your activities in high school so you don't wait for last minute. All your community service, start listing it in there as you do it, add it on there. Athletics and extracurricular activities are important. For the college essay, you have to start early, make it personal, like Karen had said, with a lot of value. It has to be goal-oriented. So make sure that your college essay, which is really important, because colleges look at an all-rounder. You know, what are you doing outside the classroom? What are your academics? Are you doing sports? Are you in drama? Are you singing? What are you doing in the community? How are you helping other students? All that is important. Colleges look at it because that means once you get your degree, you will be able to better communities. You'll be able to better humanity. That is the bottom line. So it's not just about you and your degree, but you and others, because we are a community where it's a global community, and you need to give back to your community and also get back from your community. So make sure you take your college visits. Make sure you visit the college you want to go to make sure that's a good fit. You may get there and it's so much in the city, and you say, oh no, I didn't want this kind of city life. So visit those colleges and look for scholarships and grants early in the process. Dr. Tengo is going to go through this intensively, but that's very important to prepare. And then lastly is be an all-round student. Balance academics with extracurricular activities. Community service, there are summer school programs that you can go to at different universities. I'll talk about the ones I know. The Harvard Summer School, Karen went to that one, and it was very helpful. She was there for a whole summer. There's the MIT Summer Program. Stanford has one. Georgia Tech, New York University, other universities of your choice. Look at them and see what summer camps and programs they have, and enroll your high schoolers around from 10th to 11th grade. 11th grade is a good time. And then lastly, I've talked about that, the Common App. And then all these are educational resources that I have listed in there. I'm not going to go through them. You go through them once you get the slides. Sure, yeah, all these are educational resources. There's so many, all kinds of websites, Khan Academy, Stafford, the Vocabulary Plus, and a ton of them. You just have to go through them one by one. So I have them all listed here, and you get them. And then another thing I want to talk about is the SSAT. It's a test that you do when you're getting into private school for middle and high school. But it's also, even if you're not planning to put your children in private school, it gives good fundamentals. So I've listed it there. And they have the Princeton Review as well. For tutors, there are tutors online, varsity tutors. I've used those and they're pretty good. But there are other tutoring services of your choice that you may want to enroll your children. And without further ado, these are educational resources. You'll look through them. There are so many, and you can utilize them. So my summary and takeaway message is prepare early, right from preschool. Prepare early. Study hard, balance academics, extracurricular activities, and social life. The children need to go to have enough sleep. They need to sleep and rest. If they don't have sleep, they won't perform. They can't perform for testing. I used to have my children sleep really early, the whole week before they do their testing, and it paid off. They need stay focused, be disciplined, be respectful and grateful. Have a routine for your children as much as you can, and help them keep that routine. Be spiritual, say their prayers, and trust in God. And for those that are Muslims and other religions, trust in Allah. Be supportive and collaborative with each other. Encourage your kids to have that. Encourage your children to share information and help each other in school and help their peers. And parents, talk to your children. It's so important. Even if you're so busy or so tired, at least 5 minutes. In case they say, Mommy, Daddy, I want to talk to you. Give them that 5 minutes, because that 5 minutes means a lot. They may want to go and get information from a peer, and unfortunately, it may be a peer who's giving them the wrong information, with all due respect. So make sure that they're getting the right information they need, and be there so that they don't have to go searching for information elsewhere. And without further ado, I hope I've stayed within my 10 minutes. And thank you, Madam President, for everything, and for all the listeners, all the parents, students, and the speakers, and UNA leadership, and our Ugandan community at large, and everyone in the other parts of the world as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Georgina Kironda, our council representative. We appreciate all that information you have shared with us, and we'll make sure that that information goes on the website as well. Someone has a question for you. They're wondering what you would consider to be a high SAT score.
A high SAT score is 1400 and above. Is a high SAT score. But like I said, SAT scores, you have to aim for a high SAT score, like 1400 and above, which is, English, probably English like 700, math 700. And then there's also the writing. The writing is 22 and above. But the package, when you want to get into your dream school, the package has to be all round. Because you can't get a 1600 SAT score and you don't get into your dream school, because these other things are lacking. The universities also want to see that, what are you offering to them? Like, what have you done? Because they also want to get something from you, like you want to get something from them. That's why it's important to be all round. So the SAT score of 1400 and above should get you into your dream school, but make sure that you also focus on these other things as well. And make sure your college essay is very, very strong, and it has to be personal. You can't just write and say, I want to go to Georgia Tech, or I want to go to Harvard, or I want to go to Yale because it's a great school. That's not good enough. Like, you have to tell them why. Like, what do you want to do? What they like, that problem-solving skill. Like, what are you going to do when you get here? Like, it's not just a one-way street. They also want to know, what are you going to provide? So you have to be offering something too. That's where the value added is. So you have to be a complete package in order to get into your dream schools. I hope I've answered that well.
Yes, you did.
Right.
We are going to move on because I don't see any questions for you other than that one. Someone's asking for Mr. Issa Sengendo's contact. I'm going to say, since he's a minor, we have to ask for permission from the parents. And if they agree for us to share his contacts, we'll do that with you all. But also we are working on, we are going to work on some other things through his parents to see if he can help us. So that's what I would say to that. We can't just share Issa's information here because he's 14 years old. Our next presenter is going to be Mr. Damiano Chigoye. Mr. Damiano Chigoye is going to be talking to us about balancing academic expectations between parents and students. That is when the students are away from home and off to college. Mr. Damiano Chigoye, please take it away. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. I am so inspired this evening. What an inspiration from our younger generation. Oh my God. I listened to Karen and to Sandra, not knowing that Issa is coming. He was the bomb of the evening. And once again, I want to thank you so much, Issa, for your presentation. I have a 14-year-old in the house, probably taller than you, but you made him 10 today. His sister is 16 years. They were both listening and they have taken a lot of notice, and it's an evening that is worth an attendance. My name again is Damiano Chigoye. I am an accountant by profession. I am the former president of the Ugandan community here in California. I am a parent, college senior. Also, I have a high school sophomore and a high school junior, and a trading elementary school pupil student. And my evening today, I am going to talk about balancing academic expectations between parents and children, especially when they are away from school, from home to college. Basically, after surviving the whirlwind of the final exams, that college funding, those college funding issues, the proms, the commencement exercises, we as parents of these new high school graduates, we normally find ourselves wondering how to successfully navigate through that final summer before our children enter the real world of college. In many cases, this could be the first time these teenagers are going to be away, living independently from their parents. And on the other hand, the students are also in a whole lot of mixed feelings, ranging from excitement to join college and for being independent from their parents, and to not disappointing their parents in their academics. So we find that both parents and students, we are apparently working hard towards striking that balance of our expectations. For parents, it is it's academic excellence and behavior of these children when they leave home. And for these children, it is exactly what is there in the real world of college, which is a combination of academics, campus life, and living with new people. Is somehow a challenge. So in an immigrant community as the Ugandan community in the United States and Canada, parents, we keep on asking ourselves as to how do we manage our expectations while we help our students reach their potential. I tell you, as one of these parents, this evening, I would like to share with you, and as well as to our children, what are our expectations of them and pretty much them of us. Number one, we need to create a health dialogue with our children who are leaving for college. And for that reason, even those that are at home, we start early, talking with them, discussing what the real world offers. And we need to pick a topic or two occasionally as we go along and we share our expectations. In such discussions, as parents, we need to foster motivation by asking our children about their personal goals, their academic goals, short-term goals such as specific classes that they are going to take in their freshman year. And also long-term goals as colleges. I was so inspired by Easter when he mentioned about the colleges he's going to be attending even when he's in 9th grade. I mean, this is amazing. Yes, these conversations are so healthy for our children. So that navigates them in the real world where we are expecting them to be. And it also prepares us as parents as to how much do we have to offer in supporting our children. And these discussions also help our children to start gaining not only motivation, but also that feeling of I can do it. And I'm not gonna be judged by my parents. In fact, one of our community college students was telling me a couple of years ago that the best thing his parents helped him to be successful was the fact that they never judged him, they gave him the motivation, they supported him, even when he got a C. His mom and his dad, they just told him, work hard. We know you are working hard. Our children wants to hear that, especially when they go away and they come back that first time when they come back and we have a conversation about what they are doing, how much their workload is, and why did you get us here and there. Yes, on the other hand, giving them that supportive voice is very, very important. We also need to open up communication lines with our children as Ugandan as we are, or as African as we are, especially with the old school. We didn't have that much of an opportunity to have conversations with our parents, but the children we have today, they have such a golden opportunity that we sit on a dining table and we talk and we chat and we share. It is very healthy for both of us to open communication channels and to have that cordial supportive role and communication to our children, both at home and when they are away at school. When they go to school, these teenagers get to know something new. You know, when they go up to 12th grade, we have an opportunity to see their grades. When they go to college, then some things change. I believe you know that grades are not sent home to parents when these young men and women are at college. And the Federal Privacy Act dictates that parents do not have access to student grades unless it is specified by students. So as this comes to that point, we need to have that conversation early enough that we have to share your grades. We need to know where you need help. We need to help you have that academic success. So that way, they keep on knowing that we have to share this, and they get to know the consequences that might be in store for their poor grades, because some of our parents here in the community, they have been victims of not knowing what their children are doing at school in terms of grades. They always find reasons here and there not to disclose their grades. Another thing that we need to talk about as parents and these children is the finances. It's a new area. I'm glad Issa has just shared with us how he's a trader. I mean, I was earlier on today actually talking to my son about business. And he's like, Daddy, teach me the business. I'm like, read, there is a book there. I want to get some ideas from there about the Shark Tanks. But these children need to know about this money thing. Money is a tough subject in many of our households. It's very complicated when to get to college, with loans, with scholarships, with jobs. One of the panelists was telling us that she had to work about 25 hours a week in addition to 18 credits of school. And she has to sleep at least 8 hours. That's a lot. But young as they are, strong as they are, with our support, they always succeed. But I am so thankful to UNAA for this forum, because this area is going to be extensively covered before the end of this forum. It's going to be covered very well. And I, for one, my daughter, when she was going to college, I told her that I will be supporting you in everything. Your full-time job is school. Because I thought that this issue of money and work is going to be dividing her attention with her academics. So luckily, she has been in school all the time until this year. She started working because she has been home for a long time in this COVID season. So this discussion is really better to have now than later in regards to these financial issues. One other thing that I've noticed through sharing with my other parents, fellow parents in the community, is that their kids have acquired a big debt doing these courses that are like studying for medical, medicine or biological classes, engineering classes and all that. These kids have acquired big debts, and somewhere along the line they think about changing, and it is tough when you settle for less after acquiring a big debt. So it's very challenging when they go, but it's more challenging when they come back, especially the first time. When they come back for holidays, maybe they have come back for Thanksgiving after returning to school in September, and then we start noticing what has changed, what's new, what is she thinking about. But many of them, they come back with this thought, this bubbling thinking of, I'm not a 6-year-old anymore, Daddy. I'm not a 6-year-old mommy. And they think about these curfews that we put on them. You have to be home at this time or that time. And then they come back with that pride of young adults and have been independent at school. But dear our children, I want to talk to you. A child, especially in an African eye, remains a child regardless of your age. A child remains a child regardless of your academic attainment or achievements, not because of anything. We love you so much, and we want to be in your lives almost all way down. So avoid clashing with your parents over small things in the house like chores and curfews. Yes, you are young adult, we know, but there are still so many things we need to share with you as our children out of love, out of that support that we need to give you until you are standing on your own. So we have some expectations for you when you come back, or we have so much expectations for you who are just going to college when you come back. So understanding that your parents may treat you like the child they launched into the world not too long ago. It's not just making you to be like a kid. No. Have a sense of humor with them, share some jokes, and I mean, keep going. There's nothing that has changed that much between the 3 months you left home and now that you have come back, you're going to go back again. It's going to be second nature that you be out and in and out, in and out. Secondly, be proactive. When you come back home, be proactive about sharing that you have grown. Because that time that you have left us 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago, yes, there must be some growth within you that has taken place. So it's always healthy for you to start a conversation about things you have learned, offer to help in the house, stay calm. If we press those hot buttons, yeah, stay calm. Show your parents that you are a younger adult, but you are still very respectful. That will earn you so much of a future. As I conclude, I love to mention something from the Bible. And I love how the Proverbs chapter 24, verse 14 tells us. It says, know also that wisdom is sweet to your soul. If you find it, there's a future hope for you. And your hope will not be cut off. In other words, the Bible tells us that if we know and understand each other's expectations, our hopes might be realized easier. The scripture also suggests that if we keep talking about the mutual expectations with our college students, it brings a greater likelihood of a peaceful and a stronger relationship in the family. All in all, being a college student is worth celebrating in our immigrant families, but it also deserves planful discussions to avoid disappointments and achieve satisfying results. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chigoye. Thank you so much for those kind words and inspiring words to the youth. And I hope they were listening in. So we are going to close this off with Dr. Otengo, and he's going to help us. He's going to teach us how to navigate the scholarship and grants landscape and manage the learning process. He has a website he needs to show us, to point us to, that has some information. Dr. Tengwa, do you want to share the screen so that we can be able to have the membership see this? Let me spotlight you.
Yes, I'm going to do that after a few observations.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to thank you, Madam President, for inviting me to this forum, UNAA Convention 220. I know people in San Francisco are missing us this year, but I think we'll be there next year, 221. I also want to thank all the UNAA chapter chairs who have kept the vision of UNAA going for all these years. And secondly, I want to thank all the organizers of this virtual forum in the middle of all this pandemic. And also all those who have tuned in from all over the world who are Ugandan. And I just want to recognize those who say Oraireje, those who say Erade or the Nono people, the Kodeo people, the Empakoyawe, Agandi people, okay, the Kangobale people, all of them, the Ejakites, the Jaduongs, and of course the Abahongo. All those are welcome, and then what I haven't mentioned, not because I don't want to, but time is of essence right now. Today we're going to navigate my website, but before then I just have a few remarks because there's certain things I just want to make sure that we have back in our mind as we begin to navigate the website. And I just want to thank the panelists. You have been wonderful, each one of you. And our future as an organization, our future as a nation, and our future as a race is in place because of the things I have seen. So I can go into my old, sunset years and enjoy myself knowing that our generation is rising to the occasion. And best of all, I just want to thank Ms. Georgina Kirunda. I mean, her resilience and commitment to the needs of our people is unequaled. And I just want to thank her for the work she has done all these years. So there's a gentleman called Horace Mann, and he's the architect of the American public education. He declared in 1848 that education is a great equalizer of the conditions of men and the balance wheel of the social construction of our societies. So those words ring true today rang true then as they ring today, because education is indeed very, very important. So as we navigate the financial aid landscape, there are other things I want you to be aware of. That obtaining a quality education is the foundation to improving people's lives. And that much all of us are very clear, even as our young people have presented today, and as our parents have been preparing the kids that we had from today. However, progressive and the condition of the African child, and even their eventual role in society, whether on the continent or abroad, is determined well before their first day of kindergarten. So this being true, then it should be disturbing to read statistics that indicate that only 17% of the over 3 million 3 to 5 year olds ever enroll in kindergarten in Uganda. Now compare that to Ghana that enrolls 90% of its 3 to 5 year olds, which means 3.2 million kids enter primary one in Uganda already behind in their learning process. Consequently, only 20% of the 8 million of the 6 to 13-year-olds enroll in primary one schools, leaving 6.4 million who never get an education. This is appalling, I suppose. These statistics, of course, come from Uganda's Bureau of Statistics for 2017, based on the 2014 census, which means these figures do not really tell the real story. Now, talking about financial aid, I just want you to know that financial aid, planning for it is a journey. It's not something that happens today and then you get it tomorrow. So obtaining funds to pay for college takes early planning. And there are many, many scholarships that are based on merit and academic performance, and others that are based on competition and level of financial need. Preparing for financial aid starts almost at 4th grade in the US. Because in the US system of education, the 4th grade is the beginning of learning for comprehension. Before 4th grade, most reading is done for fun and aimed at acquiring word recognition literacy. So at 4th grade, the curriculum changes to reading for comprehension. And this is a time, this may not be the time that many students begin to fall behind, especially if their home situation did not allow them to start reading at an early age. That's when you hear children that like Issa and Kenan and so forth, it's because their parents put in their time before they got 4th grade. So when the curriculum changed, they already were way ahead. And research shows that the average Black child enters school with a 30 million word deficit. Now you can imagine how that deficit affects such children at 4th grade because they're not given books to read at an early age. At this stage, questions like such as why and how become important and must be encouraged. It is here that critical thinking skills are developed, leading to problem-solving skills. In 1994, my lights went on when I visited a friend during my stay with his family. He had at that weekend given his 4-year-old an assignment. And that assignment was entitled, My Dream Job. So at 4 years old, this child actually was already being nurtured towards thinking about the future. Of course, the child wanted to bake a carrot cake, just like her mother. But the fact is that that conversation had already begun at such a tender age. And that's why when you hear Madame Kirunda talking about getting involved with your children and getting them those books to read, is very, very important so that they start shadowing what they really want them to become. And I have taught the children of the wealthy in programs like International Baccalaureate and AP programs, well-educated parents. And I've also taught children raised in social inequalities, racism, and poverty. In all my experience, these two populations arrived at a school door with the two very different skill sets and expectations. So as a parent, an African child or Ugandan child, make sure your child enters that school door with skill sets for learning that are better than or equal to the most adjusted child in that school. Your aim as a parent is to help your child become the only avid reader, not only an avid reader, but one driven by inquiry and imagination, one who is ready for the developmental journey towards cognitive maturity. Your child must become an independent learner as they ask questions and learn where to find answers to those questions. Allow them to explore, expose them to issues and values that build confidence and inquiry. Remember that Socrates, the ancient Greek authorities was accused for contaminating the minds of the youth because he encouraged them to question every idea and ask those questions, why and how. So let somebody, as you prepare, teach your child what your child does not know. Force the teachers to come prepared and bring their A game to class every day to face your child. After all, there is no other child like your child in this world. Let her or his presence count, and let the teachers know as you get involved with them that it matters. I remember how in first grade we were required to know the multiplication tables up to 12 times 12 and had to stand in front of the class to recite them. That was back then. I don't know whether they do that anymore. If I had recorded the number of spankings I received, I would be a millionaire today if I found a buyer. By fourth grade, we were doing geometry. And remember when you had to get a geometry set with you and carried with you with the compass and protract and all those things. The exams were brutal. Why? Because they were set up and developed by Cambridge University, England. It did not matter where you are, whether your child read by the firewood or lantern or electric bulb, had no shoes or had no food or a ride to school. If your school had no windows or was made out of mud or teachers were degreed or not, or whether parents were educated or could read, it did not matter at that time. You took the same exam as those in England and all its colonies, regardless of your social status in life. So competition was very brutal and unforgiving. So according to data, as we look at today, US Department shows that $3.3 billion go uncollected by 50% of eligible high school graduates in 2018. Money that they could have used for college. So I have done research for you on my website and compiled a list of scholarship sources. All you have to do is apply. And so we're gonna go and share my my website so that I can go through them. Because after talking about education and everything that we have talked about, now we have to pay for this education. It's not free. After high school, it is not free at all. So here we go. My website is called advanceafrica.com. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Okay, here we go. So we're going to start with this one here. Where are we here? Oh, wow. Okay, where did I put it? Okay, here we go. So the website is called advanceafrica.com. And on this website, when you go you go to the programs, you navigate to programs, and at those programs, you see education for Africa and scholarships, for African scholarships. This is mainly, most of it, for international students who come from Africa. And I'm going to share about those scholarships that come from for students who are ours here in the US and Canada. And I will not, you can read all this when you go there, so I will not read much. That is my propaganda. But let's see here. So we know that trying to advance your studies, prepare for the present labor market, can sometimes be mind-boggling. We have tried to make it as easy for you as possible by providing resources that offer scholarships to African students at all levels of education from different parts of the world. So below, we're going to find a list of partners that offer scholarships and grants every year. You need to subscribe to their newsletter to receive a list of scholarships and necessary given at every point. So scholarships and grants do not just happen. You must get to the website, read about the requirements, including deadlines, and apply. If you don't apply, you never avail yourself to opportunities that are offered all over the world to support your academic journey and improving your status in life. Open scholarships will be sent. Will be sent as soon as they are announced by the relevant institutions, usually once a week after you have subscribed. Well, our national government here makes steps to provide relevant curriculum to provide the proactive management for the future and for our children. We don't have to wait to be served, but to determine our own lot in life. So a list of links below also includes organizations that grant scholarships. The list is not exhaustive, but this is just for your own understanding. And for those who reside in the US especially, there are many types of scholarships, grants, and programs to assist with your education. Your GPA matters beginning with middle school. Even though a 2.5 GPA will land you some form of financial aid, but maintaining a 3.5 GPA will always land you the best chance of having a free ride through college at most of the Ivy colleges. Your SAT score of at least 1350 and higher will also land you a scholarship. Sometimes colleges consider your SAT score, which you can take during your 9th grade, and it's very, very helpful. Very helpful, and I have known many students in IB and AP classes who have been offered full academic scholarship to Ivy schools in the junior year in high school. And just as Madam Kirunda said, some of them require 14 and above. And we have a 14 above, and you have is accompanied by some of the extracurricular activities. You are in good shape. So take advantage of programs such as the International Baccalaureate and AP courses, which yield very high chances of acquiring fully paid academic scholarships in Ivy schools. These programs are offered for free in public schools in the US, almost at every district. So you might, if you don't have money to take a kid to a private school, this is free education for you, and it are very, very rigorous courses. Also available to you in public schools are the early college programs, where your child spends 2 years of high school after 8th grade and then transitions to a junior college for 2 years and then transfers to a college or university with 2 years worth of credits, which means they only spend 2 years to earn their first degree. So the public schools also offer dual enrollment, starting in the junior year of college, with college credits that transfer to any college in the country. So if you don't want to take the AP courses, these are courses, there's dual enrollment. So they are also, you have to watch out for scholarship offered by Canada, as my sister from Canada was sharing, because some of those have citizenship considerations attached to them. And I used to play soccer, and I'm also still a registered A-grade soccer coach, and also a FIFA grade 3 referee. So I love soccer like crazy, and I know Issa wants basketball, but I think all good brains play soccer. So that is good. So there are all types of scholarships, and I am not going to go through them, but they're all here listed for you on the website. And I think what we are waiting for is to be able to give you an example of what some of these scholarship sources will be. But these are very good sources, compiled, taken time to research the best that are offered in the country. And that number one link here, which is called Scholarship Positions, it is a very, very good site because it offers you the announced scholarships twice every 2 weeks for scholarships that are offered from all over the world. And I show you an example of the kind of email, if you subscribe, that you'll be getting every week to help you navigate. So these are scholarships for international students here, and also some of them actually for our US students in Canada. Then we have below programs that help you to find employment across the world. And I had somebody asking about being older and not wanting to go to school. We have school that is offered online, and also schools and colleges that accept work experience or life experience as a credit. So there's a lot of incentive for you to go. We have master degree scholarships here, and also PhD scholarships. So the first one I talked about that I want us to navigate is the African International. Yes, stopping the site here. Let's see here if we can get it. This is in the way. Okay, having a little trouble with that little thing meandering all over. Okay, let's just pull up this. We'll come back to it. So this one here is what you call scholarship position. The scholarship position talks about studying abroad just got easier, and you can see that you sign up for that website, and when you sign up for the newsletter every week, you're gonna get all kinds of scholarships, information on informatics in mathematics offered from all over the world every week. And I had so you have scholarships from Canada, studying in Canada, and these are fully paid for scholarships, not partial scholarships, but they pay for your journey there, pay for your education. Study in Australia, in Germany, in Iceland, in France, New Zealand, Norway. And this also offers some of the scholarships that are offered by most of our colleges here in the US as well, many of them. But that is a very premier site for finding those scholarships. So I want you to go through the website. When you go on my blog, also I have some information there. But I want you to go through the website and be able to navigate and get all the information you need. I wonder why this thing is disturbing so much like this. There's an example I wanted to share with you. I think I just have African. Let's just go pull it up. Okay, this is an example of an email that you get. So scholarship position, as you can see, here you have a scholarships for French government, and it gives you all the information you need. This is for Harvard Business School in the United States. It tells you what you need, and Danish government, and it has so many scholarships, and you get these new ones once a week. And so you can apply to as many you want. It says the MIT scholarship fellowship in physics for US, and not for US citizens, non-citizens, and US 21, 24. And so you have to look at the deadline. Now, the application deadline for this was September 11th, 20th. So you might not be able to get that for next year, but next year you watch for it if you want to apply for it. So you get an email like this every week, and it will be loaded with all kinds of scholarships and programs that can help you plan and show you how to pay for your education. But for those in the US, your financial aid begins with the application of FAFSA. If you don't fill up the FAFSA application, you are not going to get any support from the government, because there's so many, as I said, 33 billion dollars go uncollected, and you might be one of those who has never collected them. So start early, train your child from kindergarten, train them and start a journey for financial aid, and you are going to get it. I mean, I would have shared many other things, but because of time, I am going to stop there. And if there are any questions, we can answer them. And I'm available at any given time on my website. And also, Madam Kirunda has my information and my contacts. And I'm available in about 60 days. I'm going to be retiring. So I'll have a lot of time on my hands. But I love you and I love my people. Africa is my dream. And I pray that God leads us to tranquility as we think about what is happening on the continent.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Otengo. That was informative. I was also trying to keep up with you and scrolling through the scholarships. I don't have any questions, but I'm checking all the sites, and all I see is this is informative, great presentation, great presentation. I have the Board of Trustees member, Miss Caroline Locke, says, please tell Issa that I will introduce him to my son, Mr. Omara Olok, who is an Eagle Scout. So
Thank you for the opportunity.
I guess you're getting contacts too. So I don't see any questions to anyone. I think people are overwhelmed with the information we have shared.
Sorry, what was the website, Mr. Otengo?
The website is, let me just go back.
Yes,
advanceafrica.com.
One word.
One word. Let me put it in the chat.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I'm going to paste it in the chat.
Yeah, and also on the blog, I talk about this different experience of the new African immigrant and the stages they go through in terms of development as they get here. So I also talk about the ideas of identity and the shock I got when I got here and I was called Black, not knowing that I was, because I thought I came here already identified as an Otengo, Mlundu, or the Samia stock, a Luya by ethnic group, and also Bantu.
Okay.
But then somebody just calls
we
me Black.
Have Mr. Sawyer says we have parents we have parents here who are illiterate, and the only information they get is from their kids who can How can they be helped?
Well, actually, you have there's free information that comes in every public school. They have what they call adult education.
Okay.
And with adult education, it is a free education in all public schools. And you can go and access it to begin your journey. There are many people have come here at ages of 30, 40, 50 who needed help. And they actually have gone on to go to college through the adult education, which is free within every school district.
All right. I hope he had that. Thank you so much. I would like to say I am so grateful for everyone on this panel. Everyone is giving us kudos. This has been an informative, inspiring, educative conversation. Just as I told people that we had a cocktail of presenters, that's exactly what we gave you. If you feel there is more information you would like to get from us, please don't hesitate to contact us. Virginia is checking in from Uganda. Thank you to all panelists and UNAA. Thanks to Dr. Otengo for all the help. And this is Virginia Nyakairu Semakula from, okay. This is Nyakairu Semakula from Virginia. Thank you so much for those compliments. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to specifically thank you again, Dr. Otengo, for honoring the invitation and coming and presenting to us. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you because this is a forum that we will actually try to follow up on. I know parents are going to be contacting us with questions. Students are going to be contacting us with questions. So please, when I come back to you and ask you to return, I beg, please come back. I would like to take special thanks. I would like to give special thanks to our 14-year-old, our youngest panelist. You've inspired. You've really given us hope.
Thank you so much.
As my husband said, the future is bright. The world is gonna be great. We have you. We are really, really grateful for everything that you came and said and shared. I just want to thank your parents for raising up such a brilliant young man. And please never fall off. Continue with that straight line, follow that journey. Don't let any of the noise keep you off your game.
Thank you.
Stay straight. I'm going to be praying for you. I'm really, really proud of you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Mama Pitimoff. We always forget Canada, but we needed to make sure that Canada was represented. Thank you so much. And Mr. Justice Mirembe for making sure that you came and represented that region. The information that you shared, I'm sure so many people in the region may not even have had it. And we are going to make sure that they get to have that information. Those youths in the region are really blessed to have you guys. Just as I'm sure you must be smiling because all the successful stories of these young people have something to do with sports. So I was just checking you and you're like, yeah, sports. So you must be really happy. Thank you so much for coming and sharing. I would like to thank our graduate, Sandra. Sandra, thank you for giving us your time. I know I called you, it was impromptu, but you were so resilient and said you would love to volunteer. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart that you actually answered the call. You are one of those young ladies that I'm looking forward to seeing one day in leadership in UNAA. So I hope that you answer that call one day when all is said and done. Another compliment, extremely impressive. UNAA, big thumbs up. You have really, really pulled it beyond all my imagination. Thank you, Madam President. We are also honored to serve you. Thank you for the compliments. I would like to thank Mr. Damiano Chigoye. Mr. Chigoye, I know you haven't been feeling well, but you still answered the call when I said I need a parent's perspective. I'm looking in all the regions. I'm bringing people from all regions. I don't want to have just one region represented. And you answered the call and came and you delivered. Thank you so much for always serving. Thank you so much for always volunteering for the organization. Miss Olivia had to step away because she has a young kid, so she had to go take care of the kid. But we want to thank her for taking her special to take out time out of that busy schedule she has, because school started. Thunderbird, I think, is already up and going, but she had to step away because they also have Saturday classes. She came and actually was able to help us with this panel. So thank you, Miss Olivia Mlera, and we will be reaching out to you because you and I have been going back and forth, and you said you have some information you would like to help us with the program I want to introduce, and that's the mentorship, the peer-to-peer mentorship program in UNAA. Last and not least, I want to give a special thanks to my girl, Madame Georgina Kironda. Whenever I call on that lady, she never backs away. She is, I don't know how she does it, but she has everything going on. Georgina, UNAA is really lucky to have you as a leader, because I know what you do in your community. You always go above and beyond. You have the heart to serve, and I am so grateful to serve besides leaders like you. You know, I have a great team. I have a great council. I have a great executive. I just want to say thank you to all of them. And then not forgetting, we have two gentlemen who have been running these sessions, Mr. Lambert Etibot and Mr. Julius Kabugu. They have been running all these UNAA sessions since we started yesterday. And these have been all-day sessions. So these are volunteers, these are not paid members, but they are there to make sure that the community is receiving these services. Please pray for them. They have young families, but they are juggling in between all this and making sure that we have this. So thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, my volunteers. Thank you, my panelists. Thank you, our UNAA leaders. And with that, I would like to bid you all a good night. I know they are going to have some entertainment online. Take a break and still tune in on UNAA Online. There will be some entertainment, so enjoy yourselves. Have a good evening, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.